sometimes that simplification is actually getting at the core first principles on understanding of something. And sometimes schools don't really understand. So for example, mutually assured destruction is a very simple model. People argue all the time whether that's actually a good model or not. But, there's empirical fact that we're still alive in civilization. And also, if you give theoretic sense, do we model individual leaders and their relationships? Do we, the staff, the generals, or do we also have to model the culture, the people, the suffering of the people, the economic frustration, or the anger, the distrust? You have to model all those things. Do they come into play? Sometimes, I mean, again, we could be romanticizing those things from a historical perspective. But when you look at history, when you look at the way wars start, it sometimes feels like a little bit of a misunderstanding escalates, 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 and just builds on top of itself, and all of a sudden it's an all-out war. Uh, it's the escalation with nobody hitting the brakes.
So, so I mean, you're absolutely right, in the sense that it's totally possible to oversimplify these things and take the game theory too seriously. And some and people who study those things and write those models, and people like me who use them and sometimes make that mistake. I think that's not the mistake that most people make most of the time. It's actually true. So I think most people were actually really quick, whether it's the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan or Iraq, they're really quick to blame that on the humanness and the culture, and that. So we're really quick to say, oh, this was George W. Bush's either desire for revenge and vengeance, or some private agenda, or blood for oil. So we're really quick to blame it on these things, and then we tend to overlook the strategic incentives to attack, which I think were probably not. I think those things might have been true to a degree, but I don't think they were enough to ever, bring those wars about. Just like I think people are very quick to sort of, in this current invasion, to sort of talk about Putin's grand visions of being the next Captain of Great, or nationalist ideals, or and mistakes and miscalculations. We're really quick to sort of go that and then kind of pause. Not pause, maybe even stop there and not see some of the strategic sense. And so I guess we have to do both. But the strategic, I guess I would say, like, the war is just such a big problem. It's just so costly that the strategic incentives and the things that game theory has given us are, like, really important in understanding why there was so little room for negotiations to bargain that things like a leader's mistakes start to matter, or a leader's nationalist ideals or delusions or vengeance actually matters, because those do matter, but they only matter when the capacity to find a deal is so narrow because of the circumstances. And so it's sort of like saying, like an elderly person who dies of right, pneumonia kills them. Um, but that's not the reason pneumonia would kill them. All of the fundamentals of the circumstances make it very fragile. And that's how I think all the strategic forces make that situation fragile. And then the miscalculations and all of the things you just said, which are so important, are kind of like the pneumonia. And let's pay attention to both.
And you're saying that people don't disproportionately pay attention to it.
It's hard. I mean, it took me a long time to learn to recognize them. And it takes many people, it took generations of social scientists years and years to figure some of this out, to sort of help people understand it and clarify concepts. So it's just not that easy. It's not hard. I think it's possible to, just as I was taught a lot of stuff I read in books in graduate school and from reading, and like possible to communicate some of this stuff, but it's still really hard. And so that's kind of what I was trying to do, is like close that gap and just make it, help people recognize hands the phones, and in sort of like deadpan way, constantly he says, that because he was Ukrainian, he decided to fight. And and I think that's a little bit like what most of us in that situation would handle ourselves. And and so in this situation, Putin's like the mugger, and the Ukrainian people are being asked to hand over this thing, and they're saying, no, we're not going to hand this over. And the fact is, um, most people do this. Most people faced with a superpower, or a tyrant, or an autocrat, or a murderous warlord who says, hand this over, they hand it over. And that's why there's so many unequal imperial relationships in the world. That's what empire is. Empire is successive people saying, fine, we'll give up some degree of freedom or sovereignty because you're too powerful. And the Ukrainians said, no way. This is just too precious. And so I said one of those buckets is that there are sort of value. There's something that we value that is so valuable to us. Sometimes it's terrible. Sometimes it's extermination of other people. But sometimes it's something noble, like liberty or refusal to part with sovereignty. And in those circumstances, people decide, I will endure the cost. They probably, I think they knew what they were probably pursuing. And so to me, that's not to blame the Ukrainians any more than I would blame Americans during their revolution. It's actually a very similar story. You had a tyrannical, militarily superior, pretty non-democratic entity come and say, you're going to have partial sovereignty. And Americans, for ideological reasons, said, no way. And that, people like Bernard Bailyn and other historians, that's like the dominant story of the American Revolution, the ideological origins, that's what this idea of liberty. And so now there's lots of other reasons, I think, why this happened, but I think for me it starts with Ukrainians failing to make that sensible, quote unquote, rational deal that says we should relinquish some of our sovereignty because Russia is more powerful than we are.
So there's a very clinical look at the world, meaning there is a man and a country, Vladimir Putin, that makes a claim on a land, builds up troops, and invades.
Yeah.
The way to avoid suffering there, and the way to avoid death, and the way to avoid war is to back down. Basically, there's a list of interests he provides, and you go along with that. That's when the goal is to avoid war. Let's do some other calculations. Let's think about Britain. So France fought Hitler. Did not fight very hard. Portugal. There's a lot of stories in countries like this. And there is Winston motherfucking Churchill. He's one of the rare heroes in history who had that "we shall fight on the beaches." It makes no sense. Hitler did not say he was going to destroy Britain. He seemed to show respect for Britain. He wanted to keep the British Empire. It made total sense. Britain. It was obvious that Britain was going to lose if Hitler goes all in on Britain. It seemed like he was going to. And yet Winston Churchill said a big F you.
Yeah.
Similar thing, Zelensky and the Ukrainian people said F you in the same kind of way.
So I think we're saying the same thing. I'm being more clinical about it.
Well, I'm trying to understand, and we won't know this, but which path minimizes human suffering in this moment?
Well, on the eve of the war, Ukraine was poorer in proportion terms than it was in 1990. The economy is just completely stagnant. And Russia, meanwhile, like many other parts of the region, was booming to a degree. I mean, certainly because of oil and gas, but also for a variety of other reasons, and Putin's consolidated political control. And from a very cold-blooded and calculated point of view, I think somehow got Germany and other European nations to give up energy independence and actually just you've got an enormous amount of leverage over you. And now we want to roll back some of your success because we're powerful enough to demand it. And you've been taking advantage of the situation. So this may be a fair, impartial no. And in the West, but more specifically Ukraine, said that that's a price too high, which I totally respect. Maybe I'd like to think I'd make that same decision, but that's the answer. The answer is why would they fight if it's so tough? Why not fight the deal? It's because they weren't willing to give Russia the things that their power that they quote unquote deserve. Just like Americans said to Britain, yeah, of course we ought to accept semi-sovereignty, but we refuse, and we'd rather endure a bloody fight, but we might lose than take it. And so you need some of these other five buckets. You need them to understand this. You need to sort of. There are other things going on, but I do think it's fundamental that this noble intransigence is like a big part of it.
Well, let me just say a few things, if it's okay.
Yeah.
Your analysis is clear and objective. My analysis is neither clear nor objective. First, I've been going through a lot. I'm a different man over the past 4 or 5 weeks than I was before. I, in general, have come to, there's anger. I've come to despise leaders in general. Because leaders wage war and people pay the price. Let me just say, on this point of standing up to an invader, that I am half Ukrainian, half Russian, that I'm proud of the Ukrainian people. Whatever the sacrifice is, whatever the scale of pain, standing up, there's something in me that's proud. Maybe that's whatever the fuck that is. Maybe that blood runs in me. I love the Ukrainian people, I love the Russian people. And whatever that fight is, whatever that suffering is, millions of refugees, whatever this war is, the dictators come to power and their power falls. I just love that spirit burns bright still. And I do, maybe I'm wrong in this, do see Ukrainian and Russian people as one people in a way that's not just cultural or political, but just given the history. I think about the same kind of fighting when Hitler, all of his forces, chose to invade the Soviet Union, Operation Barbarossa. He went, and that Russian loser, and a lot of people, and that pisses me off, because you know your history. It's not the winter that stopped Hitler. It's the Red Army. It's the people that refuse to back down. They fought proudly. That pride, that's something. That's the human spirit. That's in war, war is hell. But it really pushes people to stand for the things they believe in. It's the William Wallace speech from Braveheart. I think about this a lot. That does not fit into the framework.
No, I disagree. I think it totally fits in, and there's nothing irrational about what we believe, especially those principles which we hold the most dear, right? I'm merely trying to say that there's one calculus over here that says Russia is more powerful than it was 20 years ago and even 10 years ago, and Ukraine is not, and it's asking for something, and there's an incentive to give that up. That's obvious, but there's an incentive to comply. But my understanding is many of these post-Soviet republics have a peace, which is what we call compromise and disagree. All of these other people in the Russian sphere of influence have not stood up. And many Russians have tried to stand up and they've been beaten down. And now we'll see, but people have not been standing up very much. And so lots of people are cowed and lots of people have abused. everybody else in my share was definitely.
And I should mention, because we haven't, that a lot of this calculation, from an objective point of view, we have to include the United States and NATO into the pressure they apply into the region.
Yeah.
That said, I care little about leaders that do cruel things onto the world. They lead to a lot of suffering, but I still believe that the Russian people and the Ukrainian people are great people that stand up, and I admire people that stand up and are willing to give their life. And I think Russian people are very much um, that too, especially when the enemy is coming for your home over the hill.
Yeah.
Sometimes standing up to an authoritarian regime is difficult because you don't know. It's not a monster
Yeah.
that's attacking your home directly. It's kind of like the boiling of a lobster or something like that. Slow control with your mind and the population. And our minds get controlled even in the West by the media, by the narratives. It's very difficult to wake up one day and to realize sort of what people call red pill. And to see that they're, maybe the thing I've been told all my life is not true at every level. It's a thing that's very difficult to do in South Korea. Very, the more authoritarian the regime, the more difficult it is to see. Maybe this idea that I believe, that I was willing to die for is actually very difficult to do for Americans, for Russians, for Ukrainians, for Chinese, for Indians, Pakistani, for everybody.
I think thinking about Ukrainian, what you want to call it, ability or intransigence or whatever, is key. I think the authoritarianness of Russia and Putin's control of his cabal is the other thing I would really point to as what's going on here. And if you ask me, like, big picture, what do I think is the fundamental cause of most violence in the world? I think it's unaccountable power. I think that, in fact, for me, unaccountable power is the source of underdevelopment, it's the source of pain and suffering, it's the source of warfare, it's basically the root source of most of our problems. And in this particular case, it's also one of our buckets in the sense that, like, what is it why did Russia ask these things? Like, well, was democracy in Ukraine a threat to an average Russian? No. Was capitalism, is NATO, is whatever, is this a threat to average Russians? No, it's a threat to the apparatus of political control and economic control that Putin and cronies and the sort of group of people that rule, this elite in Russia, it was a threat to them. And so they had to ask the Ukraine to be neutral or to give up NATO or to have a puppet government or whatever they were seeking to achieve and have been trying to achieve through other means for decades, right? They've been trying to undermine these things without invasion. And they've been doing that because of threats to their. And that's like one of these other logics of war. It's not just that there's something that I value so much and I'm willing to endure the cost. It's that there are people, not only does this oligarchy or whatever elite group that you want to talk about in Russia, not, first of all, they're not bearing themselves, they're bearing some cost of things, right? They're certainly bearing cost of things. But they don't bear all the cost of these things. So they're quick to use it. But more importantly, like, in some sense, I think there's a strong argument that they had a political incentive to invade, or at least to ask Ukraine this sort of impossible to give up thing, and then invade despite Ukrainian ability and transigence because they were threatened. And so that's extremely important, I think. And so those two things in concert make this a very fragile situation. I mean, that's, I think, why we ended up go not all the way, but a long way down. Then you can layer onto that these intangible incentives, these other things that are valued on the Putin side. Maybe there's a nationalist ideal. Maybe he seeks status and glory. But maybe those things are all true, and I'm sure they're true to an extent. And that'll weigh against this concept war as well. But fundamentally, I think he just saw his regime as threatened. That's what he cares about. And so he made this cruelest of demands.
I mean, I will say I'm just one human. Who the hell am I? But I just have a lot of anger towards the elites in general, towards leaders in general that fail the people. I would love to hear and to celebrate the beautiful Russian people, Ukrainian people, anyone who silences that beautiful voice of people anywhere in the world is destroying the thing that I value most about humanity. Leaders don't matter. They're supposed to serve the people. This nationalist idea of the people of a country only makes any sense when you celebrate, when you give people the freedom to show themselves, to celebrate themselves. The thing I care most about is science and the silencing of voices in the scientific community, the silencing of voices, period. Fuck any leader that silences the human spirit. Um, there's something about this. It's like whenever I look at World War II, whenever I look at wars, it does seem very irrational. Like, man, does it seem somehow deeply human when the people stand up and fight? There's something uh, that, if, we talk about progress. That feels like how progress is made. The people that stand and fight. So let me read the Churchill speech. It's, I'm so proud that we humans can stand up to evil when the time is right.
Here's the thing, though. Think of what's happening in Xinjiang in China. We've appeased China. We basically said you can just do really, really, really horrible things. You're too powerful for us to do anything good, and it's not worth it. And there's nobody standing up and making a Churchill speech or a Braveheart speech about standing up for the people of Xinjiang and what's happening. In that realm of what's happening, and that's happening in a lot of places. And then when there is a willingness to stand up, people there's a lot of opposition to those. So there were a lot of reasons for the invasion of Iraq. For some, it was humanitarian. Saddam Hussein was one of the worst tyrants of the 20th century. He was just doing some really horrible things. Like Kuwait, he committed attempted domestic genocide and all sorts of repression, and it was probably a mistake to invade. Right? So it's important not just to select on the cases where we stood up, and to select on the cases where that ends up working out in a sense of victory. Right? It's important to sort of try to not judge, but just try to understand these things in the context of all the times we didn't give that speech, or when we did, and then it just went sideways.
So that's why it's powerful when you're willing to give your life being principles, because most of the time you get neither the principles nor the light. You die. But that's why it's powerful. We shall go on to the end. We shall fight in France. We shall fight on the seas and the ocean. We shall fight with growing confidence and growing strength in air. We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender. This is before Hitler had any major loss to anybody. That was a terrifying armada coming your way. We shall never surrender. I just want to give props. I want to give my respect as a human being to Churchill, to the British people for standing up, to the Ukrainian people for standing up, and to the Russian people. These are great people that throughout history have stood up to evil. Let me ask you this, because you quote Sun Tzu in The Art of War. There's no instance of a country having benefited from prolonged warfare. This is the main thesis. Can we just linger on this? Since leaders wage war and people pay the price, when we say that there's no reason to do prolonged war, is it possible to have a reason for the leaders they disregard the price. So like, uh, if they have a different objective function or utility function that measures the price that's paid for war, is that one explanation of why war happens? Is the leaders just have a different calculus than other people?
I mean, I think this links us back to what we're talking about really with just war. In some sense, just war is saying that in spite of the cost, that our enemy has done something, our opponent has refused to compromise on something that we find essential, and is demanding that we compromise in a way that's completely repugnant. And therefore, we're going to go to war despite these material costs and these human costs. So that and then that principle that we go to war on is in the eye of the beholder. Liberty and sovereignty, I think we can understand and sympathize with, and maybe that's just a universe. Maybe that's the greatest cause of just war. But other people make that to go to war for something considerably less, a principle that's considerably less noble, right? Which is what Hitler was doing. Um, that's an explanation. So that's a whole class of explanation that helps us understand that the compromise that was on the table, given the relative balance of power, was just repugnant at least to one side. There's something there. So that's, and then you get to the leaders. Well, what happens when what the leaders want? What happens when the leaders are detached from the interest of their groups, which has been true for basically most of human history. There's a narrow slice of societies in the big scheme of things that have been accountable to the people. A lot of them exist today. Um, where to some degree they're channeling the interests of their groups. Right? So the Ukrainian politicians didn't concede to these cruel Russian demands. Because even if they had, it would suicide. It seems, I think, it seems that the Ukrainians would just reject them. So they were, in some sense, channeling the values of the broader population. Even if they, I don't know what's going. Even if they didn't share those principles, they self-registedly followed them. Probably they shared them, but I'm just saying that even if they didn't, they would not. Occasionally, get the reverse, which is where the leaders are not accountable. Now they have some value, which could be glory. I mean, this is the story of the kings, some lesser extent queens of Europe, for hundreds of years. It was basically a contest, and war was the sport of kings, and to some extent, they were just seeking status through violent competition, and they paid a big price out of the world first, but they didn't bear most of the suffering, and so they were too quick to go to war, and so that I think that detachment of leaders combined with, you mingle it with this, that's one bucket, that unchecked thing. And you mingle that with the fact that leaders might have one of these values, noble or otherwise, that carry them to war, combined to explain a good number of conflicts as well. And that's a good illustration of why I think, like, autocracy and unaccountable power is, I could make that story for all of those things, all five buckets. We're all more susceptible to these things. All five of these things when leaders are not accountable to the people and their groups. And that's what makes it like the meta, for me, the meta cause of conflict in all of human history and sadly today.
Does the will to power play into this, the desire for power? Like that's a human thing again in the calculation. That shall we put that in the misperceptions bucket, or is misperceptions essentially about interaction between humans, and power is more about the thing you feel in your heart when you're alone?
Yeah.
As a leader.
I said there were three strategic reasons, like with unchecked leaders that put in problems uncertainty. There are two sort of more psychological, and I call them intangible sense and misperceptions. The way that like thinkers or the way that behavioral economists would think about those two was just to say preferences and then erroneous beliefs and mistakes. It's like, so our preferences are our preferences.
Yeah.
Right? And so utility functions, whatever we want to call it, like it's not, and that's why we wouldn't call them a misperception or rationality. We like what we like. If we like power, if we like relative The others are more subtle, and they're often there, and they contribute.
So I just looking at something you said before, would it be accurate to say when the leaders become detached from the opinion of the people, is that's more likely to lead to war? So,
And mechanically, it's just they're going to bear fewer costs. So it's gonna basically narrow the set of deals that they're going to be willing to accept instead of violence. At the same time, most of the time, it's not enough because the leaders still bear a lot of costs. You depose, you kill, you try, and the public purse is going to be empty. Like, that's like the one story through it is at the end of the day, your regime broke as a result of war. And so you still internalize that a little bit. Um, if I had to say, like, in my buckets, or sorry, my buckets so far, I sort of started with like Ukrainian and transition, and I jumped in and I said essentially that you really have to understand Russian hypocrisy for those, just to understand why they would ask something so cruel. But I mean, I think the uncertainty is really important here as well. Like if you think of it, like think of all the things, the way this is played out, and just in some ways in how many ways we've been surprised. We've been surprised by the unity and the coherence of the West and the sanctions. That sort of what's happened is it was in the realm of possibility, but it was sort of like the best case scenario from the perspective of the West and the worst case scenario for the Russians. The second thing is just the fluffiness and the effectiveness and the intransigence and mobility of this Ukrainian resistance. That, again, was within the realm of possibility, but wasn't just an unlikely thing, right? It was, again, maybe the worst realization for Russia, the best realization in terms of revealed strength and resolve. And then the other thing that's been revealed is just how, like, the corruption and ineptitude and problems on the Russian military side. Again, been about possibility. Maybe people who really knew the Russian military were less surprised than the rest of us, but also one of the worst possible draws for Russia. And so Putin asking this terrible price and expecting Ukraine to roll over, or the West to roll over at least to a degree, was based on like a different set of facts. It was based on just expecting something in the middle of the probability distribution and not all these different tail events. And so the fact that the world is so uncertain, and the fact that Putin can come with a different set of expectations than Ukrainians in the West, all these players can just have a hard time agreeing on just what the facts are. Because we live in an uncertain world. Everyone's quick to say, oh, he miscalculated. Or not. I don't know if he miscalculated. I think he got a really bad draw in terms of what the realized outcomes are here. And so, that, I mean, good for everybody else in some sense, except, the fact that it's involving a lot of violence is the tragedy.
so there's also economic pain, not just for the Russian people and the Ukrainian people, but for the whole world.
Yeah.
So, you know, you could talk about things that we are surprised from an analysis perspective of small victories here or there, but I think it's universally true that everybody loses once again. In this.
Right. And so the question is like, when does it? Why did Russia choose to invade when Ukraine didn't give the stuff? Well, Russia anticipated that it would be able to seize what it wanted, that the available bargain that it deserved, quote unquote, based on its power in the world, it wasn't getting, and so it thought it could take that. And the uncertainty around that made it potentially more likely that they would choose to do this. But in particular, one of the other things that I think is probably less important in this context, but still plays a role, but less important than many wars, is the fact that it's really hard to resolve them. Right? In theory, Ukraine should be able to say, look, this is exactly how resolved we are, super resolved, and your military is not as strong as you think it is.
You mean before the conflict?
Before the conflict, everybody should be like,
lay on the table. Here's my card.
No one wants, yeah.
Here's your card.
Exactly, like that. As a competitor in this, you can use that uncertainty to advantage. I can try to convince you, I can bluff, right? And so anyone who plays poker can bluff or call the bluff. That's the inefficient. That's the analogy in some ways. It's not the perfect analogy, but it's the uncertainty and the circumstance. You don't have to miscalculate. The fact that if you bluff and lose, this is not even miscalculated. You made an optimal choice, given the uncertainty of the situation, to take a gamble. thing that's worth recognizing is we might end up at a place in a few months where the thing that Ukraine conceives is not so far from what Russia intended. Russia saw it. I want a neutral. I mean, who knows how? It's not the ambitious thing the Russians wanted, but if we end up in a place where Ukraine is effectively neutral, never joins NATO, is not being militarily supplied by the West, and where Russia has de facto control over the East and Crimea is not fully recognized. Probably, who knows if they'll get internationally and Ukrainian, but effectively controlled. Russia will have accomplished what it asked for in the first place, and both parties had to get there through violence rather than through negotiation. And you wouldn't need misperceptions and mistakes, and you wouldn't need Putin's delusions of glory or whatever to get there. You would just need the ingredients of given so far, which is like an unwillingness to do that without fighting on the part of the Ukrainians, on autocratic leadership in Russia who would make those demands because it's in their self-interest, and then uncertainty leading them to fight. And that sadly is like the best case. It feels like the best case scenario right now, which is the war's just 5 months and not 5 years. Given the current situation,
Because the suffering has already happened. They lost homes, people moving, having to see their home in rubble, millions of people, refugees having to escape the country, and hate flourishes versus the common humanity as it does with war. And on top of all of that, as we talk from a geopolitical perspective, the warmongers all over the world are sort of they've now got narratives, and they got whatever narrative goes shopping for the narrative. The United States has its narrative for whatever geopolitical thing it wants to do in that part of the world.
that's another little malevolent interaction between two of these buckets, like those unchecked leaders and those intangible incentives, those preferences, is that unchecked leaders spend autocrats, whatever, spend enormous amounts of time trying to manipulate the values and beliefs of their population, their group. And they now sometimes they do it nobly, but that's what Winston Churchill there was trying to. It's not clear that Britons were like ready to stand up. There were a lot of Americans, a lot of Britons who were like, you know what? Hitler's not such a bad guy. His ideas not so terrible. I never liked those Jews anyway. Many were thinking, right? We had political leaders in the U.S. who were basically not pro-Nazi, but were just not anti-Nazi. And Churchill was just trying to instill a different resolve. He was trying to create that thing. He was trying to create that value. And in the American Revolution, it was as well. The founding fathers, the leaders of the revolution, it's not that everybody woke up one morning in the United States and had this ideology of liberty and freedom. Some of that was true, was out there in the ether, but they had to manufacture and create it, in a way that I think they believed and was noble. But there's a lot of manufacturing and creation of these values and principles that is not noble, and that is exactly what Hitler did so well.
The engine is something else present throughout the world, but the more subtle thing that I feel like maybe more generally applicable is this kind of pacifism that I think people in the United States felt like it's not my conflict. Why do I need to get involved with it? And I think Churchill was fighting that general. It's like it's the apathy of rational.
Morning, Rabbi.
How you living, Pimp?
Like, what are we going to gain?
I'm living, baby.
Hey, you're not born yet.
No, I'm not born yet.
What's the exact time? 10 what?
19.
10:19. All right. Make a mental note out of it. If we airmail it, shit happens when you party naked. What's good in your neck of the woods? Did you sleep well?
good.
It's excellent to
I
hear.
imagine I might even more, but yeah, that was good.
Absolutely. I I did that yesterday. I slept. I woke up at like 4:30 in the afternoon. Went right back to bed. Had an amazing dream, and then awoke. Some just par for the course.
Yeah, it is a good time of year to sleep.
Word dog.
Winter time.
Word. Whenever I speak with somebody from the southern hemisphere, it always fucks with me because
Yeah,
everything's reversed, and I'm like, just they. I have to think about like, oh wait, it's really hot there, and
yeah,
and it's weird to me that they'd be like, yeah, December, it's hot. Like those are like December, January, February are like the hot months there. It's like, huh?
yeah.
I'm never gonna get that. That does not compute. Um, I sang a little.
Australian people are all over, so it's funny. I hang out with people from the south all the time. Tons of Australian people locally, you know.
Right, they're interesting folks. I
What were you saying? Sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good. Um, I find that people from Australia are gen. I've said this before. I don't know if this is accurate, but it's just kind of accurate. Not 100%, but I refer to Canadians as basically British colonies in the northern hemisphere and Australian in the southern hemisphere, but they still have this major
Yeah,
connection to Britain. And even if they don't recognize it, I mean, and they can probably say the same thing about Americans, but at least we had a revolution. And
yeah,
um, yeah, if you ever look at the size of the British Empire, it's the largest empire ever. And it's just absolutely
yeah,
incredible the stranglehold on the world that it had at like around the year 1850. It's like there's a very fascinating map I've seen. It's one of my favorite maps. Um, just one moment. Map of every country not invaded by England. There are only 22 countries that have never been invaded by Britain. Isn't that fascinating? Just 22.
Jeez.
Like, and if you
22 countries.
22, that's it. And if you look, here's a. I don't want to see it. Put an entire video on it. I just want the map. If you look at the map here, it's it's like the whole world. It's not, but it's really, really close. I mean, they like
Gee, that's crazy.
exactly like Mongolia. They haven't some random,
Yeah,
but like
maybe Tibet.
no, Tibet's included.
Technically,
I mean,
really?
let's see. Let's look at it. And what do you consider an invasion? But um, at least China has England ever invaded Tibet? Maybe during the Opium Wars? Yes, they did. The British military expedition of Tibet in 1903 to 1904, often referred to as the Young Husband Expedition. The British invasion was largely driven by geopolitical concerns, particularly the desire to assert influence in Central Asia and counter Russian expansion in the region during the period known as the Great Game, which is just incredible. That like colonialism, expansionism, just let's just give it a name, the Great Game. British authorities were concerned that Russia might try to extend its influence over Tibet, which would potentially threaten British control over India. The expedition was led by Colonel Francis Younghusband, and it involved an armed march from British India into Tibet. The British forces faced little resistance as they advanced towards Lhasa, the Tibetan capital. After some skirmishes and the occupation of strategic locations, A treaty was signed between the British and the Tibetan government. This treaty allowed the British to establish a political and commercial mission in Lhasa and open Tibet to British influence, but it did not formally annex Tibet. The British presence in Tibet ended after the 1904 mission, but the episode left a lasting impact on the relationship between Britain, Tibet, and China. Tibet at the time was a region under Chinese suzerainty, but the British presence further complicated the situation. The invasion was not an outright annexation, but it did mark a significant moment in the history of British involvement in the region. Later, during the 1950s, China formally asserted control over Tibet, leading to ongoing tensions and disputes over Tibet's political status. So yeah, they have definitely invaded. Um, let's see. Let me just go to ChatGPT to make it easy. Like even countries that I didn't even think they would have, like Mexico. I never really thought when did yo dog when did England invade Mexico? It's known as the Pastry War, also known as the War of the French Pastry. In 1838, it wasn't a full-blown military invasion, but rather a conflict between Mexico and France, with British indirectly involved. Here's a story: a French pastry chef in Mexico had his shop looted during a riot, and the French government demanded compensation from Mexico. When Mexico refused, France blockaded Mexican ports and eventually declared war. Britain, though not directly involved, sided with with France because of trade interests, but they did not push for a peaceful resolution. In the end, the war lasted about a year and ended with Mexico agreeing to pay the claims, mostly to avoid further destruction. So while the French were the main players, Britain's involvement made the conflict a bit more international. Yo, dog, can you please list the 22 countries that England has not invaded? All right. Like, and they even include like some random ass places like Vatican City. Okay, fine. Andorra. Oh, so these are the.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. So they haven't invaded Andorra, Antigua and Barbuda, Armenia, Bhutan, Bolivia, Brazil, which kind of surprises me because Brazil's so large, but I guess because, well, actually, though, very interestingly,
Andorra surprises me because it's right next door to them.
right. Um, what's very interesting is that the oldest peace treaty or alliance in the world is between Portugal and Britain. And that's why, because of the Portuguese influence over Britain, it probably has not. They basically like, hey, that's Portugal stuff. Um,
Yeah.
Costa Rica, they have not invaded Denmark. Ethiopia, Finland, Iceland, which is another interesting one. Japan, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Malta, Monaco. I mean, they're counting really small countries. North Korea, San Marino, Saudi Arabia, Seychelles, Switzerland, and Vatican City. There are 22. Everything else they have invaded at some point. And that is just.
Mentioning Ethiopia, I don't mean to change the subject, but it makes me wonder if the rumors of their the, the Ark of the Covenant at that church, if that may have had something to do with it, because very, very Catholic and everything. And so if there is a holy relic in that nation, perhaps they view it as divinely protected, I wonder. And, I mean, the whole, whether or not, if that it was ever true that the Ark of the Covenant was in Ethiopia, if somebody is scared of, the wrath of God based on the Bible, and maybe the rumors of it existing and protected by, priests who very much act like, the old guard of, First Temple Jews, you know what I mean, with the way they have to dress and adorn themselves, and you know who's allowed in and all that. Very interesting. But what do you think? Do you think it's possible at all that
I think there's something
they have
very
some?
special about Ethiopia, particularly in their devoutness to whatever religion. I know that the
Yes.
people from there are in Israel known as B'nai Yisrael, and essentially they have kept the traditions consistent since the time of the Second Temple, and
Yeah.
it it fascinated and surprised scholars how accurate they kept Torah, and essentially their scrolls were as accurate as they had them in Israel, and it was there was some racism and the thought that hey, we don't want black people here, basically. But when
Oh,
it was discovered, I'm not saying that was across the board, but there was just it was like the 1940s.
of course.
So there were just
Exactly. I know.
there was just segregation everywhere. But when it was discovered how accurate the Torah scrolls were and how accurate they were in their their devoutness, particularly I know that the Torah scrolls were like word for word exactly the same. Many of the accoutrements, many of like their talito, the ceremonial cloths that are worn, um, were all in line with how Ashkenazi or Sephardic Jews or Mizrahi Jews lived, and thus then there was um, a major push around the 1970s um, for essentially to make Aliyah for those people for them to come back to Israel, and then there's just been assimilation within Jewish society. So people of all colors are able to daven or pray together without any type of segregation, which is not the same in many other with many other peoples and also many other religions. What was always interesting to me, well, and one of the reasons why this is has been this way is because Ethiopia was never, well, going back to 2,000 years, was never fully under any colonial um, power. So the closest were the Italians, but even they didn't have a full grasp on the entire country. And basically, um, that the fact that they were able to avoid invasion has allowed them to keep many of their religious traditions consistent. And so I think there's really an argument to be made that Ethiopian Jews may have kept more consistent practices than perhaps some aspects of Ashkenazi, some aspects of Mizrahi, some aspects of Yemenite, some aspects of Moroccan, some aspects of Sephardic Jews. Basically, because they were in exile, but then they didn't move anywhere. If you look at Ashkenazim, we moved from Israel to Italy and then up through Germany and then into Poland and Russia. If you look at Sephardim, they moved through Spain and Portugal and northern Africa a little bit until the the major invasions of the Moorish people, the Mohammedans, the Muslim people. If you look at Mizrahi, they essentially were Eastern Jews and were throughout Iraq and Iran, basically at points under other authorities, specifically Islamic leaders. If you look at Moroccan Jews, they were also under the grasp of um, of Islamic rulers. But Ethiopian Jews didn't really have that. They were in exile, just like everybody else, but there wasn't another religion or another civilization that ruled over them. So they were able to keep their traditions more accurate, I would say, to Second Temple times. Though there's no way for us to know that exactly, I would say that that is in line with most scholars. That because of the avoidance of invasion, the accuracy of their ceremonies is really similar to what was being performed in the Second Temple period. Now, when it comes to the Ark of the Covenant in that, I don't know. I don't know, but
Yeah,
at least I know that their religious ceremonies were very similar to what was being practiced in the Ashkenazic and Sephardic world, and including like circumcision, including a bar mitzvah, including the calling up to the Torah scroll, all of those things. It was almost as if there's a story I've heard of like the archaeologists or the explorers who were in that land were just absolutely shocked that it was essentially perfect Hebrew being spoken and read, and the Torah scrolls. I mean, they were like so accurate that not a single letter was incorrect. Now, could there have been? Yeah, but I mean, it was like down to the letter. It was so accurate, and at that point, it was like, well, we have to let these guys in. They're as accurate as anybody else. Now, from what I read here, the British did invade Ethiopia, but it was during World War II when the Italians were there. So they kind of drove the Italians out. But then Ethiopia was reestablished as an independent country. Ethiopia is very fascinating, though. It's almost like they were protected. For all of the people in what the colonial powers did to the African continent, it was almost, I'm not going to say it was divine because I don't like to use those terms. I don't know whether that's just a word that is used in English probably too often, but this special part of Africa was basically never colonized, and also the major part is the people there were not enslaved, so they were able to keep their culture. And basically everywhere else in Africa was brutally enslaved, but not Ethiopia.
all right. I'm gonna go. Yep, my morning started really quick. I'll be back in just a little bit.
You do you, Victor.
Hmm. Hmm. All right, brother. I'll be back in just a moment.
You do what you need to do.
All
You're
right.
saying it's not going to stop the bombing.
Happy New Year. Thank you, man.
Absolutely. Not yet, my man. We got 10:19.
Like why are we fighting again? And that's the thing that's hard to break because it's that what you have to speak to principle, you have to speak at some greater sort of long term vision of history. So like yes, now it may seem like it's a way to avoid the fight, but you're actually
Hey, look who it is. Aframasha.
you're just
How are you, girl?
Oh, Happy New Year, my friend.
Happy New Year to you. I want you to know I thought about you a lot, and I was going to give you a couple more days, and then I was going to send you a message saying, hello, did you forget about us? I even
I didn't forget.
checked in on your Kick channel just to make sure you were still streaming.
Yeah.
And you are. You're streaming very consistently a lot. Like not pretty close to every day. You take a couple days off here and there, but you do it for very long very long periods of time, which is very interesting. And I think that's really great.
Thank you so much for checking that what I'm doing. I was checking too, but when I was coming on the Discord, you were sleeping,
Absolutely.
and I wanted to meet you in New Year to wish you the best and,
Thank you.
and
Yes.
the success.
Yes, I've been sleeping a lot, probably the same amount as usual, but my hours are reversed. I have friends in Australia, and we play games like
Yes.
all night, and so it's night here and it's day there, and then I'm up all night, and then I'm very, very tired, and then I fall asleep. So, yeah, I'm trying to get my hours perhaps back to normal, but I really like to play with these guys. So, and we have a good time together, and we're up very, very late. But yeah, I appreciate you checking in on me, and I want to know, how has your experience on Kick been?
How experience? I got a lot of viewers, followers, and it much going up. Really very fast. It's going up. I am streaming not a month, and I have so much followers and viewers. I think I need 10 followers to get cooperation with Kick.
Okay, so it looks like you have 75 followers now, which is what I think you needed.
17, how? 17,
75.
Two?
No, 75.
75.
75.
So I need 5.
No.
5 more.
Don't you need 75?
I think to take a cooperation
Oh.
with the platform.
Okay, I'll get you 80 in 20 minutes. I'll get you that. I have lots of accounts, so I'll just follow you. Don't worry. Just one moment. I might get you one right now. Hold on. I have a robot that creates accounts all the time. So I'll keep an eye on it, and I'll get you 76, 77, 78, 79, and then 80. Okay. Let me absolutely, don't worry, you'll have it within an hour, I'll say. Maybe less. Okay. One thing about Kick, and if you don't understand what I'm saying, I think you do, I know you do for most of it, but some of this might be technical. I'll try to make it not technical though. Basically, many people on Kick, especially at the very top, the people who have like 1,000 viewers and 800 viewers, those are all paid for. Those are all bought. They're all robots. They're not real. So you should know that, like,
Yeah, I thought.
yeah, and people are starting to talk about it because they're mad. They're not getting paid for the numbers that they're seeing. So let's say you buy a bot and it gives you 1,000 followers or 1,000 viewers, but you're not getting paid for 1,000 viewers. They are mad about that. And the owner of Kick, his name is Eddie Craven. He has spoken about this recently. And he basically said that he doesn't want to give away how they determine if somebody's a real user or a bot, because then the bots will get smarter and smarter. But basically, that botting is rampant on the website. And I know it for a fact that it is. So I don't want you ever to get down or get sad, because it's like, wow, I want 80 people watching me at once. If somebody says they have 80 people watching them, they have 75 bots and 5 real people. If somebody has 105 people watching them, they have 100 bots and 5 real people. there aren't that many people on the website. Do you know there's a rapper, his name is Drake. I don't know if you know who he is. He's from Canada. You know who he is?
I think I know.
Yes.
I think I know.
So he basically got mad recently and said, like, F this site. Basically, they're not paying people the way that they're supposed to be paying people, and I don't need this. And Kick took down that stream, and I don't know exactly if they're on good terms or not, but basically, more and more popular people are saying this is not legitimate. Now, it can be. I mean, it can get you a lot of people to see you, but I don't want you to feel bad that, hey, I'm streaming and I've got 0 people or 1 person or 2 people or 3 people or 4 people or 5 people watching me. That's a lot.
I'm happy.
Yeah, exactly. That's
That's a lot. I'm happy.
Exactly. That's as many people as who are at the very top. So just know that like that's what everybody's at. I know when I streamed on Kick, I would get 0, 1, 2, not a lot of people. However, what will happen is they will put you on the front page. And when they put you on the front page, then you get a lot of people coming in, 30, 40, 50, 60 real people. So that's always a cool thing. But yeah, I did. I've checked on you a couple times just because I wanted to make sure you were still streaming, and I think that's cool. People are making clips of you. You know what clips are, right?
Yeah.
And what do you think of that?
I think they're clipping the information are not important.
Yes.
It's taking a dopamine or serotonin to watch it. On streaming, I am trying to get learning information, the knowledge, or something, and to create this with people. And I know I'm not searching for popularity in the internet. I am searching friends.
Yes.
I am searching a family.
Absolutely. So here's something interesting on your stream. If I look at it, the last 3 streams you have. Okay, the last one that you did, which was 3 days ago, 229 views. That's good. That's far more than I think we really think is going on. 229 is a lot of people to watch your stuff from just 3 days ago. Okay, then from 5 days ago, 296 people are viewing you. That's after you're done. That's really, like, if that's real, that would be really good. Then 6 days ago, 2,180 people. How did you go from 200, 200, 2,000? What did you do? I mean, come on. I mean, I know you know it's not real. I know you didn't do anything wrong. But what I want you to know is that's the website pumping up your numbers.
Somebody is botting my streams and clips. I had 13,000 watchers on a clip, one clip, and I think that's a bot. That's a bot.
Wow, I could see that. I'll tell you, I have a clip bot. I have a bot that just clips people, and while it doesn't give free views, it clips a lot. And the reason why I clip is I make a clip and then I name the clip my Discord so that people come in here. It's free advertising for me. But I can tell you, if I know how to do it, there are many more advanced people out there who are able to figure this out as well. And it seems to be what's happening to you, where either someone outside of Kick or someone within Kick is elevating your numbers. Because if you had 2,000 people watch your stream, you would have seen 200, 300, 400, 500 people in your stream at once. And you never did. And it's not like you did something so amazing that gave you 2,000 people after the fact. It's just, the numbers don't compute. And people are starting to see that. And they're starting, I would say, to get frustrated by it. Just one moment.
Rabbi, I must go to my friend. My friends comes to me to celebrate New Year. Can we talk tomorrow, please?
Absolutely.
And
absolutely. In the meantime, I'm going to get you to 80. Okay, I'm going to get you to I'm going to get you one right now. So just one moment, and you're going to get one. And how about this? I will send you a message. I will send you a message on Discord when I get you to 80. Is that okay?
Thank you so much. You're supporting me very, very nice and very well. I'm so grateful for you.
Absolutely.
I'm happy that I meet you on this new year and we can do big things together.
Absolutely. How did you find me?
And I found you by a stream on Kick. Somebody's linked me, and I meet you.
Excellent.
Was happy.
Excellent. So okay, so you have 76 now. And that's amazing. So my bot worked. It got you in here. So it was worth it all along. Okay, so I will continue, and you enjoy your friend and come back tomorrow whenever you can, okay?
Thank you so much. Kisses
Take care, Afirmatia.
and love.
Much love. Much love.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Take care.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Not here to you, Rabbi.
How you doing, Dr. Don? What's good in your neck of the woods?
Oh, I'm doing good. I mean, I've been taking it easy those last couple of weeks. Not really been doing much.
Excellent. Have you
Little celebration, you know.
have you been tearing it up in the Music Biz Marty server?
No, I haven't been in there recently. I mean, I just kind of at work. I'll go in there to see what's going on once in a while, but I don't post and interact.
Okay. Well, I've been live streaming in there. I don't know if you ever see me in there, but I have been in there live. I did this like this summer for I don't know, like a month, and I've been in there now for like at least 2 or 3 weeks straight. And it's a troll server. You get some people in there who are who are looking to troll people, but then they find me, and they've been very, very nice to me. I really mean that. The people in the Music Biz Marty server have just been nothing but nice to me. So I'm very appreciative of that. Is that how you found me, Doctor Don?
I mean, that's how it is in Marty's neck of the woods. It's a little. They'll hold you accountable for like mistakes, right? If you do like a big mistake, for example, there's a lot of drama. Well, there's a lot of things, but they'll be nice and they'll be respectful as long as you treat the golden rule, really, in that server. Is they'll be nice to you if you're nice to them, and as long as you're not anybody who's known for being a predator or anything, you're fine.
That's what I think too.
Mm-hmm. You'll meet some cool people in there, and you'll find some interesting rabbit holes to go down to as well. It gets a little chaotic in there sometimes, especially when when you got like a whole bunch of people in a group chat ragging on like one dude. Then it's a little.
Well, we're watching. We are watching Lex Friedman, so feel free to watch and enjoy. And if you need anything, I'm here for you.
Oh yeah, no problem, man. I'm sorry, I'm just kind of, zoning out a bit, focusing on some other shit. I just wanted to drop in and tell you Happy New Year's, man.
Thank you, man. Happy New Year to you, my friend.
All right, and take care. All right.
Take care, my friend. Peace.
All right. Peace.
That is seemingly not fair, period. The person who reviews appeals should not be the same person who banned me, period. Keep scrolling to review my sections on orthodoxy. You should have no role in it, period. Whether you want to accept my rabbinical organization, that is up to you, period. I do not have to justify myself to anyone but my community, period. The fact that I am not allowed in, comma, is just showing that you are gatekeeping, period. Who really knows when Shabbat is? Question mark. Perhaps in the age of Mashiach, it will be. This is the absolute wildest amount of gatekeeping possible. I'm getting tag teamed. Everything that you have done is being recorded, period. All I wanted to do is make new friends, and apparently I'm not allowed to do that because of its gatekeeping guardians, period. I am recording it as well, period. There he is. How you living, Pat?
Oh,
Afirmatia was in here. She's been
oh,
streaming.
really?
Yeah, she said that she's been in here, but I've been asleep, which I completely understand. She has. She's. She knows what's up with Kick. I was explaining to her like, hey, don't let Kick get you down if it's showing that you have um, like not really great numbers, because you need to know that they use like inflated numbers there, that there are bots that are essentially helping other people. She's like, that's what I figured. I'm just there to make friends. And it's really
Yeah.
interesting that she's like we were going through her numbers, and like 5 days ago, she had 200 people watch her stream. 6 days ago,
Wow.
200 people watch her stream. 7 days ago, 2,000 people watch her stream. And she's just like,
Nice.
yeah, but those are fake numbers. It's basically what Kick is just doing so that people think, oh, wow, I'm getting a lot of traction on this, and they're not really at all. I mean, there are platforms
Yeah.
that I use. One of them is UChat, and another one is um, what is another one? Um, like Trovo. They just whenever you start, you automatically start with 50 people watching you. And another one, Bigo, Bigo, is another one. Some people call it Bigo. Um, you just automatically start with like 50 people watching you, but absolutely nobody says anything. Well, actually,
Okay.
do you know what Bigo is?
No.
Okay, so Bigo is like it's a really nice platform that has it's like TikTok, but it's a lot easier to get into group chats, group calls on video. They basically can allow you to have 16 people at a time, and you can click on there and basically have your choice of um, where you who you want to talk with and everything. But what I really find interesting is it uses bots, and it doesn't tell you that it's using bots. So you'll be streaming, no one will be in there. It'll be just you and 16 empty spots, and all these people will be chatting to you like, "Oh, great stream," or "That was really interesting," or like, "Check out my profile." And it's like these are all they're like literally like they're using bots against me or against a streamer. I just find that really interesting. That to me, that's a very that isn't necessarily there's a lack of legitimacy in that. I think that type of behavior perhaps should be. I don't want to say perhaps made illegal, but I think at a certain point the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, should have some kind of standards for these platforms to say like, look, because it really it involves people's money, and so if you're getting paid based on like how many chatters you have or how many viewers you have, there should be some legitimacy to the numbers that are being shown, and there just aren't. And
That's true.
I think that's pretty sad.
If people, we're in a day where people like to go over their own data reports too. So if you have skewed metrics, it's like, how can you trust anything else from that that report?
Exactly. And to hear Eddie Craven say we don't pay based on bots, yet you show people as having inflated numbers because of robots is somewhat disingenuous to me. That if you're showing someone's got 1,000 viewers right now, then you need to pay on 1,000 viewers. You can't say, well, we can see on the back end of what's really going on. Well, then show everybody else on the back end what's going on. And he says the reason that they don't do that is because they don't want people to know the strategies that they use to detect bots. But in my opinion, that strategy is skewed because you should show what the real numbers are. And if people want to have real people watch their stream, which is basically what you say you have the ability to be able to see, then let them. If somebody wants to, I did this on YouTube for a month. I paid 5 Indian people to watch my stream at all times, and it's possible. If you pay people the money, they'll do it. And to me, that's at least a legitimate viewer, as opposed, and they would interact and we would talk and stuff. There's at least some legitimacy to that, as opposed to just, well, I know a guy who has a server and they can inflate numbers in any way possible.
Yeah.
Anyway, those are my thoughts on everything.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think they're gonna have to figure out something. Don't straighten that. Just
You're good.
Destroying the very greatness of our people if we don't fight back.
And the thing with this, with like the current case with Russia, I mean, some people look at Putin's speeches and papers he's written on Ukraine historically being a part of Russia and trying to deny basically create all these nationalist narratives that we think that Putin really believes, and he might, Putin really believes it, and that's why he's invading. And that might also be true, and that would contribute to just make a piece of argument harder to find. But I suspect that the minimum truth is Putin's trying to manufacture support for an invasion in the population through propaganda. And and so he's doing, on some level, the same thing that Winston Churchill was doing in mechanical terms, which is to try to manipulate people's preferences, but doing it in a sinister, malevolent, evil, self-serving way because it's killing his interest. Whereas this was anything coming, right? Winston Churchill.
The dark humor thing is like there's moments in World War II where Hitler's propaganda, he began to believe his own propaganda. It's like,
I think he probably always believed. I think he was a sincere believer.
well, no. There's a lot of places in where there's uncertainty,
Yeah.
and they decided to do propaganda, and that propaganda resolved the uncertainty in his own mind. Like, so for example, he believed until very late that America, the weak link, militarily and economic power was the spirit of the people. And like that was part of the propaganda they're producing. And because of that propaganda, when he became the head of the army, he was making military action. He like nonchalantly started war with America, the United States. Where he didn't need to at all. He could have avoided that completely, but he thought, whatever, doesn't they're easy. So I think that propaganda first, belief second. And I think as a human being, as a dictator, when you start to believe the lies with which you're controlling the populace, you're not able to. You become detached from this person that's able to resolve in a very human way the conflict.
I mean, when I said the meta, the big common factor that causes going over and over again is unaccountable power. It's not just because it's mechanically like one of my 5 explanations is saying, well, if you're unaccountable, you don't bear the cost of war. So yes, bargains are harder to find, but it leads to all these nasty interactions. So earlier I said there's this interaction between the values and the unchecked leaders because those idiosyncratic values of your leader become more important when they're unchecked. But the uncertainty point you just made is like a deep point to say actually that like
random stroll away from 0% probability, into this kind of land of maybe like hard to know. But it's just, oh wow, we're actually normally talking about this. This is part of the calculus, part of the option. But before we talk about nuclear war, so I'm going to need a drink. Please go to the bathroom. Sure. Back to nuclear war. What do you think about this? The people were nonchalantly speaking about nuclear wars if it doesn't mean the potential annihilation of the human species. Uh, what are the chances that our world within your framework? You wear many hats.
Yeah.
One is sort of the analyst, right? And then one is a human. What do you think are the chances we get to see nuclear war?
Well, the doomsday, the official doomsday clock, nuclear warfare sits in the lobby of my building. It's the bulletin of atomic scientists that shares a building with us, so it's always there every day.
Can you describe what the doomsday clock is?
The bulletin of atomic scientists, it's something that this group of physicists sort of said, sort of mark just how close we are to nuclear catastrophe, and it started decades ago. And it's a clock, and it's sort of how close are we to midnight, where midnight is nuclear Armageddon, or the destruction of humanity. And it's been sitting. I mean, it's actually, it hasn't moved as close to midnight in the last few weeks as it probably should have, only because it was already so close. It's actually limited room for it to move for a bunch of other reasons. I think it's an all political thing that, like, it's really hard. It's really easy. Corruption, a spreading darkness, and it's really hard if the person starts like locking people away. That's always very controversial. So it always sits there, but it forces you to think about it a little bit every day. And I admit I was nonchalant about it until recently, in a way that many other people were. I still think that this was very low, but kind of for the reasons we talked, just so unimaginably cautiously that nobody wants to go there. So it's like the extreme version of my whole argument. Why we most of the time don't fight it, because it's so damn costly. And so that's the incentive not to use them. And if they do use it, that's the incentive to use it in a very restrained way. But that's not a lot of. But because we do go to war, and there's all these things that interfere with it, including miscalculation, all these things. And several of the nuclear powers are not accountable leaders. I think we have to be a lot more worried than many of us were very recently. I pointed it earlier, like the whole reason we're in this mess is because only people don't describe an interest in like having Ukraine give up its freedom is this Russian cabal and elite that gets their power and preserved only and is threatened by Ukrainian democracy. How far would they go to hang on to power? And when push came to shove, because I think the thing that worries me the most is plainly what worries most people. Like, at what point does that unchecked leadership decide that we support them? Especially if they can emerge from the rubble still on top. I don't know. So, and I don't know that any of us have really thought through all of that calculus. Very recently, around the anniversary of January 6th, there were a lot of questions about what's the next date going to happen. On the one hand, I think it's almost unimaginable. Sort of like, in the same way I think that nuclear war, again, is unimaginable. But I remember something that, when both of those questions get asked, I remember something I was in the audience listening to some great economists speak about. This is 20 years ago, but the risk of an Argentine-style financial meltdown. Like, what's the total financial risk? And they said, you know what? The risk is vanishingly small. But that's terrifying because until recently, the answer is zero. And so the fact that it's not zero should deeply, deeply scare us all. And we should devote a lot of energy to making it zero again. And that's how I feel about the risk of a civil war in the U.S. And that's how I feel about the risk of nuclear war. It's higher than it used to be. That's what terrifies me.
You know what terrifies me is that all this kind of stuff seems to happen like overnight, like super quick, and escalate super quick when it happens. It's not like revolution, and then it just goes.
Well, I think that happens sometimes. I mean, again, it's this thing that, you know, the social sciences call selection on independent variable. Like, there's all these times when that didn't happen, when it stopped, when it escalated one step, and then people paused, or escalated two steps, and people said, whoa, 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 whoa. And so we remember the times when it went boom, 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 and then the really terrible thing happened. But that, fortunately, that's not, you know, I start off the book with an example of a gang war that didn't happen in Medellin, Colombia, which is that's not, my day job is actually studying conflict and gangs and violence and of these other kinds of groups, also very sinister. And most of the time they don't fight. That escalation doesn't happen. So the escalation does happen quickly sometimes, except when it doesn't.
Or you remember the ones when it does. It's really important to think about all that. Like, while we're talking to, I think Elon Musk podcast, I was sort of like talking about the horrors of war and so on. And then he said, well, you know, like most of human history, because I think I said like most of human history has been defined by these horrible wars. He's like, no, most of human history is just peaceful. Like war,
Yeah.
we kind of remember the war, but most of human history, is life.
Yeah, most of the competition between nations was like blood, I would say bloodthirsty without drinking that blood, in the sense that it was intense, it was loathsome, and so a lot of the rivalry and a lot of the competition, which is also problematic in its own ways, is not violent. And most of human history is about the oppression of the majority by a few. And there are moments when they rise up in revolt and there's a revolution, remember those, but most of the time they don't. And the story of political change and transformation and freedom is there's a few revolutions that are violent, but most of it is actually revolutions without that kind of violence or evil. Most of it is just the peaceful concession of power by elite to a wider group of people in response to their increased economic bargaining power, their threats that they're going to march. So even if we want to understand something like the March of Freedom over human history, I think we can draw this same insight that actually we don't, most of the time we don't fight, we actually concede power. Now the elite doesn't sort of give power to the masses right away, they just co-opt the few merchants who could threaten the whole thing and bring them into the circle. And then the circle gets a little bit wider and a little bit wider until the circle is ever widened. Maybe not every person encompasses most, but not all. And that's like a hopeful and optimistic trend.
Yeah, if you look at the plot, let's pull it up of the wars throughout history. So the rates of wars throughout history just seem to be decreasing significantly with these fights and the expansion. It's like half the world is under authoritarian regime. So that's the shrinking.
Steven Pinker's one famous fellow brings up this hypothesis. I mean, there's sort of two ways. There's actually two separate kinds of violence. That one where I think he's completely right, and one where I think I'm not sure, or maybe not. But where he's completely right. So interpersonal violence, homicides, everyday violence has been going down, 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 down. That's just unambiguously, and it's mostly because we created cultures and states and rules and things that control that violence. Now, the warfare between groups, is that less frequent? Well, it's not clear that he's right, that there's fewer wars. You might say that the wars are more rare because they're more costly, because the weapons are so brutal. The cost of war go up. As the cost of war go up, not entirely, but for the most part, that gives us does not happen. And but then when they do happen, so I think you're right. I hope he's right, but I don't think that officially that trend is there. I think that we might have the same kind of levels of intergroup violence because maybe those five fundamentals that lead to war have not fundamentally changed and thus given us more peaceful world now than
There's something to think about. So obviously looking at his hypothesis, looking at his data and others like him. But I have noticed one thing, which is the amount of pushback he gets. It's there is this. This is speaking to the general point that you made, which is like we overemphasize the anecdotal and don't look objectively at the aggregate data as much. There's a general cynicism about the world, and not I don't even mean cynicism. It's almost like cynicism born or something like that, where people just get for some reason they get a little bit excited to talk about the destruction of human civilization. In a weird way. Like they don't really mean it, I think. If I were to like psychoanalyze their geopolitical analysis, is I think it's a kind of I don't know, maybe it relieves the mind to think about death at a global scale somehow, and then you can go have lunch with your kids afterwards and feel a little better about the world. I don't know what it is, but it's not very scientific. It's very kind of personal, emotional, and so we should be careful to look at the world in that way. If you look broadly, there is just like you highlight, there's a will for peace among people. Yeah. You mentioned Medellin. By the way, how do you pronounce Medellin or Medellin?
Both are fine. I think that there they've taken that's kind of the accent, the double L. But Medellin is would be totally fine. Well,
What lessons do you draw from the Medellin cartel, from the different gang wars in Colombia and Medellin? What's the economics of peace and war between drug cartels?
here's what was really insightful for me. So I live in Chicago, and Chicago people are aware that the violence problem in Chicago. It's actually not the worst American city by any stretch of the imagination. But it's pretty bad. Um, and Medellin has many more, and probably many better organized gangs than Chicago. And yet the homicide rate is half. Um, and now, I mean, there have been moments when these gangs go to war in the last 30 years when Medellin has become the most violent place on the planet. But for the most part, right now, they're peaceful. And so what's going on there? Um, I mean, one thing that is there's a hierarchy of organization. So that above these reasonable organized neighborhood gangs, there's a set of more shadowy organizations that have different names. Some people call them personas, some people would call them bandas criminales, criminal bands. You might just call them mafias. And there's 17 of them, depending on how you want to count. And they themselves have a little operating board called, sometimes they call it the office, La Oficina, sometimes they call it, that makes up the table.
Each individual one or
As a group, So they meet, and they don't meet personally all the time. Sometimes they meet, but they consult. A lot of the leaders of these groups are actually in prison, and they're in the same wings in prison.
they meet a system?
Well, there's whatever. If I'm on a cell block with you, or meeting you anyways, right? And so actually imprisoning leaders and putting them in the same cell block, but not putting them. If you get arrested here in the United States and you're a criminal leader, and you get put in a supermax prison, you cannot run your criminal empire. It's just too difficult. It's impossible. There, it's possible. And you might think, and they do, they still run their empire. And you might think that's a bad idea. But actually, cutting off the head of a criminal organization, leading it to a bunch of like hot-headed young guys who are disorganized is not always the path to peace. So having these guys all in the same prison patios is actually it produces imperfect information and uncertainty, right? It provides a place for them to bargain. They can talk, and so La Oficina is like a lot of these informal meetings. And so and they have these tools that they use to control the streets. So instead of there being like 400 gangs, all sort of in this anarchic situation, competing territory, and constantly at war, the razones are keeping them in line. And they will use sanctions. They will, the sanction might be, I will put a bullet in your head if you don't.
A little more honest than sanctions.
Exactly, but they will sit them down. They'll provide. They'll help them negotiate. They will provide commitment. I said there'd be things called commitment problems where like I have some incentive to like exterminate you, but that's going to be costly for everybody. So I'm going to have the solution. I'm going to provide commitment. I'm going to like enforce the deal. And yeah, you don't like this deal now because you could take advantage of your situation and wage war, but I'm going to give you a counter incentive. And so they keep the peace. And it's a little bit, so they're a little bit like the UN Security Council and peacekeeping forces and sanctions regimes. Like the solutions are designed to uh, make unchecked leaders face the cost of war. It's a solution to one of the five problems, right? And mediators are a solution to one to and international institutions that can enforce a peace and agreement are solutions to the problem. And all of these things can be solutions to these intangible incentives, preferences, whatever you value, and miscalculations because they will punish you for your miscalculations, or they will get a mediator to help you realize what exactly. So they're doing all these things, and it made me realize that the comparison to UN Security Council and our tools is actually a pretty good one because those are pretty understood too, and those are pretty imperfect. Like this, we have five nations with the veto on the Security Council and a lot of unequal power, and they're manipulating this in their own self-interest or the group's interest. So it's actually some of the things that work in Medellin and why they work gives me a lot of perspective on what works in the international arena and why we have some of the problems we have. But
There's nothing. In some deep way, there's not a fundamental difference between those 17 offices and
Security Council.
the Security Council.
It's like
It's none of the base. Put on suits. I'm sure they wear different cultural garbs that they wear. What are your thoughts? I mean, that's just since they got Pablo Escobar and Jorge Ochoa on the Medellin cartel. It's like having spoken with people on the podcast, talking to Roger Reed, who was a drug transporter. It seems like it was. I don't know the right term, but it was very kind of professional and calm. It didn't have a sense of danger to it, like it's negotiating. So like the danger is always on the table as a threat, as part of the calculation, but you're using that threat, to de-escalate more. Everybody is interested in peace.
so something that happened last year. We were a little bit able to watch in real time because we had a few contacts. We've been meeting and talking to a lot of these prisoners that have been at Black prison. Many of them will talk to us. And so the homicide rate, I mentioned homicide rate in Medellin, maybe two-thirds or half of the Chicago level. It had been climbing. Some of these street level gangs were starting to fight. Maybe at some level, it seems that like maybe some of the leaders were like saying, well, we're actually not sure how strong these guys are. Let's let them fight just to test it out. Let's have these skirmishes, right? It wasn't prolonged warfare. It was like, let's just sort of feel out how strong everybody is, because then we'll be able to reinforce these drug corners. So they're kind of feeling each other out through fighting. And the homicide rate doubled, and then it increased by the same amount again. And so it's approaching something that might get out of control, which wasn't in anybody's interest. It wasn't the government's interest, wasn't in their interest. And so then, magically, all these leaders in these patios, right? Different prisons, they're spread out a whole bunch of prisons. Everybody gets transferred to the prison, which means they all get to be in the same holding area for 3 days before they're all moved elsewhere. So the government has a role in this. And then somebody who's like a trusted mediator on the criminal side gets himself arrested, happens to be put in the same spot, and a week later, the homicide rate is 30% of what it was. It's back to its normal. Unfortunately, not zero, right? But it's back to where it was because it didn't make sense to have a war. And everybody, government, mafia leaders, everybody sort of like we figured out a way to sort of bargain with peace.
Cancer is almost like a tangent, but you mentioned you guys had a chance potentially to talk to a few folks, some of them in prison, some of them are not. Is it productive? Is it interesting? Maybe by way of advice, do you have ideas about talking to people who are actively criminals?
Yeah. It really depends on the situation. So, like the first time I worked in a conflicted place was in northern Uganda. In maybe the last couple of years of the long run north, this would have been 2004, 2005. This is a small East African country, and the north of the country had been engulfed in, think of it as like a 20-year low-level insurgency run by a self-proclaimed messiah. It wasn't that talked to people who come back from being there. I never once, if I wanted to, and I was writing about that group. I never talked to anybody who was an active member of that armed group. It's quite rare. It wouldn't have been easier said. And that's sometimes true. I'm starting to do some work in Mexico probably, and I'm not going to be talking to them. They'll kill people.
You see, you're not going to talk to them and they'll kill people. Which people?
So, I mean, journalists are routinely killed. So there's no compunctions about killing them, and there's no consequence.
Who kills a journalist? Not the main people that you spoke with. It's their, is it their lackeys or is it rival gangs?
It's true of the Chicago gang, and it's true of a Medellin gang. It's probably true of a Mexican gang. It's like you might have your group of 30 people. One or two of them might be shooters. Most people don't shoot. Most people don't like to do that. Or you don't even have any of those people in your group because you're trying to run a business. You don't even need shooters. You can just hire a killer when you need them on contract. And so if somebody's asking questions and you don't want them to ask questions, or you think they know too much and they're threatening to, and it's cheap for you, and you have no personal compunctions, then you can put a contract out on them and they'll be killed. That doesn't happen in Colombia. Doesn't happen in Chicago. I don't know. There's lots of reasons for that. I can't say exactly why. One reason is like they know what'll happen. Is that there'll be consequences. That the government will crack down and make them pay, and so they don't do it. And that's not what happens. They won't kill like a DA agent. We know that the U.S. has made it clear. You kill one of our agents, we will make you pay. And so they're very careful to minimize that American. But you kill journalists and nobody comes after them. Or they will come after them. And so they realize they can get away with this. And that seems to be the equilibrium there. That's my initial sense from it. But we spent a lot of time before we started talking to criminals. I spent a year trying to figure out what was safe before we actually and failing. We kept lots of safe things to do. It's also really hard to figure out how to talk to people in these organizations. And we failed 40 times before we figured out a way to actually access people.
Is it worth it talking to them to figure out, because it's not never going to be safe. It's going to be when you estimate that this is some low level of risk. Like, what's the benefit as a researcher, as a scholar of humans?
Yeah. So I actually don't think. Let's compare it to something. Okay, I'm in Austin for the first time, and I'm walking around, and there's all these people buzzing around on these scooters.
Yeah. We need to definitely interview them and say what the hell is wrong with you.
So nothing I have ever done in my entire career is as risky as that.
That's a nice way to compare journalism.
There's some wars. I worked in northern Uganda, and I worked in Liberia, and I worked in Medellin, and I started working in Mexico. And both those particular places, and the things I did in those places were I spent a lot of time making sure that what I was doing was not abusing.
God, did you pull up a picture of a person on a scooter in Austin? Compare this absurd situation. I doubt it's the riskiest thing. Now we have to look at the data. I understand the points you're making, but wow.
So I'm not trying to say that there was. I think there's like a calculated risk, and I think you become good at your work is becoming good at being able to test people.
I think there's another aspect to it too. When you're riding a scooter, once you're done with the scooter, there's something lingering when you look over your shoulder. The rest of your life as you exceed the whole conversation.
Yeah, I've chosen, but I've also advised students, and I wouldn't go and do this with a group that we think I need to know before. Some people do that. Some girls, I would get very, very good to do that. Good for them. I'm happy to do that. I don't personally do that. So these guys are very, and they're managing the business. They're selling local drugs, and they are laundering money for the big cartels, and they are shaking down businesses for money or selling services on pages, and they make a lot of money. It's a business, and they're in prison, so they can talk about most of what they want to talk about because there's no double jeopardy because they're frustrated for it. And there's a tough job. So it's worth it. The risk is really low, but you actually want to continue those organizations. They're extremely powerful, extremely big, massive, like a lot of cities in America, including some of the United States. So you mentioned you want to understand how to weaken these groups over time. You have to understand how their business works. And imagine you were made like the Bill Cigar of the United States. Or maybe you're turned to the financial, right? You're the regulator for oil or energy, finance, and you get to the job and someone says, and then you're like, well, how many firms are there? What do they sell? What are the prices? And everyone's like, well, we don't really know. You would not be a very good regulator, right? And if you're a policeman or you're someone who's in charge of crime, you're just a regulator. You're trying to regulate an industry. You're regulating an industry that happens to live and so that's kind of what we do. We figure out how to play them. And like what are these economic better what to system? And we can use some we help a lot. Yeah. We do that. So we have, I mean, I do some of those, but I decide my manage is okay. It's not great. And translating well, it's only because I can't understand the taxes. Like I'm just totally open. Nor could any totally feel for the countryside and the local dialect and stuff. But more importantly, like I don't need to be there. That's not I'm a quantitative scholar. I'm the guy who collects the data. So we have people on our team and colleagues and employees who are doing full-time interviews. So, and then I just sometimes go with them. So
what about you mentioned the Uganda? Yeah, Tony the Ugandan warlord and the same character kidnapped 591 children in 3 years.
Probably they must have kidnapped. They probably kidnapped for at least a short time, like a few hours to a day, more than 50,000 kids.
As a terror tactic?
A little bit. I mean, most of the people they just let go after they carried goods. They tried to hold on to thousands. The short story. Listen, if you're not popular, if you're running an armed movement and you need troops, you can, and nobody wants to fight for you. You can either give up, or you can have a small Frankenstein terror organization that tries to implement the tactics. But if you want a conventional army and you don't want to give up, then you have to conscript. And if you want to conscript and you don't, here we conscript, and then we say if you run away, we'll shoot you, and we control the whole territory. So that's incredible promise. If you're a small insurgency organization, people can run away, and then you can't promise to shoot them very easily because you don't control all the territory. And so what these movements do is they try to brainwash people. And I think what they figured out after years of abducting children, you talk about people, they figured out that, we have to, maybe like, I don't know, but I'd say like maybe 1 in 100 will like buy it. So you just have to conscript or adopt large numbers of kids. And then some small number of them will not run away. And those will be our committed converts. And those people will become free. And so they'll buy the propaganda and they'll buy the messianic message. But because most people wise up, we have, especially for the older, we have to abduct vast numbers of kids and projects. And so it has the other benefit of sort of being terrifying to the population, being a weapon in itself. But I think for them it was just primarily a way to solve recruiting problems when you're totally hopeless and ideologically empty rebel movement. So in some sense, that's maybe the short story.
I heard one interview of a dictator where the journalist was basically telling them, like, how could you be doing this? Basically calling out all the atrocities the person was committing, and the dictator was kind of laughing it off and walked away. Like he cut off the interview. That feel like a very unproductive thing to do. basically stating the thing that everyone knows to his face. Maybe that's pleasant to somebody, but that feels unproductive. It feels like the goal should be some level of understanding.
Yeah. He's been super lucid. I mean, why
Like a
he's
Tony
like
or
Tony? Yeah. I mean, why he's bought this? I don't know. But, you know, it's not a great example of that's. You know what? The way I look at that situation is a little bit particular the way Uganda works, but most of the political leadership for most of its post-independence history came from the north of the country. That was like the power base, and it was dictatorial. It was basically, but you've heard of like people like Idi Amin, people heard of like Milton Obote, and all these people were all from the north. Uh, and then you get the current president who came to power in 1986. He's been on a long time, since 70. He was from the south, and he was fighting against these dictators, and he was fighting for a freer and better Uganda. And in many ways, I mean, he's still a dictator himself, but he did create a freer and better Uganda. So he's better than this. He's effectively better than those before him. And he came to power, and he was like, and some of the Northerners were like, we want to keep up the fight. And he was like, you know what, you guys, I'm strong enough to continue from north. You guys go. You want to have a crazy insurgency up there, and some kook believes he's like speaking, you know, through the Holy Spirit, you know, speaking through him, and he's going to totally disrupt the North. I don't care. That's great. You guys just fester and fight, and that's going to totally destabilize the judicial power base, and that's just going to help you consolidate control. So he was an autocrat. He was an unchecked leader who allowed a lunatic to run around and cause mayhem because it was in his political interest to do so. And there's no puzzle. In some ways, it's that simple. There's little to understand. Yeah, it took me a lot. Well, you know what? It's not so easy. In the middle of it, I didn't understand that. I don't think a lot of people did. And I'm not. I think I could persuade most people who study what's going on to like see it that way. I think people that would make sense to people, but it didn't make sense in the moment. You know, in the moment this is happening, it's tearful, and you kind of you don't realize how avoidable it was. That basically it was the absence of effective police actions that kept the lunatic from being detained. And that lunatic would never, you know, he's not that skillful of movement, right? It could have been shut down, and there was just never any political will to shut it down. The opposite. That's what I meant. Like that unchecked leader, not only does he not bear the cost, but he might have a private incentive as an autocrat to like see that violence happen. And in this case, it was just keeping the troublesome part of the country busy.
It's okay to look at a few other wars. So we talked about drug wars and Medellin. Are there other wars that stand out to you as well lessons? I think Ronald, maybe you can return briefly at World War II. From your framework, that World War II at this is one of the most traumatic wars, global wars.
I mean, one obvious driver of that war was the things that Hitler valued and was able to use his autocratic power to either convince other people or to suppress them. And so some people stopped there, say that, and then in the West, basically, and then of course they were able to, you know, because they were such an economic political powerhouse, they were able to sort of make that you can kind of see the full
kind of provide an explanation, but is there a way to avoid it? Is violence the way to avoid it? Because people kind of try the rational,
Yeah,
peaceful kind of usual negotiation, and that led to this war. Is that unique to this particular war? Let's say World War I or World War II. There's an extra pressure on Germany and both wars to act. Okay, so is there a way to alleviate that extra pressure to act?
let me use World War One example. Suppose, as many German generals said at that time, we were window of opportunity before Russia, where we might not win a war with Russia. So the probability that we can win a war is going to change a lot. Maybe in peace period. So we are in a much better bargaining position now, both to not use violence, but to just if necessary use violence. Because otherwise, Russia's going to be pretty powerful in the future, and they'll be able to use that power to change the bargain and to keep us down. And the thing is in principle, Russia could say, look, we don't want to get invaded. We know you could invade us. We know we promise to not wield our and abuse our, or just merely just sort of take what we can get in the future when we're strong. We're going to restrain ourselves in the future, or we're going to hand over something that makes us powerful, because that's the bargain that would make us all better off. And the reason political economists call it a commitment problem is because that's a commitment that would solve the problem, and they can't make that commitment because there's nobody who will hold it. So any international legal architecture, any set of enforceable agreements, any UN Security Council, any world government, anything that would help you make that commitment is a solution. All right, if that's the problem. And so that's why, in Medellin, the La Oficina can do that. They can say, listen, yes, combo that's strong today is going to be weak tomorrow. Give an incentive to eliminate this combo. But guess what? You're not going to do that, and we're going to make sure, we're going to promise that when these guys do get strong, we're going to restrain what they can do. Right? Most of our constitutions in most stable countries have done precisely that, right? There's a lot of complaining right now in the United States about the way that the Constitution apportions power between states. That was a deal. That was a commitment. The Constitution was the United States was a deal made to a bunch of states that knew they were going to be in the future because of economic and demographic trends, or guess they might be. And it said, listen, you cooperate, and we'll commit not to basically ignore your interests over the long run. And now, 250 years later, we're still honoring those commitments. It was part of the deal that meant that it actually would be a union. And so we do this all the time. So Constitution is a good example of how every country's constitution, especially a country who's writing a constitution after a war, that constitution and all the other institutions of both are an attempt to provide commitment to groups who are worried about future shifts in power.
And does that help with avoid civil war? So could you speak to lessons you learned from the Civil War?
Yeah,
the American Civil War, and others.
So Lebanon, one of the ways Lebanon has tried for a long time to preserve the interests of minority groups, powerful minority groups who were powerful at the time and knew that the demographics were looking against them, was to guarantee this that it didn't last, right? So, but you can think of every post conflict agreement and every constitution is like a little bit of humans' best effort to find an agreement that's going to protect the interests of a group that temporarily has an interest in violence, to not be violent.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of ingenuity, and it doesn't always work, right?
Which actually, from the perspective of the group, threatening violence or actually doing violence and making progress.
We're talking about groups bargaining for stuff, right? We're talking about Russians versus Ukraine, or Russians versus the West, or maybe it's managing gangs versus one another. Like, a lot of their bargaining power comes from their ability to got you there, right? And so I want to have more bargaining power. I can just farm a lot, and I can threaten violence. And so the strategically wise thing to do, I mean, it's a terrible equilibrium for us to be forced into, but the strategically wise thing to do is to build up lots of arms, to threaten to use them, incredibly threaten to use them, but then trust or hope that, like, your enemy is going to see reason and and avoid this really terrible, inefficient thing, which is fighting. But the thing that's going on the whole time is both of you arming and spending like 20% of GDP or whatever on arms, that's pretty inefficient. That's the tragedy. We don't have war, and that's good, but we have really limited abilities to like incentivize our enemies not to arm and to keep ourselves from arming. We'd love to agree to just like both disarm, but we can't. And so the mess is that we have to arm and then we have to threaten.
Yeah, so the threat of violence is costing nonetheless. We actually pulled up this now disappeared the paper. It's the big title called Civil War in English. What's that about?
Well, I mean, when I finished in graduate school and people with my advisor, Ted Miguel, at Berkeley,
Most nations, the paper open, experienced an internal armed conflict in the 19th century. Yet while they were used in Gascony,
maybe last year or just graduated.
you know, I wish I was in a discipline that whole paper that this is that Yet while civil war is central to many nations' development, it stood the periphery of economic research and teaching, so on and so forth. And this is looking at civil war broadly throughout history, or is it just particular civil wars?
We're mostly looking at like the late 20th century. I mean, I was trained as a development economist, which is somebody who studies why some places are poor and why some countries are rich. And I, like a number of people around that time, stumbled into violence. I mean, people have been studying the wealth and poverty nations basically since the invention of economics. But there was a big blind spot for violence. Now there isn't anymore. It's like a flourishing area of study, but in economics. But at the time it wasn't. And so there were people like me and Ted who were sort of part political scientists, because political scientists obviously have been doing this for a long time. So we started bringing economic tools and expertise and like partnerships with political scientists and adding to it. And so we wrote this. So after like people have been doing this for 5 or 10 years in our field, we wrote a review article telling economists like what's going on. And so this was like a summary for economists. So the book in some ways is a lot in the same spirit as this article. This article, I mean, it's designed to be not written as like a boring laundry list of studies, which is that's the purpose of this article. So it was for graduate students and professors who want to think about what to work on and what we knew. This book is like now trying to like not just say what economists are doing, but sort of say what economists, political scientists, psychologists, sociologists, anthropologists, like how do we bring some sense to this big project, and policymakers, like what do we know and what do we know about building peace? Given, because if you don't know what the reasons for wars are, you're probably not going to design the right cure. And so anyway, so that was but I started off studying wars
I'm mixing it up for a second. Hey everybody, let's welcome everybody. It's I'm mixing it up for a second. Hey everybody.
Basically, I followed a woman there. And
we'll talk about that. That's first. For people who are just watching, we're an amazing team of folks helping out, pulling pictures and articles and let me ask you, one of the most difficult things going on in the world today, Israel Palestine. Will we ever see peace in this part of the world? And so your book title is The Roots of War and Paths of Peace, or your subtitle, by the way. What's the path for peace? Will we ever see peace?
Yeah. If you think about this uh, conflict in the sense of like this dispute, this sort of contest, this contest that's been going on between Israel and Palestinians, which is going on for a century, and there are really just 10 or 15 years of pretty serious violence in that span of time. Most of it from 2000, 2009, stretching up to like 2014. They're like sporadic incidents, which are really terrible. I'm not trying to diminish the conflict, by the way. Like I'm just trying to point out that whatever's happening, as unpleasant and challenging and difficult as it is, it's actually not war. And so it is that there's sort of an uneasy feeling. The Israelis and Palestinians are actually pretty good at just sort of keeping this at a relatively low scale of violence. There's a bunch of like low scale sporadic violence that can be repression of civilians, it can be terror bombings and terror actions, it can be counter-terror violence, it can be mass arrests, it can be repression, it can be telling people to vote, it can be rattling sabers, all these things that are happening, right? And it can be sporadic 3-week wars, or sporadic, very brief episodes of intense violence before everybody sees them and then settles down to this uneasy. That's not like, right now, the thing about it is like a peace, and there's certainly no stable agreement, right? So a stable agreement and amity and any ability to move on from this extreme hostility, we're not there yet, and that's maybe very far away. But this is a good example of two rivals who most of the time have avoided this intense violence.
You talked about this, like most of the time,
Yeah.
rivals just like avoiding violence, hating each other. So is this what peace? To answer my question,
Yeah, sometimes. I
is
mean,
this what peace looks like?
not always, but I mean, it's kind of my worry to go back to like the Russia-Ukraine example. Like it's really hard. It's going to be really hard to find an agreement that both sides can feel they can honor, that they can be explicit about, that they'll.
Yo, what's going on, big dog? How are you, pimp?
Yeah, it feels like the first step in a
What's-
long journey.
Happy
towards
New Year to you,
freedom
my
for
friend.
both nations.
I hope it is a very good New Year for you, filled with many blessings and lots of Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Inu growth. I am spending it with my Discord. Nothing too special, but in my own way, it is special. I love the people with who I am. How about you? What's in your agenda? No way. Where are you bowling? Is it like night bowling or is it like regular bowling? Oh, no way. That's amazing. But you can't. You're not going to be bowling all the way to midnight, are you? Amazing. That's great. All right. What's your favorite bowling movie? Excellent. You know what's an interesting fact about The Big Lebowski? They never show The Big Lebowski bowling, the dude. They never show the dude bowling. Isn't it? All right, what's your second favorite bowling movie? Yes, those are the only two. Amazing. And I'm sure there are others, but those are the big ones that James Kaminsky gets them. Amazing. What do you average when you bowl? Yeah, so do I. What do you average? Okay, have you broken 100? All right. Well, I think that would be a heck of a showdown then. I've got to say that it's been a while, but you know, still one of my favorite hobbies. And yeah, well, are you going to play bowl against friends or family or what? Oh, excellent. Are you gonna let her win? Excellent. Take no prisoners, man. That's what I'm talking about. Excellent. Does she use a pink ball?
and then teach
How
them
heavy?
about that.
What kind of ball do you use?
Work through it. We read the book, and then we say, all right, now Mr. Expert, how do we make that? And
Okay,
when we throw
really
the ball,
launching it down there.
trying to understand why it dropped so far. Like,
Oh, I love it. I love it. Perfect. That works very well. Excellent. Beautiful. I think I'm like a 15, just because I've got these huge muscles and everything. So, the Harry Potter Bombasonic 10 Inu Fantasy Football League officially finished, and I will give you the results right now. This is very important information, not just for the sake of sports, but for the sake of the coin. So here we are. The winner was Rev Cloud. That is. Do you know who that is? Excellent. Why'd you say damn? Yeah, he did. He had a really good. He had a really good year this year. He beat Bitcoin Forever, and that was the championship. Everybody's favorite Rabbi, on the other hand, came in dead last, which is what we wanted. The reason why I wasn't in dead last, I was in a solid 10th. But then I just decided, you know what, I'm going to pick up some really good players like Tom Brady, who hasn't played in years, and some other guys, and I just started them so that I could lock up the toilet bowl for myself. I go by the Talladega Nights mentality. If you're not first, you're last. So why not come DFL? And it was so much fun. You should, if you can, do it next year, because it was absolutely a fucking blast. It made like every single game really, really exciting. I loved it. And shout out to Yo-Yo for getting it organized and everything. And gotta say that there were no one was too mean to anybody else in it. We were all pretty good. I gotta say, I kind of feel bad for Red Cloud though, because the coin when we started was worth more than when it ended. So he didn't get it. It wasn't a huge difference, but it wasn't exactly what he wanted. And I can imagine once Bitcoin recovers and gets back over 100,000, we'll see our Bitcoin do the same, and just positive things in 2025, right? Excellent. Absolutely, I think so. James Kaminsky, I sincerely appreciate you coming in, saying hello, wishing me good greetings, and I wish the same to you. And best wishes with bowling, man. Thank you. I love you too, man. Take care, James. That's the one, the only James Kaminsky, everybody. The man, the myth, the legend. Shout out to James. He's an amazing individual. Take care, my friend. Yeah. Yeah, he's a really nice guy. He's going bowling with his girlfriend. I got to meet his girlfriend like 3 months ago or something, and I think he really likes her. I think he might marry her. So that's cool. Yeah, exactly. I'm happy for him. As I was saying, the Harry Potter Bombasonic 10 new Fantasy Football League is over. I don't know if you know any of the people who were in it, but they were. It was so much fun. It was. I wish that we would do one for baseball. Basketball is kind of over already, but baseball we could do. But baseball is a lot of work. There are 162 games, and that means you have to really be on the ball with it. With football, there are only like 18 weeks, 16 games or so. So it's much easier to manage. You just have to do it like once a week. But baseball is wild. I played baseball one time with. I was working at a bank, and one of the other people with whom I was with, he invited me to play, and it was interesting. I didn't know that. I mean, I know a lot about baseball, but I didn't know that much about all the players at that time. Like I knew more older baseball information, and it was like every day I'd come into work, he would give me a rundown of how my team did. And it was like, dude, okay, I get it. You're got a really good team, and you're really excited for it. Calm down, dude. But yeah, baseball's it can be fun. I'm actually in. I was in a basketball one. I was actually in 25 basketball teams. I had 25 fantasy basketball teams, and 25 fantasy hockey. And after like 3 games into either of them, I just didn't have enough time. I don't want to say I didn't have enough time, but it was just too much to be able to manage all that stuff. But man, fantasy football was a ton of fun this year.
Family or intermarriage or whatever. All these things will help. And then if we're ideological,
Fantasy football alone turns me from someone who would go like years without watching football at all to I will watch like every single game. I'll watch Thursday games, I'll watch Sunday games, I'll watch the Monday game. I just that one thing of just having the uh, constant excitement of going head to head against people is just totally changes the sport for me.
It does. One of the things that I feel very lucky about, the first time I moved away from Las Vegas, I was about 22. I turned 23 like a month later, but when, right when I turned 21, I was working at the Venetian, right?
Okay.
And I was working at the first restaurant on Restaurant Row, and we shared a hallway with the sports book. And, you know, at the time, I had a lot of friends. I mean, I had a friend Mark, I had a friend Steve, their brother, they were sports obsessed. A lot of other people during that time in my life. Sports was a very big part of it.
Dude, sports is big in Las Vegas, period.
Sports is big in Las Vegas, right? So,
Right.
like, but I also had people who were, you know, you have those friends who they'll tell you, you know, who college players are, and they already know who next year is in the, you know, the draft order. So they'll tell you things like, there's this kid out of like Kansas State, and he's probably going to Baltimore in about a year and a half. And it's like, how the fuck can you extrapolate things? Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I meet people like that, and then also, like I said, I was working in a casino right down, you know, sharing a hallway with the sports book. So the managers were all sports gamblers. So, you know, you take a tip here and there. And I mean, I started enjoying sports a lot more because I had, you know, I had money in it. You know, and I had
Right.
I had cash in the game.
Right.
And so when I moved away from Vegas, I went to LA, and man, that was like 2008, 2009, and it was almost instantaneous. I pretty much lost almost all interest in sports. I've gone to a few like live events, but sitting down and watching an entire sporting game, yeah, I don't know.
Dude, I'm with you. I'm with you. The cell phone or the smartphone has changed everything for me and my attention span. And when before I could go to a movie and just watch the movie, now it's like I wonder what's going on the internet. I wonder if there's any big news that's going on. It's that FOMO, fear of missing out, and that becomes very big. And the same with sporting events because they're so long and there are so many breaks that I want to get on. I want to see what's going on in other games. I want to see. I mean, just whatever it is. I hate it. I hate it that I'm so addicted to it. But I think that the world has changed probably more in the last 10 or 15 years just because of the ability to have a cell phone wherever you are and be able to get that constant amount of information that it's a sad thing. And if it's ever taken away, meaning like if society didn't have it anymore, it would be like this huge like awakening, like, oh, we're supposed to interact with each other and we're supposed to you know,
some people might die from the dopamine withdrawal. I'm not even kidding.
Right. I know.
There was a time when if you didn't know the difference between igneous and sedimentary rock, that was probably your life for the next few years until you're able to find a library or a book or something.
That's what
you might never find that out.
That's what gets me. Before I started doing this, I wouldn't use my phone from Friday at sundown till Saturday at sundown. And fortunately, I was in a community, still am, that we would play. I don't do this with them now, but because I stream my life, but we would play board games and things on Saturday. So it was at least something to get your mind off it, and you wouldn't be tempted. But I'm telling you what, as soon as it was sundown in a little bit, everybody just there's something on Saturday night. It's called Havdalah. It's like basically the end of Shabbat, where once that's done, everybody's on their phones, checking their email, getting back to everything, making replies and everything. And it really made me appreciate when I would do it 6 days a week, having that seventh day off. But now I find that if I'm able to use it and I'm at a sporting event or I'm at the movies or something, it's just, I'm pretty locked in. And it's, I mean, the internet is just filled with really interesting stuff. And just one moment.
And so now I'm in Nairobi and I'm wearing my suit for the bank for the summer. And my laptop gets stolen by two enterprising con artists. Very charming.
These guys in this Bitcoin, not Bitcoin, Wall Street Bet server, they no longer make fun of me constantly, which is like a huge win for me. When I wish them a good day every day, I'll get some like positivity back. I made a a gift. I'm gonna send it to you. I know I said that I made it the other day, which I did, but it was too big to send you. I made it smaller, and you may it doesn't do exactly what I want. Like usually, like, when you send a gift, it's like movement immediately. But mine, for some reason, and I don't understand why, it needs some time to load. I think it's because it's pretty big, but even when I optimize it, it takes some time. So you should have it in your inbox, and just click on it, and so it will.
Wow, that's great.
It's basically all my shit, so that if you were like, okay, what is this? It just,
That's awesome.
you know what I mean? It's like one thing that it's just like an overwhelming amount of stuff. So I think I might change the first page to just say like dear Discord member or something like that, because I am in other Discords and I'd like to share it. And it's such a like kitschy thing that it's like, what is all this stuff? Like no one makes a GIF with like words in it that just scroll and everything. That it just gets a little bit of attention. So but anyway, when I post that, sometimes people, they're positive towards that. I really think though. Okay, so the saying that I always try to remember, like they're getting really nice to me. They're just one moment.
All the kids were born like 20 to 30 years ago in the region, and we were going to track 1,000 of them down. We were going to randomly sample them, and then we were going to find them today, and we were going to track them, and then we were going to use like some variation in exposure to violence and where the rebel group was to actually like show what happens to people when they're exposed to violence and conscription. We were going to like tell you psychologically, economically, we were going to answer questions, and that which would help you design better programs, right? So we had this plan, which is totally cockamamie. So cockamamie that when I pulled my previous dissertation proposal from my committee like the next week and gave them a new one, they unanimously met without to decide that this was totally bonkers and to advise me not to go. And they coordinated to treat my old proposal so that when I showed up for my defense, they said, "You actually think you're defense, but you actually want only talk about this other thing we're going to do because this is like you should not go."
I mean, it is incredibly, I think, super interesting.
It actually worked exactly for me. Like the first and last time in my entire career.
Yeah, you pulled off that bit like a gigantically crazy.
Well, all of my work, that's my shtick. Like my day-to-day research interesting way, and it works. But this one actually we pulled off in spite of ourselves, and as planned. And it's a Pentecostal where that they go with. It was actually one person.
They're asking me for like daily Bible verses, which
I just go
we've come a long way. If they were just making fun of me for all kinds of shit, and now they're asking me for a verse of the day, so
and I don't know.
I think that's pretty cool. And I'll take that.
Speed, the King Reeves,
There's a saying
whatever these people are, and it's they have this relationship in these intense circumstances.
that
And I think at the end of the movie, they are sort of like, this will never work because these relationships and intense circumstances never matter. Which is
I
what we
like.
see.
It's from
And
Gandhi.
that's not featured. So we've been married
Just a moment. I want to make sure I get it
15 years
correct.
and 2 kids. And,
Yeah, and that's when you follow.
Yo, dog, what's that Gandhi verse? First they ignore you, then they hate you, then they fight you, then you win.
So we end up, for most of our work for the first 5 days.
What's the hardest piece of data that you've been chasing?
Yeah, that's it. And that's basically where we're at. So first they hated me, first they ignored me, then they hated me, then they fought with me, and now I'm winning. I'm not saying I've won, because there are still some people who just come in and um, they can still shit on me, but
I mean,
more and more they are
the hardest emotionally was
being more positive. And the thing is,
that was just
like, my thought is this. I could do the same thing with music. Like Music Biz Marty, he's got to be using bots. And I understand. I get it. Everybody uses bots. But his Discord is smaller than my Discord. And for him to get 2,000 or 3,000 or even 1,000 people simultaneously is just not very realistic. Like, in order to get those kind of numbers, you need like a large. I mean, do you think he's using bots?
He's no, honestly, I follow him. Like a couple months ago, he was at 3,000, but that was because it was that you were kind of having like a pinnacle of particular content. And then like these days, sometimes he's at like 500 to 800 people watching his streams. I'm in multiple Discord servers with Marty, so like I see a lot of the online presence, and even people who don't want to hang out on Discord, they follow him. He doesn't care about likes or anything. Unless he's been very consistent about his stance about this isn't about money. He's fine on that. He does this for the love of making fun of people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And sometimes, like if he is having a 2-hour show and it's not about the main guy, Cyrax, if it's about anyone else, he has at least half the viewership he would have if it were anything else. So he actually has some pretty consistent. Now, as far as what we were talking about before, certain websites you click a button and they automatically give you 50 bots basically that never interact.
Right.
I will say that the majority of people don't interact, and that might just be the norm in a way. You know what I mean? If you go to Moist Critical, he's got 17,000 people watching him play a video game. You know,
bots.
Maybe 1,000 of those people are but assuming that they're all real, I'm saying, you know what I mean? So let's take out 2,000 of them for bots or something, and let's just say 10,000. So, because he is a popular guy, he has multiple channels. But if there are an actual 10,000 people in there may only really be, a high estimate might be 10%, maybe 1,000 people actually in his chat, right? So, you know what I mean? Because at some point you hit that curve where people should be self-aware enough to know that if there's 2,000 people in this chat, then he can't read everyone's hi Charlie.
Yeah, no, I get
what
that.
Do you think about that new movie, Charlie? He's not gonna barely,
Unless he's got slow mode on, but I get what you're saying.
And then yeah, exactly. That can make.
If you turn on
There's
slow
a lot of
mode,
different permutations about how to go about it. Honestly,
there are.
It's funny. Just you saying slow mode makes me go, wow. There's just so many customizable ways to set up your own broadcast these days. It's true.
Exactly. Well, I um, I can tell you he has a lot more real people than these these kick people, and the reason why I say that is the I have just twice have I ever that of which I know of had a ton of people watching me, and one of the times was from him, and the other and I made friends from there. The only reason why I was unable to continue with those friends is I lost the account on which I would communicate with them. Though I have like I would text with them, like when you're texting with people, that's pretty like you and I are super close, but we don't text. I don't have a number, but well, I used to, but I
You don't have a phone number right now?
no, I was on a it was like a free plan, and it ran out. The government stopped doing it in May, and so whenever I
Oh,
need
okay.
when I need a, a and I just didn't need a $50 bill every single month.
Yeah.
That I wasn't really calling anybody. I mean, I didn't really have anybody to call. So whenever I need to call,
Yeah.
I'm able to just get like a temporary line. But it's just like $600 a year that I didn't need, and um,
I can't argue that.
yeah,
You know?
I mean, and I've had it like I had a when I first started streaming, I really wanted to just be like the best IRL streamer that there was. So I bought four different lines and four different phones, and I would just like put them all over and have four lines streaming me at once. And then that those bills would come in at like $280 a month, and it just was like, okay, well, I can do this while I've got a job. But then when I started doing this full time, it was like, okay, I kept one line going, and actually I had two lines. I kept two lines going, then that went to one line, and then it was like I would look at my phone, and the people who would call me would be people from who I met on Discord, or who I met on um or who I met on um like Telegram. They were like the same people. I shouldn't say that. I have friends who would text me or something like that, but it wasn't like major connections, and I would also email with those friends. So I recognize that look, if so long as I'm doing this, I don't want to have any bills. I've got rent, which is
Yeah.
like the biggest bill that I have, and I needed to cut
It is.
everything out. So I recognize that cutting out a cell phone and cutting out like Netflix and Hulu and all that stuff saved me a couple $100 a month, which has been allowed me to do this much longer than I really thought I'd ever have to do it. I never thought when I started this that it would be 3 years. I thought it would be 1 year maximum. I figured, oh, if they find out, people find out I've done this for a year, that'll be. But my internet, especially then, wasn't that strong. And then my even when like I had a family plan with Verizon that had uh, unlimited data, and I figured, oh, this is it. I'll be able to put these phones all around my room and not even need my Wi-Fi at home, not knowing that you can do that for about 2 days and then you get throttled. And once you're throttled, especially on the upload, you're done. And
Yes.
yeah, so I thought about it, at least just turning my phone back on. But again, it's $60 a month. I'm sure I could get cheaper plans, but at least that's what I was paying, 50, $60 a month. And
Well, the main thing is it's like anything less than 50, $60, and you know that you're not going to be able to do half the shit you need to do
exactly.
anyway. You know, if it's not going to do it, if you really just need like an emergency phone line that's just a phone number, that's a different situation. But
Right.
yeah, with data plans and everything, throttling, you know, family plans are really kind of the best in a way, except they all share on a data plan. So, like, if you got multiple phones, um, So AT&T has the thing right now where if you get 4 lines, it's $100 a month. So it's $25 per line on the unlimited plan. Now, again, that's $100 a month. That's $1,200 per year.
Exactly.
That's for individual phone numbers that all have the unlimited data plan. Blah 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 blah. But if you aren't,
But that unlimited
free,
data,
it's the same price.
apologies. But that unlimited data plan, I feel, is false advertising. It's not unlimited.
It's not unlimited because of the throttling. I completely agree.
Exactly, and the throttling's quite low. Well, like it depends on how you use it. The amount of data that I use in a month is like terabytes, and no phone line is going to expect that to be normal usage. That's what they call it, unlimited under normal usage, and their normal usage is usually like either like 5 gigabytes or 100 gigabytes. But when I'm using terabytes worth of data, it's like there. I don't know of a phone service that allows that. So um, I should say I do have a phone number and I do have a line to it, but it's just like a temporary one. It's it's not ideal, meaning it doesn't have data to it, just like you're talking about. Like it's an emergency line if anybody really needs to get a hold of me. But it's kind of freed me as well because I don't have to go and like worry like, hey, somebody. I don't have to like. It's like one less thing I have to check. Like when I was in my career, first thing I would have to check every day is my email and make sure like I basically had a boss, and I didn't like. I mean, no one wants to have a boss. Now I'm kind of much more free, and I like that. Um, and
It is good.
yeah,
It is. It's enviable beyond words. Honestly, in our group chat, I actually pinned a message. It's in case you get a phone, in case, my phone number, and email and stuff.
oh, beautiful. Um, excellent. I mean, I've got enough phones.
If you need to say that anywhere else as well.
I appreciate that. Um, you know what? Hold on a second. When you sent me your contact information at one other time, and I believe I put it in at that time. Um,
If you still have the physical phone, the number's probably still in it.
yeah, it's just up there. It's like that one. So
Yeah, I figured, just because you don't have the line anymore, I figured you still probably have the actual device.
yeah, I do.
But just in case, now it's on Discord and everything, and I just pinned it.
Thank you. What happened? What happened? Well, so I had like a normal line that you could use to pay, or like I would pay with, but when I started doing this 24/7, I was eligible for like a free phone. Like I forget what it's called. It's called like a Lifeline or something. And so I used that. But then the government stopped the Lifeline program in like June of this year. And when they did that, it was like, okay, let's see how long I can go without a phone. I'm sure it won't be that long. But then it was like a relief that I didn't have somebody to have to like keep up with. And if anybody needs me, they know to email me. And I have friends who email me and they're like, "Hey, I see you're still streaming. When you coming back?" And they're like, "Well, once I go viral, and it'll be a very big deal, or you might just see me show up randomly at shul or randomly at some Shabbat or something." But then I started doing jobs like this summer where I could make a little bit of money and then just to be able to pay my rent. But I recognize that if I just continue to pick up jobs whenever I need money and I keep my bills really to an absolute minimum, I could do this. I don't want to say indefinitely. Everything will come to an end, perhaps, but I've got at least another, like internally, I want to do it for the rest of my life. So that part of me doesn't seem like it's going to come to an end. Um, I always worry that the people who own the house one day are going to say, you've used too much internet and we're going to take that part out of your lease. And if they do that, then I have to work on getting a different internet service provider. But in the meantime, the worst that they've ever done, the internet used to go down all the time. And so the person who owns the house is actually in Iran. I've met them. I used to live with them. They used to live in the house, but they.
Oh, they were able to go back to Iran?
Yeah.
That's really cool. Because I remember you told me that they came to America because Zoroastrianism and the Ayatollah, but I didn't know that things.
Yeah, so.
It's really funny because Iran is actually pretty cool people, honestly. Every Iranian I've ever met, phenomenal people.
I would say the same thing.
It seems like a much cooler, one of the, unfortunately, not great, but next door is Iraq, and you know that place is not. If you had to pick one of the two to live in, it'd be Iran. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so he he owns or he helped to start like an IT company, and his dad is the person who like does most of the management of the house, but he's getting older. The guy, his real name is, I write checks to this guy. It's like Corso something. It's like a very long name. Even every year, I write him 12 checks for each month, and I do it all at one time. And I have to have them write down the name for me because I can never remember, never get it right. But he goes by Jay. Anyway, he was living here, so we lived together for like 1 or 2 years, and then he moved out, and other people moved into his room, and that was no big deal. And I always just worked through his dad, but his dad doesn't know English very well, and so whenever I'm like, the internet went down, he'd be like, huh? And I'd be like, dude, can you please, like, let me. I used to have to go in his room and unplug the router, and it was just a huge pain in the ass. So I finally was like to Jay, I'm like, Jay, is there any way you can work on the guy who owns the house? His name's Jay. Is it, or he goes by Jay? Is there any way you can improve the connectivity? And he did an audit, and he looked, and I mean, just the amount of data that I was using caused me to be the bad guy. So he's like, what are you uploading so much? And it's kind of hard for me to be like, hey, I'm streaming my life on your dime, basically. But I explained to him that I'm a YouTuber, and he's like, all right, well, just don't stream anybody else in the house, I guess, but you need to watch it with as much as you stream. And since I'm on just a month-to-month lease, at any time they could just be like, yeah, we're just gonna remove internet from it. When I first moved in, this was in like 2018. I remember as I was sitting to sign the paperwork, I said to them, I remember the listing said Wi-Fi included. It's the only reason why I started. Well, two reasons: was its proximity to my synagogue, but also because it had internet. And I said, so you have internet, right? They're like, oh yeah, it's unlimited, so you don't need to worry about it. I'm like, oh, okay. Little did they know that I would be the person who probably uses the most amount of internet, aside from a business, than any individual ever. And yeah, so my biggest worry is that they would take that out, and if they did, then it might mean, because then it's going to be like at least like for good internet, it's going to be like $200-$300 a month, perhaps, if I want like unlimited uploading and all that other shit. And so I just consider going back to work, and not that I'm against it, but because I do enjoy being a project manager, and I have never had a problem getting a job in the past, but I feel like then I can't focus on this. Then when people come in the Discord, they have to be muted the whole time for 8 hours and all this other shit, and it's not ideal. So I recognize that if I keep my food costs down, I keep my bills to nothing, and just have to pay rent. I sold my car. I mean, I've given everything for this, but because like when I sold my car, I wasn't going anywhere. Like, it's expensive to go out and even just to have insurance on it. So that was Like last year, I did that. So I had some money from that. And while not ideal, I just say to myself, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. With each day, I get more and more influence. With each day, more and more people find out about me. And it's just a matter of time until the right group of people sees what I'm doing and endorses it, and I go viral. Now, I actually brought this up because of the Music with Marty Discord. He is someone who can somewhat make that happen, though I'm not using his Discord for that. His Discord is just really for nice people. He had Dr. Don come in today. Some really nice people from there. This Wall Street Bets one, I'm telling you, these are the people who are going to do it, and it's just a matter of time. I I think that I'm starting to grow on them, at least on some of them, and that's what happened in Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu. They didn't like me at first.
Yeah.
They used to kick me out, and then all of a sudden, years go by, and you're just a a regular, or you're like a pillar of the community. And I just think that the same thing's going to happen in here. I really think that it could have happened in the Aiden Ross Discord, but Aiden Ross stopped allowing just anyone to be able to be in his VCs. So I'm basically just been grandfathered in. In the other ones, like Socialize or whatever ones I'm in, because they're so large, no one really pays attention to me because they're like hundreds of thousands of people. I have found a sweet spot with like people who know who I am. There aren't a lot of people streaming at the same time, so they are able to recognize who I am, and I'm just kind of like a consistent individual. And I think if one of these days somebody's going to see that gift that I keep posting, I mean, I don't spam it, but every once in like twice a day I do it, and they're going to say, you know what? It's so crazy. This just might work. What do you want us to do? And they would just be like, hey, make a post on Reddit and we'll get the community to upvote it and see if it gets any momentum. And if it does, it's game over.
Yeah. Like I said, remember I told you there was all this drama going on and everything, and in all these servers, and just a second ago, I even said, you know, people were saying, "Oh, this guy, da da da, he's just on the internet and does this all the time," and then I chime in, and I said, look, everybody knows I hang out with Rabbi Rothschild all the time, and he's probably that eccentric. It was like, but it was like he doesn't react like these other people, and immediately it's just like, yeah, but Rabbi's different. Like,
That's sweet.
Like people know. Do you see what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
the other
absolutely.
reason when someone comes in here and they want to say to you, like, oh, you're like so and so, and I'm just immediately like, homie, first of all, that is not even the most fun person to troll these days. That is like, there's kind of like an unspoken rule now with most people who it's like, nobody should really be messing with him.
Yeah.
He's gone too far, and anyone who breaks that rule is kind of like ignored, I think.
Well, and that's really sweet of the community.
It's like,
and sweet.
All of these people, we know of hundreds. We know of maybe 1,000 different people who are terminally online, and they are perfect examples of bad behavior and can't take a joke, and and when Rabbi gets brought up, people are like, but that's not what it just isn't.
It's not what I do. It's not what I do.
It's refreshing because my biggest worry is that some people won't recognize, or like you help me see that no matter what, people do recognize what's going on. Like it's not just he streams 24 hours a day, so that means we're never going to give up bugging him.
Go for
it. Which is what my thought was.
Yeah.
And
they gave up.
I have, exactly. It's been invited because, come on, it's the internet. I mean, my baptism through fire. Come make fun of me. See how long you can hang me, and you wait them out every time.
I do. It's
You
important.
know,
It's important to maintain consistency. I think when people see that you're consistent, they see that you are rational. It's not like this is erratic behavior, and it's just
you also don't have skeletons in your closet, or if you do, they're not the kind that are ammo for the sort of people who will never let you forget it. You know, whatever you've done, it's not. You just probably had a regular life. At least I'm sure someone has tried to get all your info. You put all your docs out there. If anyone wants to look up criminal history and throw it in your face, do you know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
you must have no skeletons in your closet, or else they'd have found them,
I
and they'd be bugging you about it right now.
I invite people to do as much research on me as they can because then that just means that I'm growing in my influence. I'm basically living in their heads rent free. I mean, I'm not a perfect person, and I think everybody has
I don't.
some skeletons in their closet, but generally, I've done my best for every person that I've met to treat them as with as much respect as possible. I don't have any like I've never cheated on a girl. I don't have like a mean ex-girlfriend who's out to get me or a baby mama or
Yeah.
I've never cheated anybody. I've never been fired. I have only generally like been been as good a person as I can be. Am I perfect? No. But even when I'm imperfect, I feel that my actions can be justified. Like, have I ever told a lie? Yeah. To protect my own life, I've had to lie. I think everybody on earth has. Or have I ever had to, um, have I ever gotten mad at somebody? Sure, I've gotten mad at people, but I do my best to not let it necessarily, I've never,
There's a difference between getting mad and the kind of anger that they're looking for is once you start getting mad, you ramp up, you escalate, you get more mad, you become belligerent, you start can't keep your
yeah,
breath, you're
there's nothing
mad.
like that.
That's not what you do. You know, there's there's an emotional baggage that they're trying to exploit, and I'll admit it, but it's also in a way I do still feel that you know, it's to toughen people up. It's like you got to use this opportunity to learn how to overcome such strong emotions because it's the internet. You are the one putting yourself out there. And so you need to learn how to overcome these kind of interactions, or you need to realize that you're finding out that being an online presence is not really your shtick.
Right.
And I mean, that really is. I, unfortunately, the only way to sharpen a knife, you end up scraping off the rough edges, right?
Right.
You got to hone the blade, and some of our rough edges, and it's very abrasive, the stone that the trolls are, but if people would all look at it correctly and see that the sort of, chiding, quote unquote, bullying is an opportunity to grow, like I like being poked in my soft spots because I build calluses. Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
And maybe I shouldn't be a callous person, but I also don't like to be an overly emotional person. So I see a benefit in it for me. Other people who don't have such emotional responses, maybe you know, they might not love being bullied, but they also don't think that it has a benefit to them. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know. I don't know. I think there's some. I don't mean abuse, by the way. I don't mean oh, that person is a Jew, that person is a homosexual. Let's never let them forget. It's like no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about bash on people because of their ethnicity. Not actual hate. Not actual hate. Just as a tool to sharpen each other's resolve against the world and community and socializing and all.
I
Because
do.
people like that, they're going to have a bad interaction at the bank.
Right.
They're going to have a bad interaction at 7-Eleven, and so when they come to the internet and they're just nothing but bad reactions, they make themselves an easy target. I don't know. I
I
don't know. You
I
inspire me, man. You temper me. You temper me because you got a phenomenal way of handling things.
well, I appreciate that. I I don't think that it's the I don't think that the that I'm done yet. I mean, internally, I think I'm going to do this. I really do. I think I'll do it for the rest of my life, and I think that I'll
Yeah.
get like Meta Ray-Bans that automatically upload to the internet, and people will just want to watch what I'm doing 24/7 in first person. I think that I used to do that. I have a lot of footage, in like where I just recorded myself with my hat, and I actually like made this necklace that was a camera and and like a recording box. They make these things um, that's just like a box that looks like a little black box, and it has one button on it, and when you turn it on, it records all the sound going on around you, and it has a large um, storage, so it can store like I don't know, like 32. Well, like I think it had a little card too, but basically what I could do is just turn on this little box and have all of my audio recorded for an entire month, and then I just had to upload it to my computer. It didn't have anything else. This box was very indiscreet, but it would just record all the sound that was going on, and then I had a, a GoPro that I would wear, and I would watch the footage, and I would like, you know what? I would actually like to watch this of a human if I could always just log in and see what they're doing, whatever they are. If it was just like glasses on their face, and now we've got the Meta Ray Bans that kind of do the same thing. They just need to bridge the gap. I don't know. I don't think those Meta Ray Bans automatically upload, and that's what they need to do. It just needs to be a constant uploading thing, so that you can live out someone's life. That to me would be really exciting, and I've got that kind of foresight, and that's what I'd like to do. Um, and I just need to keep being nice to these guys in this Wall Street Bets Discord, and eventually, I mean, they've got some big connections, and they'll get behind it because they're about making money. A lot of these guys don't have any money. A lot of them have a lot of money. They want to make money, and I just have to convince them of the importance of data, and some of them already recognize it. One of them was asking the other day, they're like, how am I ever going to get out of the riffraff of the of the stock market? Like what's more important than money? And I said data. And all these people were like, yeah, he's absolutely right. Data is more important than money. Money doesn't really have a value. Data at least has some, it is something. Money is just, it has no intrinsic value. It's not backed by anything. But data, even if it's not necessarily backed in anything by anything, it has value because people can use it to learn. And that's an important thing. So I'm slowly convincing them of this. It's not going to happen overnight, but the fact that they haven't kicked me out and I've been in there now like 2 weeks, that's an excellent sign. When they used to kick me out all the time.
Like that was the hardest, but it was
Yeah.
hard because it
Definitely,
gets everywhere and everybody.
you grow on people.
Exactly.
People might wonder, but
Interviewed kids and gone through more
You-
detail than everyone.
you're human. You win everybody over, I think.
I'm like digit.
Unless they're just like a determined anti-Semite, you know. I mean, that's a whole different. There's a whole mindset of people who it doesn't matter if they, in their mind, begrudgingly think, yet will never say aloud, quote unquote, he's one of the not bad ones. He's one of the good ones.
I get them though. That guy with the pink swastika.
But
He's nice to me now. And like when before they'd be really, really mean to me. And that's fine if they want to say I'm one of the good ones. So long as I can be a good influence to them and a light to them, I feel I'm performing my role in this world. What I don't like is people who think there's the saying holier than thou, and they think that they're better than everybody because they do something or whatever. They have more money than someone, or they have a certain education or whatever. I kind of just see that all as how you were born into that generally, or you were fortunate enough to be able to make a lot of money in one way or another. But that doesn't make you better than anybody. And I think that shows, especially when you look at people who are very um, determined and are people who pick themselves up by their bootstraps and are willing to make sacrifices. Those kind of people, if given the same opportunity that, say, like an Elon Musk would be, they might be trillionaires by now. They wouldn't just be worth $400 million; they'd be worth trillions. Um, I, One thing that I see happens is somebody like Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk will be seen in this light that they kind of came from nothing, or they want to make it like they came from nothing. When, like, Bill Gates' mom was on the board of the University of Washington, his grandfather was on the board of Planned Parenthood, and he comes from a banking background. Um, Jeff Bezos, his grandfather was one of the heads of DARPA that started the internet. So, of course, you're going to expect his grandson to be a very successful person.
Wow. I mean, you hear things and it's just like, you hear some things and you realize that certain families made it so that ours were never going to be seen, huh?
To some extent.
No, man.
Well, I mean, and people don't know.
I try not to have that family conspiracy all the time. But
well, it's. I mean, some people call it nepotism. I just call it taking care of your own, and I respect that. I'm going to do the same thing with my children and my children's children. I'm going to do my best to set them up. And
I agree with that.
So I understand. And then, but what bothers me is when they try to make it like they didn't come from this. If you want to know the story of Amazon, you watch any Amazon documentary, it all started in a garage. Bill Gates started in a garage. Apple Computer started in a garage. Elon Musk, and he doesn't really start these companies. His dad, he says, was an electrical engineer, which is true, but his grandfather owned an emerald mine. And his dad has talked about it. And
Yes.
Elon Musk has done his best to downplay this information. It's like, Elon, you have pictures of you next to your dad's Rolls Royce. Nobody's going to think that you came from nothing. So he keeps these pictures, as quiet as possible. But, I think that there is an opportunity here, especially when it comes to data, that it's just a matter of time. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. Then I sacrificed my life for 3.5 years or whatever it would be at that time for the good of the world. I did my best to be a positive influence on everyone that I met. I learned a lot about human sociology and human behaviors. I learned a lot about the internet, and I could utilize that to go back to project management or app development or anything else that I'm good at, and perhaps be able to continue my life. But at this point, I know that give me another month in the Wall Street Bet server, and they will be wishing me, hey, how are you doing today? And that's what I want. Once we're at that point, that's when we're cooking. Because then I'll be able to have a little huddle with them and be like, guys, I need your help. Just, you guys are very connected on Reddit. Please, do like, is there anyone here who can help me put together some kind of post, and we all just get 25 people to upvote it. If we get 25 people to upvote it, then I can go to the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu group and get them to get 25 people to upvote it, and I can get the same for Music Biz Marty and Aiden Ross and all the other people who I have, and make enough connections, and it'll be huge. And that's all that needs to be done. If I were to, I say this, every day I think, how much longer do I have to do this until I'm very well known? And mark my words, you're 39 today. By both your 40th and my 40th birthday, I think that we'll be writing our own checks. I could be completely wrong, but I just see the way I've grown. Like the first 2 years that I was on here, I didn't have much growth at all because I kept losing accounts and it was hard for me to have any consistency. But creating the Discord has allowed me to have more consistency and people be able to connect with me and all of the other things. And then just being, just a consistent person in all these other Discords. Like every single day, somebody comes to me and says, I see you in 18 different Discords a day, or 4 different Discords a day, or you're in all these Discords. How are you able to do it? And that's definitely a positive. And I have a feeling that the internet isn't that big. I know it's very big, I get it, but at least in social media, if it's a social media, I'm on it, and I have a ton of accounts on it. So once like somebody sees me on, let's say Reddit or whatever, they're gonna be like, "Oh, this motherfucker spammed me on Twitter for 2 years," or this guy spammed me on Kick every day for 9 months. Like there'll be all these people who know about me, but they just didn't know they were all in the same web or the same network that I've created, and then it'll be really big. There won't be an issue of like, do you know who this person is? The fact I have things lined up kind of where I want them. From a troll perspective, the people who are going to troll me, I already kind of am in good graces with the trolls already. So it'll almost be like they're going to defend me because they're going to be like, no, he's a normal person. He's been live streaming.
I've seen it in the Music Biz Marty chat. Somebody said, hey, there's people trying to get at Rabbi. He's like, let's go back them up. I've seen that in the Music Biz Marty grid, where you have channels that talk about music, current events, this, that, the other topic. We have this person to make fun of, that person to make fun of, this person to make fun of.
I see that.
All of their information. And you don't have a channel like that.
No, I don't.
You show up in general chat with everyone else. You're not someone who's talked about.
And
I don't know.
I've got a couple other servers that I'm like that in. There's one called Tequila, and people will come in and be really mean to me. Well, they used to, I should say. I haven't been in a long time. And they will come in and people will back me up and they'll be like, hey, don't bother him. Like, he's just doing his thing. Don't bother him. So long as he doesn't break any Discord rules, don't bother him. And I'm in this other one. You've been in it, Maya's Playhouse. Those people are like, I've just become like a staple in there. They know exactly who I am. They know exactly what I'm doing. They can watch me at any time. And it's just a matter of time. This thing is going to blow up. When it blows up, it's going to be like anything the world has ever seen before. And I think that's when it becomes very exciting. That's the first thing that I want to do. Of course, world peace is very important to me. And I'd love to say the first thing that I'm going to be able to do is stop all the wars, but I just don't think that that's realistic. But what I do think is realistic is me showing the struggles that I've had with technology and calling out the CEOs and the quality assurance teams and the what would you call it? Like the people who ban you. And I'll be able to say, like, here's a perfect example. We have 2 devices, exact same thing that they're showing. Why is it that this one got banned but this one didn't? Why? And if you can't give me a good reason, then you need to go back to the drawing board and overhaul everything and make sure that it becomes consistent because it's not fair. And another thing that I would say, I would call on, well, there are some things that I would really call on at least the United States government to do. Not anything that I feel is very controversial. I don't think that it's right for people to be able to hit children. And I'm very serious about this. And I think I could get every person in Congress to pass a piece of legislation to protect children against getting hit, especially by other people. Paris Hilton just passed one recently. I don't know if you saw this, but basically, she passed a piece of legislation or helped to pass it to protect children about like if you're in a like some kind of like development home that they shouldn't be able to hit you. And I want to expand that to these children boot camps where they're away from their parents and they can get really beaten. Here's why. How hard is too hard when you're hitting a child? It's a good question.
I mean, do we all need to go up to that punching bag game and check
Exactly.
so we know how to?
Exactly.
We're all different.
Exactly. We're all different. We're all different sizes. Children are different sizes. Can I use a weapon? And if so, which ones? Which ones are allowed? Can I use a belt? Can I use a wooden spoon? Can I use a shoe? I can't go up to an adult and hit them with a belt, but I can my own child. It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. It's never made sense to me. And I want to stop child abuse. I fortunately have not been someone who had to undergo some of the fear that other children have had to go through, but I want to stop it nationwide. Sweden was the first country to stop this in the 1970s, and it's like if they've been doing this for 50 years, why can't we consider it? So those are pieces like that's a piece of legislation I would want to see passed, and I would be a major advocate for it. I know I can't change everything in the world, but I could focus on some things. But really, it would be on technology and improvement of technology. One of the biggest things would be defaults. I would just say, why is it that when I start my computer up, that it just doesn't go to defaults very well? Meaning, um, like, or even my phone, like, um, my browser that generally knows what I want to do, uh, but I have to set that all as a home page. A lot of these things are manual things that you have to do. And I just feel like there can be hey, we're AI. We know exactly what you do on a daily basis. You log into your computer, you check your email, and then you browse the internet or whatever. Do you want us to do this for you? And you can say no, but I feel like just having defaults for people would save people a lot of time. And another thing that I think could be done is updates to devices should be done in the background. I shouldn't be on my computer and all of a sudden it says, hey, we need to install an update, and then it just restarts on me. And that just happens far too often in society. And just little things like this, I could just almost like how Elon Musk tweets about things and then like they get done because he brings attention to them. Oh, the rabbi tweeted about this or whatever, and it got attention. Another thing that I don't think is fair, like so for instance, if you want to hire someone in the United States, there are all kinds of legalities that you have to essentially adhere to, especially when it comes to discrimination. Like you can't discriminate on people over age 40. You can't discriminate against people based on their gender. Well, most now it is gender, but or like their sexual preferences or their race. Okay, but if you are a social media platform, you can. And the fact that these social media platforms are paying people, to me, it makes them fairly similar to an employer. And so I feel that they should have to adhere to the same types of policies. Meaning, if we're looking at all of the people who you're banning, and they seem to be like in a protected class, you can get in trouble for that. The reason why I say this, I noticed this on some platforms, and I could be wrong, but there were like TikTok, I feel did not have when I was starting up with all of these different platforms, I just noticed there weren't that many African Americans on TikTok using TikTok or getting featured on my feed on TikTok. And I wanted that. I mean, I really I have a lot of black friends and I like black people a lot. And I thought this was strange. And then I would go to BIGO, which is another one that's similar, and it was like filled with African American people. And I would ask them, like, why aren't you on TikTok? You have really great content. Oh, I got banned from TikTok. Oh, I got banned from TikTok. Oh, I got banned from TikTok. And it's like, well, it's a Chinese company that is basically like enforcing their own rules, but you couldn't do that in the United States. You couldn't just say, like, well, whatever this person said, or what, like, for instance, I think a lot of the African American community has gotten banned for the N word because it's used within that community colloquially. But if you use it on TikTok, you get banned. So that to me is unfair. And without going into the nuances of the hard R versus the A or anything like that, it's just not right to me that they could just choose a word and a word that is used a lot within one certain culture, and whenever that word is used, they can get rid of you. That to me is discrimination. There are other things that I don't like. I mean, really the big one I think that I will be in, with which I can be an advocate is the nipple, freeing the nipple. The fact that with all things being equal, if you have a man with his shirt off at the beach, that's great content for TikTok and Instagram. If you have a woman do it, she loses the ability to provide for herself and her family. That is de facto discrimination, and I don't like it. It's not that I want to see nipples. If I want to see nipples, I can see all the nipples that I want. I can look at my own nipples. I can look at the hottest chicks in the world's nipples. That's not the thing. It's the fact that it's like a computer making a determination as to someone's gender and discriminating against them because of it. And I don't like that. So those are some easy ones I think that I might be able to change. The hard ones are, defense contractors and the Federal Reserve and that kind of stuff. Those are ones I don't think I'll be able to change, but I think I'd be able to make at least some good changes in the world. And at the end of the day, when my head hits the pillow, I know that every day I've done my best to improve the world in my own way. And when you can do that, that's a very gratifying aspect of your life.
Hey, someone else remembers my birthday.
Who's that?
My friend Mark.
Shout out to Mark. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some water.
I'm gonna use the restroom, so I'll be back too.
Now lots of people do it.
Could you actually speak to their stories? What's like the shape of their suffering? What's more common themes? How do those stories change you?
Remember, I said you can't hear like your dispassion itself and your passion itself. I think I had to learn to create the dispassion itself. I mean, we all have that capacity when we analyze something that's far away and have people different than us, but you have to. I think I discovered and developed an ability to like put those aside in order to be able to study them. So it gets maybe harder in a way that you have to be guard against. So you have to start remembering that what you're doing that on. It's really horrible. Like, if I want to conscript you and I don't want you to run away, then I want to make you think you can never go back to your village. And the best way for me to do that is to force you to do something really, 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 really horrible that you almost incredibly believe you could never really go back. And it might be like killing a loved one. And so, and just hearing people tell you that story in all the different shapes and forms. The point, what was horrible about it is they did this so routinely that you'd be sitting there in an interview with somebody and they'd be telling you the story, and it's like the most horrible thing that could happen to you or anyone else. But there's some voice in the back of your mind saying, okay, we really need to take the other things. I know how this goes. Like a person knows there's this thing like, okay, I'm not learning anything new here. Like there's some part, evil, terrible part of you that's like, yeah. Like, but let's get onto the other things. But I know So
what's
for
in the
me,
back of your head that you just go, yeah, I know exactly how this conversation goes, and skip ahead to the solutions to the next.
yeah, yeah.
And if
So
it,
that was yeah. So that was because you then have to deal with it. So it's very helpful if you like come home every night to someone who got through the same thing and B is a professional and very, 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 very good counseling psychologist.
I know you
Um,
keep saying this. Period. Is this true? Question mark.
the hardest thing, I mean, the organized crime stuff has been the hardest. So just figuring out how to get that information took us years of just trial and error, and mostly error, of like just how to get people to talk to us or how to collect data in a way that's safe for me and safe for my team and safe for people to answer a survey. Like how do you get the information on what gangs are doing in the community or how it's hurting or helping people? Like you've got to run surveys, you've got to talk to gang members, all these things. Nobody knows how to do that, and so we had to sort of really slowly. Not nobody. There's a few of them. There's other academics like me who are doing this, but there's a pretty small group that's trying to like collect systematic data, and then there's a slightly bigger and much more experienced group than talking to different groups. But every time you go to a new city, and there weren't that many people working on this in Medellin, there were a few, you have to like discover a new, like it's really going to be unique to that city and place.
so there's not like a website reaching the 17 Latvian groups. There's no Facebook group.
Well, there is now. We created like our own. We have a private where we document everything, and it's a collaborative enterprise between lots of researchers and journalists and things. So we now we can't see, you can't go online and see this.
That's individual research. So it's not
Yeah,
hiding by design.
some of them have Facebook pages and things of this nature, so they do have public profiles a little bit, but not it's not their specific. You know, so they're kind of stuff. Here's an example. So one of the things that's really endemic in Medellin, it's true in a lot of cities, it's true in American prisons, is gangs govern everybody's everyday life. So if you have in an American prison, particularly in Illinois or California or Texas, is another big one, but also in a city in Medellin, if you have a problem, debt to collect or dispute with a neighbor or something, you could go to the government, and they do, and they can help you solve it. You go to the police, or you can go to the gang. And so and that's like a really everyday phenomenon. But then there's a question of like, how do you actually figure out what services they're offering, how much they pay for them? Do you actually like those services? And how do you comparison shop between the police and the gang? And what would get you to go from the gangs to the police? And then how's the gang strategically going to respond to that? And what was the impact of previous policies to like make state government better? And how did the gangs react? And so we had to sort of figure that out. So that was just hard in a different way. But I don't do the mostly punishing stuff like this. So that's much easier from that sense.
By the way, on Jorge Ochoa, some of these folks are out of prison.
Yeah.
We got a chance to talk to them.
One of my collaborators on this guy named who spent a lot of time into military security. So he's talked to more of these people than I. I haven't talked to those. We haven't been talking. But also, they were there in a different era.
Yeah, so it doesn't.
The system was totally different. That's super interesting.
That's trying to do.
Yeah, that was 30 years ago. And the system we're working in, Officina, Pablo Escobar created it. And he integrated what that all these 17 personas and all these street gangs are the fragmented former remnants of his one unified empire, which he gave the name Officina. I mean, I think, it's a little bit apocryphal, but the idea is, I think he said every doctor has an office, so should we.
I still love that there's parallels between these Rothschild groups and the United Nations Security Council. It's just wonderful. It's so deep. Let me ask you about yourself. So, thinking about war here in part dispassion, just analyze war, try to understand the past. For you as a single individual, that's going to die one day. Maybe talking to the people that have gone through suffering. What do you think about your own mortality? How has your view of your own finiteness changed? Have you thought about more?
Maybe the reason I can do this work is because I don't think about it a lot.
Your own mortality, or even like mortality?
Yeah, I have to think about death a lot. So,
But there's a way to think about that, like numbers in a calculation when you're doing geopolitical negotiations, and then there's like a dying child or a dying mother.
it's, yeah, I guess I know I'm in a place where there's risk, and so I think a lot about minimizing any risk. Such that I think about mortality enough that I just, because I'm kind of an anxious person, and so like I'm kind of a worrywart, like in a way, and so I'm really obsessive about making sure anything that I do is low risk. You know,
So that gives you something to focus on, a number of the risk in trying to minimize. And
Yeah,
yet there's still the existential dread. Your risk minimization doesn't matter.
I've never been in a life-threatening situation.
Yeah,
And
that's somebody who, he's not like the Alex Honnold that doesn't do climbing. He doesn't see that as
no, that's
like.
well,
That sounds exactly the same. Because you just said, I've never done anything as dangerous as those people riding
right.
scooters.
So I've actually been a rock climber for like 25 years with a long break in between. But I'm the same way. You know, actually, rock climbing is an extremely big sport if you're very careful. But free climbing is the opposite of that. But I mean, like, if you're like, you've got a rope that's attached to you that goes up, is like attached to 18 trees and comes back down. You're fine. Like this, and you wear a helmet. You're good. You're totally fine.
Yeah, but this is super safe too.
No free climbing. No.
We're watching free climbing.
Totally.
I mean, because you're only going to put your hands and feet on sturdy rock, and then you know the path.
No. I don't. I don't compete. I have friends in college. I've known people who do something totally wacky in sport, and that's it, right? So I think it's totally. I think.
So even in that, by the way,
I can't even watch those movies because those freak me out too much because it's just too risky. Like I can't. I don't even. Yeah. So those things. I've never watched like Free Solo or anything. There's just too much.
still not as dangerous as riding scooter.
Yeah, totally.
I'm not gonna let that go. But even in that, risk minimization, the work that you do versus the sort of philosophical existentialist view of your own mortality. This thing and like what the hell is that about?
Yeah, I have this amazing capacity not to think about it. It's just be a self-defense mechanism. My father-in-law, Jimmy's father, is an evangelical pastor. He's now retired, but and we would talk about when we were getting married. They were terribly thrilled that she was marrying a agnostic atheist or something. And we love each other very much. It's fine now, but I only started discussing this because that was one of his questions for me. Like, well, how can you possibly believe that this is nothing happening? Because that's just like too horrible to imagine. And we really never saw eye to eye on this. And my view was like, listen, like, I can't convince myself. I believe I can't convince myself otherwise. Anything else is completely impossible to me. And for some reason, I can't understand. I'm at peace with that. Like, it's never bothered me that Monday is over. And I understand the fact that people have angst about that and that they would seek answers make total sense to me. And I can't explain why that doesn't consume me or doesn't bother me.
But in the end, you want to.
Yeah, maybe if I was more worried about it, maybe I wouldn't get this. I don't know. But at that time, I don't think there is. I still think. I don't know. But I minimize all sorts of risks. I'm like a. I minimize. I try to optimize like groceries in the fridge too. Like I mean, I put
Very economist way to live, I would say. That's probably why you're good at
that might be true. That might be there's some selection in economics of these cold calculations.
chicken or the egg. You never know. Do you have advice for young people that want to do as ambitious, as crazy, as amazing of work as you have done in life? So somebody who's in high school, in college, either career advice on what to choose, how to execute on it, or just like how to meet some random stranger, or maybe a dating advice.
That part's easy. You have to buy coach and go to the internet cafe. You can't all the development workers that I know that fly business class. I'll never meet them. No, I actually spent a lot of time writing advice on my blog about my state advice, and one of the reasons is I never got that. Like when I grew up, I went to like a really good state school in Canada. It's called Waterloo. I loved it, but people didn't go on the trajectory that I went on from there. And I had some good advisors there, but I never got the kind of advice I needed to like pursue this career. So I'm very concentrated in elite colleges, I think, sometimes in elite high schools. So I tried to democratize that. That was one reason I started the blog. But a lot of that's really particular because every week, like I have students come in my office wanting to know how to do international development work, and I spend a lot of time giving them advice, and that's what a lot of posts are about.
Yeah, they're very specific questions, like what is it, the country by country kind of specific questions, or like
I think that if they're all trying to do that, I think it's the right. I don't have to give them a really basic piece of advice that they're already doing. Like they're trying to find a vocation. They're really interested, and what I mean by that is it's like a career where they find meaning, where the work is almost like superfluous because they would do it for free, and they're passionate about it, and they really find meaning in it. And then it becomes a little bit all consuming. So scientists do that in their own way. International development, humanitarian workers, people who are doctors and nurses. Like we all do our careers for other reasons, right? But they find like meaning in their career. So I don't have to tell them whatever you do find meaning. And try to make it a vocation, something that you would do for free amongst all of these many options. That's what I would tell them. But that's what I would tell high school students and young people in college.
sometimes it's hard to find a place for black people.
Well, that's the other. It took me a long time, and so I actually started off as an accountant. I was an accountant for a few years. So I did not.
Did you wake up in the morning excited to be alive?
I was miserable. I found it by accident, which is another different story. But I landed in this job at a TV where I was an accountant, and I was miserable. I was totally miserable, and I hated it. And I was becoming a miserable person. And so I eventually just quit, and I did something. But I was that. So but then I was working in the private sector, and I actually just need to try on. I actually had to try on like 3 or 4 or 5 careers before I found like this mixture of academia and activism and research and international development. And
So did you know that this was allowed when you found this kind of international development? It's academic context too.
the key lesson was just trial and error. You all have to be until it feels right.
It's okay. All right. Step one is trial and error, but until it feels right, it's like it often feels right, but not perfect.
Yeah, well, I think that's true. Right enough. I mean, I was really intellectually engaged. Like I just loved learning about it. I wanted to be more like it. In some sense, like I was an accountant, but I was reading about like world history and international development in 4 countries in my spare time, right? And so it was like this hobby, and I was like, wait a second, I could actually do that. Like I could like research something and even write the next those books. And that's kind of what I did like 25 years later. That didn't occur to me right away. I didn't even know it was possible. This is the other thing people do. People do their 9-to-5 job and then they find meaning in everything else they do. They're volunteering in their family and their hobbies and things. And that was my social media. And that's a great path too. I mean, it's not all of us that just have a vocation where we don't find it. We only just describe what you do.
Sorry about that. Didn't mean to vacuum when I have to start the mic on.
And that's
You
not
could
entirely
be done.
true because everyone in my family does like their job and get a lot of fulfillment out of it. But I think it's not. That's a different path.
It's good to take the leap and keep trying stuff, even when you found the way local minimum.
Yeah, the hardest part was it got easy after a while. Was quitting. But now I take this to a lot of and one of the people I think one of the reasons I discovered your podcast and maybe it's Tyler Cowan.
Yeah,
Tyler takes this approach to everything. He takes this approach to movies.
yeah.
It's watch it in the movie theater after half an hour if you don't like the movie. And
You know what kind of person he probably is? I don't know how you say this. He's probably somebody that goes to a restaurant. If the meal's not good, I can see him just walking away.
Yeah.
Like paying for it, just walking away.
Yeah. And so it's something that's exactly right. And I thought that was kind of great. And I was the person I would never just put a book down halfway, and I would never stop watching. But then I convinced my wife. We lived in New York when we were single initially. Now we spoke when we were childless, and we lived in New York. There's all this culture and theater and stuff. And I just said, let's go to more places. Let's just walk out after the first act. doing it. And it was so freeing and glorious. We just go take so many more chances on things. And we would, and if we didn't like it, we were walking up to people all the time. And so I think I did that. They're realizing that that's how I just kept quitting my job and trying to find something else that like some risk.
But that's how war started. You need the commitment. Otherwise, no.
That's a different kind of commitment problem. That's a different commitment problem.
Some of it, I'm sure there's about, and the same thing that's happening with dating and marriage and everything. There's some value to sticking it out. Some of the, like, maybe, don't leave after the first act. It's good stuff.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, yeah. Well, I don't know. So when I met Penny, she was very, very relationship with me because I explained to her, I had had a relationship longer than 2 or 3 months and 11 years. So she thought this was so serious. And what I said to her, and then she told me the story, this is what she goes through. She says, I didn't believe him when he said that I just, after 2 or 3 months, you're kind of having consent. Whether this is going somewhere, and I just decided it was over. So, and I walked away. So I took this approach to dating. As soon as I thought it was improving, and then I decided with her that this was going to work. And then she didn't believe me. She believed me.
I got it. You're right. Okay, this is an incredible conversation. The work is so fascinating. Big picture way of looking at conflict and how we can achieve peace, especially in this time of I really appreciate you calmly speak to me about some of these difficult ideas and explain them. You sit down and have this amazing conversation. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Steve Black. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors. Now, let me leave you with some well-known simple words from Albert Einstein. I know not what weapon World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
What's your
I was
age?
on the run for 4 months, so $600,000.
You say?
In Las Vegas, Nevada. One day, I had stolen over 60 days out of ATM. Went in the next morning, I woke up, signed on targetmarket.com, which is right by my brother, and there's my name, U.S. Personal. And that gets you.
It's not to be discrediting.
Real name is U.S. Personal. I don't know if somebody then they did. And I was talking about me being part of the Secret Service operation, everything else. So of course they're all like everybody's asking.
Following this conversation with Greg Johnson, former cyber criminal who built the first organized cybercrime community called Shadow Group, that is the precursor to today's Darknet and Darknet Monster. He's referred to in the United States Secret Service as the original consumer godfather. He's been a central figure in a cybercrime world for 20 years, placed on the U.S. most wanted list in 2006 before being convicted of 39 felonies for cybercrime. He escaped from prison, then eventually being locked up.
Would you like to price to higher, lower? Would you like to price to add?
Fight
Where
cybercrime.
would you like your life to go? Let's talk about 2020. We're on the edge. The first position.
Greg has caused
Where
a
would
lot of
you
pain
like
to a lot of
your
people.
dream rich
Yet,
all of
no
your
story,
wildest
trauma,
dreams to 2024?
and also
How would you
redemption.
see yourself at the end of
This is a
2025?
good time to say
Where would you
that I
like to
have
go?
and I will talk to people who have served time in prison. Perhaps people who
What's your
currently
biggest,
are.
highest purpose?
I'll try to do my best to empathize the person across from me and not let them sugarcoat, explain away, or dismiss the crime they committed.
Everything.
This is a tough line to walk, because if you close your heart to the other person, you'll never fully understand their mind or their story. But if you open the heart too much, you can be manipulated, where the conversation reveals nothing honest. This requires skill and willingness to take the risk. I don't know about the skill part, said, I want to understand what makes a person commit these crimes, in particular characteristics of their temporary or permanent madness, their justification, but also their humanity. I believe each of us has the capacity to become both a criminal and a victim, a predator and a prey. It's up to us to avoid these paths, to find the path to redemption. It's on each of us. It's our responsibility to be burden, being human in a complicated, dangerous world. This is the Lex Frequent Podcast. Supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, your friends. Here's Brett Johnson. You were convicted of 39 felonies of cybercrime, placed on the U.S. Most Wanted list in 2006, escaped from prison. You built the first organized cybercrime community called Shadow Crew that is the precursor to today's darknet market, and for all this, the U.S. intelligence service called you the original Internet Godfather. The first question is, how did your career as a cybercrime criminal begin?
My life of crime begins when I'm 10 years old. 10 years old, man. Think about that. I mean, you would probably play robots games. Usually good. When the Lego good, and it involves everything else. And with me, it wasn't like that. With me, I'm from Eastern Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky is one of these, it's like parts of Texas, parts of Louisiana, that you're not fortunate enough to have a job. You may be involved in scam, hustle, fraud, whatever you want to call it, man. I'm scared. My mom was basically the captain of the entire process. So this is a woman that at one point she's stealing a 108,000-pound Caterpillar V9 bulldozer, tramming it down the road. At another point she's taking a slip and fall in the convenience store trying to sue the owner. We had a neighbor. She acted as a pimp for at one point. That's my mom. My dad.
Wait. The neighbor acted as a pimp.
My mom prostituted. I mean, she acted as a pimp for a neighbor. Her name was Debbie, and my mom used to sell her out. Debbie needed money, and my mom would find men for her to sleep with for cash. She'd take a part of the cash.
So it sounds like she diversified the methodologies by which she hustled.
Gary, they had that entrepreneur. We see that a lot with cyber criminals.
So what was the motivation you think for her? Is it money? Is it basically the rush of playing this system of being able to know the rules and break the rules and get away with it?
My mom's a communist. She is. There's no rules. My mom was the individual. She's still alive. My mom was the individual who tested me. She wanted to know how hard she could abuse you, and you come back and still love her. So, and that was with every relationship she's ever had. She would cheat on the men she was involved with. She would abuse the children, the enemies. She would
Psychological, physical.
oh, it was mental, emotional, physical, everything. I mean, she used to beat me in the face with belt buckles. When that ended, when she was, I forgot what we had done. It wasn't much. I think that it may have been the part where she accused me of stealing her marijuana, but she was hitting me in the face. We were living in a single wide trailer. She was hitting me in the face. We were on the bed trying to get away from her, and Denise kicks her into her closet. Is what happens. And Denise stands up and she says, "You're through hitting me." And that was the last time my mom hit her.
So sorry to take us there. For people who know you, and people should definitely watch some of your lectures online. You're extremely charismatic and fun, jolly, and whatever word you want to use. But if you look at that kind of life, there's darkness there. There's struggle there. There's a lot of it. So, how did you feel? If you go back to the mind of the kid you were with your mom, was there sadness? Was there things like depression, self-doubt, all those kind of things? Or did you see this crime first instance, I guess I was 7 or 8. My sister Denise is a year younger than me. My dad actually files for divorce. Files for divorce at that point. My mom kind of goes crazy. My dad, I was with my dad, my sister was with my mother. Because that's that Eastern Kentucky mentality. You know, men stay with men, women stay with women. So he was filing for divorce. Me and my dad were living in an apartment. My mom was living with her grandparents and her parents, bouncing back and forth with them too. And I remember I was sleeping in the bed. We had a single wide bed. My dad slept on the sofa. I woke up one night and I was like, ruckus in the living room. So I wake up and I walk in the living room, and my mom has a knife in my dad's throat. And basically, you're not going to steal my son from me. My mom was this individual that when she knew she went so far, like I said, she was always this personal test. Well, can I do this to you? And you still come back. She knew this. She was always also this person that if she went too far, she knew it, and she would always try to divert that to something else. All right, so she knew at that point she went too far. So what does she do? She gets up crying, goes to the bathroom, and pretends to slit her wrists so that my dad Ray will respond to that, not respond to what she's just done to us. That was my mom in a nutshell. She had a history of this kind of stuff. Uh, Motivations as far as fraud with her, I think with her it was she was an LPN. She had a very good purse, but she didn't want to work. Was a lot of it. So I think with her it was easier for her to commit fraud. And when I say commit fraud, it was against businesses, against people. I remember at one point she's buying over-the-counter capsules, and emptying capsules out, putting some other crap in there and selling it at speed, and that people are buying it. She did anything she could. And of course, I get involved with that. What happens is we were in Kansas City at that point, and my mom leaves my dad. The way she left my dad, my great grandfather had died. My mom tells all 3 of us, "Hey, I'm taking the kids, we're going back to Eastern Kentucky to attend the funeral." Well, that was her leaving. Me and Denise didn't know she didn't pack any of our clothes at all. She stows her clothes in the trunk of the car, and she leaves my dad, and I don't get to see my dad again for, I think, 5, 6 years. My mom, like I said, she was pretty involved with my dad. She would he'd sit there and cry, beg her not to do it. She'd do it anyway. When she leaves him, she kept up that. So we were living at my grandparents' house. My grandfather, he had converted the house. He raised the house up and built apartments underneath it. So me and my sister and my mom lived in one of the apartments underneath. And that whole side of the family was just nuts. My granddad, Paul, he was. This is a man that he didn't want you to eat any of the food. So, there's no such thing as being peaceful upstairs to eat. If he found out me and Denise was taking a bath, we were allowed to bath and bathe in 2 inches of water 1 time a week because he didn't have to pay the water bill. There's rules. There are rules. If you couldn't have the TV on. When he went to bed at night, you had
can't wear the hoodie and put the bread down here, but mash the bread. You zip it up.
But yeah, we have to think through that.
Yeah, thank you. But you got to realize that by this point, I'm already paid for my parents. Like, shit.
See, that's a lot. That kind of puzzle solving was something you were about to know. You're pretty young.
Yeah, freaking. But seeing how they act, my mom, I guess you call it a good thing. They never kept any of that hidden from the kiddos. There was no discussions behind closed doors. All that happened in front of everybody.
And from your young mind's perspective, seeing that kind of crime, you basically, a lot of us kind of grow up thinking there's rules you're not supposed to break. You see other humans breaking those rules, then you realize those rules are just human made.
But it gets worse than that. I was in an environment where there were no decent people. I didn't really meet my first decent person until I was 16 years old.
What was that?
That was a high school teacher. So what happens is we start shoplifting food. My mom finds out that it's stealing stuff. She joins us. And that she joins us. Yeah, she comes in. I got the television. I got the Atari 2600. Play the hell out of it. And she starts seeing this shit. She's like, "Where's this coming from?" I'm like, "Oh, we found it." Like, if we find that, then he says that we stole it. My mom showed me how you did that, and she gets her mom too to join her. And she used to run the invitations to these little shoplifters. We'd make, we'd steal stuff for her. We would distract security, and her and my grandmother used to steal. They got caught. But that's the entry into crime. And Denise, I'm adamant. I kind of mean it. But the truth is, I say, and I do mean it, that I'm responsible for my children. All right? I believe that when you're a child, you can't control that. The adults in your environment control what you do. All right? Once you're an adult, though, your choices are yours. Now, that being said, there's some, you can't dismiss that childhood influencing what I did as an adult. You can't do that. I mean, it was kind of written on slate that, hey, this guy's going to meet this guy when he grows up.
That's like sometimes that one person you meet, that decent person, can turn the tide.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So what happens is the abuse, everything continues on. When I'm 15, my dad was in Panama City, Florida. My mom was and we were in Hazard, Kentucky. She was dating this guy. My mom was this woman that the abuse it was crazy. It was crazy stuff. She would tell me and my sister that she gave up her life for us, that she was going to leave one day and never come back, that we would be dead in a ditch somewhere. She'd go out and date these men, and she'd come back and she'd talk about how these men were abusing her. So she'd be dating this guy, and she'd come back and then she'd start talking about how he had tried to rape her. Trying to get me to respond to that. And I would respond to that. Make no doubt, I would respond to that. But what happens is, and I knew that, I knew it was abuse at that age, right? But I knew things were fucked up. And I was talking to my dad in Panama City, and I really had in my head that I was going to come out with dad. And I don't care who's doing better than me. I called my dad. I'm not in competition with anyone else. The only rival I have is the person I was yesterday. I don't care who's doing better than me. I'm not in competition with anyone else. It was a Sunday. The only rival I have is the person I was yesterday. I don't care who's doing better than me. I'm not in competition with anyone else. The only rival I have is the person I was yesterday. I don't care who's doing better than me. I'm not in competition with anyone else. The only rival I have is the person I was yesterday. I don't care who's doing better than me. I'm not in competition with anyone else. The only rival I have is the person I was yesterday. I don't care who's doing better than me. I'm not in competition with anyone else. The only rival I have is the person I was yesterday. I don't care who's doing better than me. I'm not in competition with anyone else. The only rival I have is the person I was yesterday. I don't care who's doing better than me. I'm not in competition with anyone else. The only rival I have is the person I was yesterday. I don't care who's doing better than me. I'm not in competition with anyone Nobody is saying, well, security guards, I played basketball with his son. So he saw me immediately. I'm not the hell out of him. Took off running. Made it back to the house. Where my grandparents were. They didn't know what had happened, so I didn't say anything. About an hour later, Texas State Police, they pulled up right here. And so we get out. I'm sitting on the front porch, and the neighbors saw me. They start walking up, everybody starts walking out of the house. I'm like, God, this is the same. What do you want? What do you want? You know what they wanted. They wanted to arrest Brett Johnson. And they arrested me on there. Spent 3 months in a county jail. I didn't have juvenile facilities in that county, so I spent 3 months in solitary. Went to trial. But get the assault of first degree. The judge puts me to time service and a psychological evaluation. Legal discussion. And the 30 days before the cut the rules, they need to have counseling after that. And so never went to counseling. And I became this pariah in the county. It's crazy. Not a day goes by, I don't think about that moment. Yeah. And what happens is you're 15. You're 15. So I go back to the high school that I was in, and
Everybody out there.
everybody knows. So I moved. We moved. We were in high school at that point. I finished up the year there and moved to back to Perry County, where Hazard is. So we moved there, and they've got 3 high schools there. They've got MC Major, they've got Hazard High School, they've got Bill Scones High School. So I was within me and Denise were within half mile of MC Major. Show up there the first day of school, and I met me and my mom and my sister walking to the school, and the kids won't let me in. Kids stand out there and he's not going to. So my mom said, "Great, I'm not going to let this go. Let's go." So from there was we went down to the city school, Hazard, and the principal tells my mom, "Denise can come. He can't." So my mom wants to raise him. I'm like, "No, just take me to this other school." So this other school is like 15 miles away. And, country high school. So I go there and they accept me. And I walk in the first day, and the English teacher named Carol Thomas. I walked in, handed the paper out. She was my home teacher. She heard this voice. That's the way she explains it. She heard this voice. And she looks up. She's like, "Son, have you ever done any drama before?" I'm like, "No, ma'am, but I'm interested in the academics." I was a quick recall, right? And she's like, "No." Wrong. Like, "No, I'm not interested in theory. I'm interested in academics." Well, she was the head of the drama department and head of the academics department. So the deal was, you can get on the academics team if you start with theater too. And I was like, okay. So what happened? She was the first decent person I've had. And was surrogate mother to me. So under her tutelage, I become one of the top academic team guys in the state. I was captain of the team. I was just girl across all the counties. But we had a beat. It was like Jesus Christ was that time. Because like you used to tell people they were the high school that I came from was Weisberg. First time that Weisberg came against us, she told me, I was talking to her about a year ago, and she told me, she's like, "Brett," she says, "I first meeting against Weisberg." She said, the captain came there for you. And she said, "Oh, you got the Wisconsin
boy on your team? She said my response was that Johnson boy is Irish. So, but I did that, and then with theater, I ended up my senior year. I won Best Actor and Actress. So only got every do that. So did pretty well, man. Did pretty well. Had scholarships coming out of high school and everything else. But I'm the idiot. And still, that's pretty good. You can make a hell of all the many things you probably do. You make a hell of a asset. I'm very good at it. Very good. And you acted especially, or not professionally. You've done the cops. What happened? So I turned down the side. So I started community college. The community college were higher than the community college. He was the guy that ran the San Jose State. A guy named Edward Manuel. His claim to fame, he had written the three ninjas. The three little ninja kids back in the 80s. He had written them. I didn't say shit. So he invited Ed Manuel to come down to his play and Ed had written So we put that on. I was doing it. So Ed sees the show and he's like, scholarship. Look, he said, right now you're a big fish in a small pond. We'll make you a big fish in a big pond. I was like, deal. So I took the scholarship. And he was like, I'll be back in 2 weeks. So he flies out. 2 weeks later, this guy flies back in. He drives down to where I'm living. I'm out shooting ball with his friend. He pulls up and he gets out of the car and I was like, I'm walking to him. I was like, hey, no. Like he needs his parents. He's like, nah, I got it. I was like, okay. Like he shoots ball, he walks in the house. Stays about 15 minutes. Walks out, light his shoes. Doesn't say a word to me. Gets in the car. I don't hear from him. I have no idea. Takes me a couple weeks. What happened is my mom, he walks in and introduces himself. My mom pulled a knife on the guy. I was killed. You are not going to steal my goddamn. Scared the guy to death. And kind of broke my spirit at that point. You know, like, so went into just full-fledged into everything else. I had already been, I would say, I've already been kind of brought up on the side of the family. So we do it. Drug trafficking and stuff. Illegally mining coal, cherry stuff. Illegally mining, wildcatting coal. So you, I say that, yeah, so to properly mine coal, you have to get permit, right? Eastern Kentucky, a lot of people they can't afford the permits. You know, they can get them a piece of equipment, you get a Dutcher or so you start mining, but you don't get permits, so you don't have to find it. You don't have to pay. Back then, it was like $3,500 for a 2-acre permit, or $5,000 for a 2-acre permit that you can strip mine the coal on that. Then you have to pay for the reclamation on top of that. But once you uncover the pit, take the coal out, you come back up the pit, sow grass, make sure everything is when you got a silt pond, everything else. Because what I did is you buy an acre of land or some area of land, and then you can. The whole process is go through the entire law. Many people involved in the mining, the smallest number of people required for a mining operation. You can do it with 3 or 4 people. Okay. So you've got your loader operator, you've got your dozer operator. You can farm out the trucking facility if you need that, or trucking company if you need to do that. That's whoever owns the business as well. So very few people can run an operation and profit really well, as long as you don't have to do the reclamation. All right, on top of it. All right, the reclamation is pretty expensive. If you're uncovering a bit of coal, it's not a pit. So a ton of coal is basically about 36 feet. It's like 2,000 pounds of coal waste. Which is stuff that comes up. The weight of the bituminous coal. In fact, you know that. The fact that you know exactly the volume of a ton of coal. I mean, yeah, you learned this shit, right? Rattle this shit up. So you uncover the pit, and you got to sell the pit. Well, the thing is that we're just going to sell coal. When you sell it to one of the coal pickers that
control, put it to cell sun, you take that sample over to the cold pickle there, say, okay, we'll buy this green, how many drugs you got, how many tons you got, and the drug company. And where you get it out, you got the agents that are looking for you by this point, because people that you've bought the right to be able to stand up to this. You said you're going to give them, $2 a ton, whatever it is. Well, the other people there, are you paying them off? Or are you not? Well, if you're not paying them off, yes, they know you're finding it illegally, they're going to report you. Well, all of a sudden, you've got all these inspectors that are coming around there saying, hey, we know what you're doing. So they're looking for you to get the pit out. So when do you get the pit out? You're at the dead of night. You're loading up 2 o'clock in the morning, hauling his ass out. There. So,
And your mom ran.
yeah.
And you said you worked the mine too.
Yeah, you know how to run a loader, run a dozer, you know how to clean off the pit. So this is the lifestyle you grow up in. You learn how to do this stuff. So they're not security fraud as well.
Charity fraud. Can we break down? Some of these are charity fraud. It's much more than
Basic. It's like standing beside the road with a sign and a bucket, taking a collection from homeless shelters for abuse of it for children, stuff like that. Then later on, I brainstormed. I started off on my own, set up my charity company, and so
we're going to talk about that. But actually, can we just step back and talk about your mom and your dad, given all of that, given all the abuse, the complex way that she raises you up, see how far she can take you and the people around her who surround her. Today, do you love her?
I called my dad yesterday. My dad, he's dying. He's got a heart condition. Fixed it. So he's like, where did you go? And I'm like, I looked at him and said, I'm 56 now. Prior to 52, I'd have been like, no, you need to do this. But I looked at him and I was like, I understand. You're done. And so he's not going to get the operation. I'm talking to you and he asked me if I get the education. I was like, Dad, I'm going to try to do something. And I told him, like, I love my mom. But my mom is not a good person. She's not. And he told me, I was talking to him on the phone yesterday, and he told me that it took him several years to really understand. He loves his people, but it takes years to get him used like that. But my dad actually took his family, everything else, and he loves standing there. And I think it's when you're a victim of abuse, you've never seen it before, you've never encountered it, and then it happens. So you're like a frog in water all of a sudden. You get to the point where it gradually increases until how do you get out of it? Everybody else sees what's happening, but you don't. I grew up in that environment, so it took me a long time to come to terms with it. My sister came to terms with it long before I did. My sister, she's been a decade talking to my mom. Like she'd try to commit suicide. What got me so bad is she said at one point that she always thought someone was going to come in and save us. And my response, just immediate response, I didn't even think about it. My response was, well, things I knew no one ever was. And looking at things now, I think that's where our paths diverged. Me, it was, you want to do it. You guys want to take care of you. You got to take care of yourself. You're on your own. You're on your own. It's up to you. And Ace has always been that child that is expected to come in.
Well, and almost like it's all going to be okay. Somebody,
It wasn't. Unless you make it okay, it ain't going to be okay. So,
are you able to forgive your mom?
my boundary with my mom. Over 2 years ago, I started this legal career. I've been the guy who has. I spent a lot of time thinking about my past and those choices in my life, why those choices ran. So I'm thinking about taking responsibility for my actions. I think it's really important to do that. Well, my mom, not so much. So I was talking to her,
start saying, she would start the conversation talking about she didn't understand why Denise wouldn't speak to her. That was one of her tropes. So, and my response started to become, well, because you were the abuser and you spent your life doing that to her, so it's more healthy for her not to talk to you.
She's still not able to see the flaws in her ways of the past.
No, not at all. So my ultimatum to my mom was, look, you're able to admit that you abuse people in your life, accept that responsibility, and be able to discuss it with me. Other than that, I don't talk to you. So for the first year, it was calling, cussing my wife out, cussing me out. Uh, I don't need you. Blah 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 blah. And then finally, it started to take her off, and she's never.
Your dad died. What do you take from the way he's taken on death? Just saying, fuck it.
It's the man.
What have you learned from your dad? What do you love about your dad?
He's one of these guys that like I told my dad about the abuse and everything else. And there was a point. So I told you about the elevator stuff, but before that, man, it was. It took me 4 years to talk about that, but it also took me 4 years to talk about. There was a point that my mom and dad would leave the house, and I would urinate in the floor. All right, and no idea, but I would because I'm garden. This is like an old house, right? It really ties the room together. They come up to me after the presentation, and she had a career previous to that, where she dealt with abuse. And she told me, she's like, Brett, she's like, it's a control mechanism. The only control you had was that. And she's like, kids do that. And I was like, so I'm not unique. She's like, no, you're not unique as that. So that this whole history of abuse, Denise dealt with it by drinking, by trying to suicide, things like that. And then finally she escaped. Now the kids didn't. And not only that, my wife pointed out to me that again, it's that Eastern Kentucky mentality stuff. The male's expected to do things. So with me, it was almost like I stepped up to take part in those crimes so that Denise didn't have to. And she takes the wood off. Other than one shoplifting stuff, Denise doesn't break the law. She goes off being she's a good parent. She's an angry parent. She's a good parent. She's a teacher. Good citizen overall. I was just the guy that kept running his own life.
Bongo, let me ask you about that. So, your life of cybercrime, in describing some of the things you did or knew about, you said, quote, I once stole several $1,000s worth of coins from a family trying to sell them to put a new roof on their home. Another time, I sent a counterfeit cashier's check to a victim and he ended up being arrested for it. I lied to family, friends, everyone I knew. I was a truly despicable person. One of my Ukrainian associates Rip had someone who owed him money kidnapped and tortured. He posted pictures of it online. Another member, Iceman, used to flood his enemies' email addresses with child pornography, then call the police on them. That's some stories. Can you tell some of these stories that stand out to you that are particularly despicable or representative or interesting when you look back at it that define your approach and who you were at that time?
Let me say that I did not care about my victim. All right, I cared about me. I cared about disruptive that you don't give a shit what you're doing to anybody else. You don't care about you. So that's the truth of the matter. I didn't care about the victims. The lady that wasn't even at the beginning of my career as a cyber criminal. That was right at the last of it. Which the point. I was by that point, Shadow Crew had made the front cover of
33 people arrested, 606 hours. I was the guy that was double due mentioned was getting late. Uh, what happened was I was the guy who was, I kind of invented this crime called tax return identity theft. And stealing a lot of money. I went through all the state tax, state better to get shut down. I don't have any way to come in with any money, so I started running counter cashiers that defrauding people, having them send products or bullion collections, what have you, by COD, like delivery, I would pay with it with a counter cashier's check. This lady was on eBay. She had been collecting these silver coins all of her life. You know, U.S. currency used to be, those coins used to be silver. So she had a whole collection of these things. So I'm like, I don't know, 80, 90 pounds of this stuff. And I'm a very good social engineer. So convinced her that I was a legitimate person, that you know, I send it to COD, you can use my FedEx account to do that, my UPS account to do that. I'll pay with a cashier's check, take it out, make the cash. She believed that, she really saw it. Even on the ad, and talk on the phone and everything, I was she told me she was a single parent, and there was no money that she had to put a roof on the house for her kids. And I didn't give a damn. I didn't give a damn. What was more important was me and them.
Can I ask you a question about the social engineering app? So maybe it's specific, like the methodology, email, and phone. Maybe you could discuss this process from a bigger philosophical perspective of what is it about human beings that makes them possible to be social engineered, to be victims of fraud.
So, first let me say that I became a social engineer as a child. Right? Because the adults in my in my environment as a child, I had to know exactly what they were thinking and be able to try to manipulate that for survival. So I became a social engineer as for survival initially. All right. And one of the things that I've seen with a lot of cyber criminals is the exact same thing. They're really expert. They become social engineers as a child, and then later on they use those tools to figure things out.
Which is fascinating because in order to understand what others are thinking, you have to be extremely good at empathy. So you have to
No,
put yourself in
comma.
the shoes of the other person.
I have thousands
Yeah.
of
In
subscribers,
order to
but
do
they are on
cyber
accounts
crimes,
that got
you have to
banned.
not
Period.
care
I have
about the pain
a
that might cause them.
Twitch
But you
account that
sit there,
has over
empathize,
50,000
and yell,
followers.
not care.
Exactly. And I would argue that is not a sociopath. Because a cyber criminal, I was no different. Most cyber criminals justify those actions. So the justification becomes what's important. With me, the justification was my dinner with my reason. Did it for my wife. Did it for my girlfriend. So, and I believe those things. Yeah, it's so bad.
Because I care about love a lot.
Yeah. So the big picture of that is trust. How do you establish trust with a potential victim? I would argue online that trust is established through a combination of technology tools and social engineering. All right, so we trust our tech, we trust our cell phones, we trust our laptops.
Those are just
I'm not
newer
going to
accounts.
how they
Period.
operate, but we trust the news that comes across the line. We trust the phone numbers that
I
show up. We trust IP addresses.
rotate accounts every 6 months or so, so that if I ever do lose an account, comma, I do not lose my entire archive. Period.
Then that lays a base level of trust. At that point, you shoot into the social engineering and lay whatever story that is in order to manipulate that victim to act not out of reason, but out of emotion. All of a sudden.
This is fascinating about the way humans interact with the world, which is you're almost too afraid to not trust people. You have to find a balance. You have a lot of the conspiracy theories now about distrust institutions, thinking like everything around us. It's like I've been listening to people who believe the Earth is flat, and that conspiracy theory is fascinating to me because it basically says that you can't trust anybody.
Right.
That like everything you hear in their lives. So that's one. You can live that life, or you can live a life where you're just naively trusting everything. And we as humans have to. Because that life is kind of full of happiness if nobody screws you over.
Right.
Because You meet people with a joyful heart and you get excited and all that kind of stuff. But if you do that too much, you're going to get burned. So to find some kind of balance in terms of optimizing happiness where you trust, I mean, but verified and on the internet that makes it become really tricky. You're almost too afraid to just trust everything because you'll never get anything done right on the internet. But then if you trust too much, you can get screwed over. And so the social engineering comes in where you're like, I'm not sure if I should trust this. You kind of help them build the narrative with like, it's good, it's good, it's good.
So in a lot of times, that social engineering is just feeding into what the victim wants to believe. All right? It's not really coming up with a random story at all. It's just knowing what that victim is, what the motivations of that victim is, feeding into it at that point. So you have to, again, that social engineer has to almost immediately know what's driving that person. If I'm working on a phone, talking to someone on the phone, I have to know within seconds what I need to say, how I need to act, and interact with that customer service agent or whoever I'm talking to on the other phone.
So fascinating because you truly are empathizing with the other person. What's this businessman, Steven Schwartz, I've talked to a few times. He mentioned this thing that, you know, the way you build deep relationships is you really kind of notice the things that people are telling you. Like, it's like what they want and what they're bothered by, what are the big problems in their lives. Because everybody's saying that all the time, and most of them should ignore it.
Right. But if you take the time to listen, you know somebody that way. Absolutely. Then you have to be able to dismiss it.
Dismiss it after.
You're looking for that just to see how I can manipulate that. Is what you're trying to do. So that the lady was one story. The other truly despicable story. We'll get to script in a second. But another truly despicable story. We were one of the really first groups that started phishing attacks.
What's fishing?
So that is a social engineering attack.
PH, by the way.
Yeah, PH. That's another social engineering attack. That's sending that fake email out that looks like it's coming from a website or your financial organization or whatever, saying, hey, we've got a security problem. We need you to update your account information. Well, back then, no one had ever seen a phishing attack, so you could ask for all the information. You were getting just complete identity profiles on a phishing email. Nowadays, you can't do that. Nowadays, you look for basically your credentials because it becomes very phishing. But back then, it was complete information. We had fished out, I don't know, 200,000 E-Trade accounts. That's what we have to log in.
Login password, yeah.
Login password, complete, social, date of birth, birthday, account information. So we had access to those E-Trade accounts. E-Trade initially had no security in place, so you could cash out the account, ACH the money out to whatever account you wanted to, went through just fine. Ain't alive on that. E-Trade got to the point where they couldn't do any ACH money. They locked everything down. We were still sitting on thousands of E-Trade accounts. How do you make money? Good question. Yeah, so what you do is you find some fat cat that's got his retirement, invested in blue chips. Same time you find a penny stock, open up a brand new account, buy into that penny stock, cash the fat cat out, buy into that same penny stock, on the dump steam also. So you're destroying people's retirement accounts for just a few $1,000s. Bam, bam, bam. And of course, E-Trade's response is not our problem. It's your problem. You shouldn't give up your password or what have you. That's right. And you still see that issue today with Zelle scams and things like that.
Wood scam?
Or Zelle, so the instant payment.
So it's the same kind of operation, same kind of different
It's,
mechanism.
you find an easy way to exploit the system, and typically the financial organization. Not our problem. Our system's secure. It's the humans. It's their errors. Well, not really. You've got some culpability in there, and you're just trying to avoid paying part of the bill. That's what's on.
One of the things, Stan, fishing for a bit, is it really makes me sad. There's been people on all kinds of platforms, including YouTube comments, but emails too. They figured out emails somehow. So people are now
I don't really do it for the
seeing
monetization
followers,
period. I do it to
you can
archive the
podcast for
footage.
fans
Period. I know
or
once I go
bonding them from
viral,
platforms
I
like
will be able to do endorsements
YouTube and so on.
and other things that
They
make me a
are
lot of money.
figuring out
Period.
ways to get to those
When
people
that
by
happens,
another
I am
channel,
going to make all of
which
you a lot
they
of money,
suppose
because you helped
it
me along the way.
seems more
Period.
authentic to those people. So they send them an email from what looks like me with this like loving that it's the interesting thing. The emails sound like something I would write. So these are at this stage. It's not even it doesn't feel automated. Or if it's automated, there's a human in the loop that's really fine tuning. Or maybe I'm very predictable, but it's very loving in the way I would write.
Well, and so think about that, right? So when phishing first comes out, you could look at the language of the text on the website and say, if you were paying attention, that's so okay. So that's not an English speaker for the most part, right? But as time has went on, as the awareness of what a phishing attack looks like, we have people that are sitting down now making sure that that's proper. It gets worse than that, though. If you look at business email compromise, right? So the way business email compromise typically works is the attacker will find a payroll person, find a CEO. He will fashion a spear phishing email, which is that's a phishing attack that's targeting one specific individual. All right. So he'll fashion a spear phishing email. The way he does that is he pulls all the information he possibly can on that person, all right, that CEO. Maybe he'll spear that CEO just to get the login credentials to your email, just to read the emails. He'll go in there and he'll start reading all these emails. He'll specifically read the emails to the payroll department, see what that relationship is. Are they talking about their kids? Talk about relationships, talk about vacation. What are they talking about? How are they talking? Are they friendly? Are they sterile? What are they doing? All right. So then he decides, well, I'm going to go ahead and spearfish the payroll department as well. So then he spearfishes it, gets those credentials. At the same time, he creates a Unicode domain in whatever the company name is. All right, so instead of that English alphabet I, he's got that Russian letter that looks like an I, but without the dot on top. All right, goes back into the email, the payroll email, blocks the real CEO's email, replaces that with the Unicode email that he's got, and then sends out a message using the correct language, the correct relationship, everything else. It says, hey, we're updating our account status. I need you to send this payment instead of over here. They've set up a new account, send all payments over here. And that is business email compromise in a nutshell. Right? Works great.
probably the larger the organization, the more susceptible to that kind of attack. Because there's a like a distribution of responsibility where you're more likely to believe that okay, this other person is responsible. I'm sure they secured everything. I'm okay with it.
So that's business email compromise. And it's those crimes, and that's one thing you see about cybercrime. Cybercrime is not really sophisticated. It's not the attacks are not sophisticated. The stat is 90% of every single attack uses a known exploit. It's not the stuff, it's not a zero-day attack. They're out there, but if you're a criminal waiting on a zero-day to browser, you're going to start with that. The meat and potatoes are that 90% known exploits.
And then the rest is
I do
you're
stream
saying
trading.
it's
Period. I stream
maybe
Bloomberg
it's not
24/7.
technically sophisticated,
Right.
but it's social engineering sophisticated.
Very sophisticated from that. Very
And
sophisticated.
fascinating study of
That establishment of trust and then using that trust to defraud that victim. That is something.
I wish obviously all of these folks are
Yes, I do.
really
Period.
good at hiding.
I have
I wish you could
more than 2 years
tell
of
their
content
stories in a way, which is why
of
you're
me
fascinating.
going as far
Hearing
north as Santa
those
Barbara,
stories.
as far south
It is
as San Diego,
studying human nature.
as far
Right?
west
And you get
as
to understand
the
like
Pacific
our weak
Ocean,
points, our hope,
and
our
as far
desire to
east
trust
as
others.
the desert and mountains. Period.
Also,
I have streamed in Beverly Hills, Santa
the weak
Monica,
points and failures of digital systems and
Disneyland, you name it. Period. I just don't have enough money to continue to do IRL as much as I once did. Period.
So what's the legality?
Oh, it's all illegal. Absolutely it is. But
Is it absolute? So here's what. Okay, let me construct an example. So, if my friend were to spearfish like a CEO, right, and get their really standard, like fine.
Probably that's what happened.
Right. So, I mean, that's kind of interesting because when I got the ransomware, when I got the 0 day attack on the QNAP lab, you know, they they basically say the criminal is QNAP, the company, for having so many security vulnerabilities. They're like, you are the victim of QNAP's incompetence. That's the way they kind of phrase it.
And see, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. So are let's. So I've got a 130-page class action lawsuit printed out at the house. I've been going through that cat law.
Your words mean more to me than I can communicate, period. I truthfully mean that, period.
They would not pay attention to them when they said, you got these issues. They would say, go away. Shit like that for years until solar, the attacks would come. My view on that is that the only person responsible for the crime are the criminals who did the attack. The actual criminals, not SolarWinds. Now, does that mean SolarWinds isn't all fucked up? They are. And there needs to be some accounting in place. But the only individual, the only people responsible for the crime are the criminals. And that's either online, in the physical world, what have you. Being an idiot.
Thank you so much, period. I do my best to discuss world peace every day, period. World peace is very important to me, period. I don't think that we need war anymore, period. Additionally, we talk about some really interesting things for society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, de-extinction, faster than light travel, alien disclosure, life extension technology, mind uploading technology, solar sails,
So what happens is you get a Russian group that comes in,
space elevators, and other futuristic ideas.
they hack into solar, get access to it, and it allows them to view every single thing. I mean, every single thing about every single planet that SolarWinds had at that point. So entire snapshots of all the IP that's going on, all the emails, all the communications, every single secret that was going on for those companies. If a company had software like Microsoft, it allowed them to look at the source code of everything that was going on. I mean, it's just a complete and total nightmare.
I have that on camera, period. I can send it to you, period.
You're not. I mean, it's done.
It is live on Instagram, period. You can hear all the sound effects as well, period.
But there's a huge amount of information that was read, saved elsewhere, probably. And so now there's people sitting on the information.
Absolutely.
It is speech to text, period. It is just faster for me to be able to speak into my phone.
This allowed the attackers to look at the source code to that. So they have a source code now, so they go through it line by line. Are there vulnerabilities? Let's find new vulnerabilities, new 0 days. I said 0 days are common, but this opens up an entire new threat space all of a sudden. So it's a completely catastrophic attack. Once all the chips are down, everything's tallied up, people will be like, yeah, we're done. We're done.
All right, this whole computer thing, we tried it.
We're done.
That's terrifying because so you're saying that there's not been obvious big negative impact from that yet. So, but like
there's been a lot of negative impacts, but we're just starting.
right, so the capacity for destruction is huge. How much involvement from nation state do you think there is on this?
It's interesting. So you've got Iran, you've got Korea, China, Russia. You got the big four. You also got Brazil. You've got all these other countries that are interested in the United States as well. Nation states are interesting depending on who the nation state is. All right, so Russia's very good about bringing the type of people I used to be. They'll enlist these guys and stupid information, what have you. Russia will take that information. They want kind of all about IP. North Korea's about stealing money because they really don't know what the hell else to do right now. But
North Korea is actually involved in cybercrime.
absolutely, they've stolen the shit out of Bitcoin and everything. So absolutely, they're actively involved in it. Um, very, very skilled attackers. Very skilled. But even if you look at, I told you that stat about 90%. All right. So even though SolarWinds is going to be the number one attack, the follow up to that was this NotPetya attack that happened. And so that was the most sophisticated attack launched by the Russian Sandworm group using all known exploits throughout. So it's not, again, it's not, you're right in the sophistication. It's typically not technical sophistication, but it's that social engineering sophistication. How do you get these things put together in line to attack and succeed?
But when you get access to the source code, that's where technical sophistication can really do a lot of damage.
And that's when you find out real quick. That's what separates the men from the ballistics game. Right? Because all of a sudden it's not, I don't have to look at that. So I've got source codes and I've got the look at that. And that's your ass.
Which then enables probably even more powerful social engineering methods too. I mean, it's just cascading. Is this terrifying to you, by the way? This world that we're living in has put more and more of ourselves on the internet, the metaverse. That there's so many more attack vectors around us.
What's terrifying to me, and I used to preach it on Shadow, is the idea that the perception of truth is more important. It doesn't matter what the facts are, it matters what I can just. That's what's terrifying. So you look at deep fakes, you look at fake news, all this stuff that's going on. That becomes truly terrible.
Maybe there's an angle where the free is nothing true, and you can't trust anything.
But you see, we as human beings, we want to trust. We do. We need human interaction, and for that human interaction, you have to have a degree.
But it's more like you let go of an idea of absolute truth and more becoming like a blockchain style consensus. So you let go of you know what? This is human brain. You get this on the internet. You get like facts. This is at the bottom there's one turtle that's holding this like scroll that says these are the truths of the world. The problem is, I mean, maybe believing that is counterproductive. Maybe human civilization is an ongoing process of consensus. So it's always going to, everything is clouded. And you call them lies, or you call them inaccuracies, or you call them delusions. It's constantly going to be certainly a sea of lies and delusions. But our hope is to over time develop bigger and bigger islands of consensus that allows us to live a stable and happy society. Don't call it true. Call it a stable consensus that creates high quality of life for the inhabitants of the island.
I like it. We're going to,
And then don't use all. No, just kidding. So maybe step back. You mentioned. I'd love to talk about Shadowford. Maybe this is the right time to actually. Yeah, let's go to Shadowford. It's such a fascinating book. So tell me the story of building Shadowford. The precursor to today's darknet market. This is why you're the original Godfather.
this is it. So I get married. I faked the car accident to get married. Got the money from that.
You're a man.
I remember. Like my dad, man. I'm the guy that, I get from mom in the criminal mindset. From dad, I get that don't want to believe.
To get married.
I met
What's that story?
Oh, dude, I was
How did you fall in love?
my first girlfriend was freaking crazy over her, dated her for 5 years. Figured out pretty quickly that, well, not for 5 years, figured out that I can talk it, but more of that constant. Anyway, so I was in college.
You make one hell of a speaker.
Walk over and there's these two guys that are hitting on her. So I just walk up and me and Todd, that was my buddy, walk up and I just sit there and listening. And they're giving us spill and everything, and she's just kind of taking it. So I look up and I was like, I want to get out of here. And one of the guys looked at me, he's like, hey, we're talking to her. I was like, well, you're talking at her. You're not talking to her. I was about to save her ass from you.
Yeah, that's a smooth pickup line, by the way. If I've ever heard it, that's good. You want to get out of here?
So, starts dating, and she was the girl that screwed my brains out. And I felt head over heels. We got married 6 months later. So that's what it does. And she didn't know I was a crook. She had no idea. She knew I was very bright. She knew I did a lot of theater and stuff like that. Got a job at, I was in Hazard. There was no job we had. So I got a job in Lexington. Okay. Got a job in Lexington at Lexmark testing curve boards, circuit boards. So I would leave on a Thursday night, work 3 18-hour shifts at Lexmark, and back home on Thursday. Got married, faked a car accident to get that. The rest of it I needed to get married. And the faking on that, and I had bought a Chevy Spectrum at a car auction. My aunt had previously defrauded USAA insurance on a car accident. And she was telling me all about it. She's like, look, go down to this chiropractor, make sure you get the insurance for the pay for a rental car, they'll pay lost wages. I was like, they pay lost wages? Yeah, they pay lost wages. I was like, hey. She's like, by the way, you worked for me. And I was like, I work for you.
I didn't get to define the way.
I will make sure to make all your dreams come true, period. I will pay for your children to go to college, comma, all your friends' debt to be erased, comma, and you will be able to start charities to help people who you want to live a better life, period.
Tells the dentist not to stub it, not to stitch it, just pull it. He shows up the day we were driving out to fix the accident. He's got blood all over his shirt. He's still bleeding out the mouth. His hands. I'm like, are you okay? He's like, yeah, man, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. I'm like, okay. My mom, by this point, I'm living with my grandparents. My mom is up in the head of a hollow. So we're like, we'll just do it there. Go right like we're visiting my mom on the way back out. Ran over. So go visit him. Come back out that night. Run over the side of the hill. Me and Ronnie walk back up. Of course, he told us the car. Walk back to my mom's, acting like we grabbed. She knows what time it is. And file the claims. So that gets the money to get married. And I would get my crime usually, if I was a single guy, wouldn't break the law. Would not be all right, but females involved, oh yeah, gotta spend the money, gotta show them gifts, everything else. Never enough to show healthy pay. Always had to go over for typically it was fine.
So that was the thing. That was the way you show love. Just by buying like a gift.
Or something over. Back then with Susan initially, it was don't worry about working. I got it. You just worry about going to school. She was a music major. I was like, you just worry about going to school. So don't worry about cooking and cleaning. I got it. So not only was I this guy who was overboard, but I was overboard too. Right? So I got it. So here I am, 60-hour week job, 18-hour class, cooking and cleaning. Something had to give. I quit the job. I couldn't do it. Quit the job and start back in fraud. And I'm trying to hide that from her at the same time. So it was initially telemarketing fraud. I was working first job I had was a telemarketer at a cemetery on the gravesite. And then that ended, went over to work for the Shriners Hospital. And it was a third-party company that was doing all the telemarketing. Made really good money. I stole the phone list and started my own Kiwanis Club. And would do telemarketing, go out twice a week to pick up checks. Well, what happened is I went out picking up checks, go knock on the door. Turns out one of the persons that I called was a law enforcement officer. So he was like, I'm with the Kiwanis Club. He's like, no, you're not. Got arrested, spent 3 months in the county jail for theft by deception. Got out, and we had to move from Lexington back to Hazard and live with Susan's parents. They had gotten a desktop computer, HP, and I started searching around online. Found eBay. Didn't really know how to make money on eBay, but at the same time, I'm committing low-level frauds online. I don't really talk about that in the past. First time I really talked about that, but I would pay for it with bad checks. So
more, so not using the platform like eBay anymore.
I would find somebody that had like a stereo system on eBay or something like that, and I'd pay for it with bad check. And wow, chase me.
Fantastic strategy.
So got the money to move to finally lift those schemes enough to get back to Lexington. Got to Lexington, and by this point I'm doing these, like I said, these schemes on eBay, and I'm like, there's got to be a better way to make money on eBay. So didn't really know how. One night I'm watching Inside Edition with Bill Riley, profiling Beanie Babies. So I'm sitting there watching one of the profiling is this one called Peanut the Royal Blue Elephant. Selling for $1,500 on eBay. I'm sitting there going like, shit, I need to buy me a peanut. So my initial thought was, well, there's got to be one of these Hallmark stores they do nothing something. So I skipped class the next day, went out around all the Hallmark stores looking for peanuts. No, idiot, he's on eBay for $15. So after a few hours of that, I'm like, turns out they had a little gray Beanie Baby in those $8. Picked up one of those for $8. Stopped by Kroger on the way home, picked up a pack of red dye. Went home, tried to dye the little guy. That was a nightmare. Turns out they're made out of polyester. Get them out of the bath, looks like they've got the mange. And what happens is, I'm trying to dye the damn thing. I'm like, that's not. So I got online, found a picture of a real one, posted it on eBay. And I was like, well, what I can do is, I can claim that's the one I've got, and then maybe claim that it got messed up in the mail. That worked out like that. So posted a picture of the real one online. Woman thought I had the real thing. She went to bid. That social engineering kicks in immediately. I didn't want to be on the defensive. I wanted to put her on the defensive. So as soon as she went to bid, I sent her a message. Hey, we've not done any business before. I don't even know if I can trust you. What I need you to do, protect us both. Go down to the U.S. Postal Service. Get 2 money orders totaling $1,500. Send them to me, issued by the U.S. government. That way we're both protected. As soon as I get the money orders, I'll send you your rent. She believed that. Didn't ask any questions at all. She believed that. Send me the money orders. I cashed them out. Sent her the creature. Immediately got a phone call. I didn't order this. My response, hey, you want to do that? I said, and she got pissed. She kept calling. So I found out that's the first lesson of cybercrime. Most of these victims, including self-awareness. If you lay a victim long enough, just keep putting them on. A lot of them get exasperated, throw their hands in the air, and walk away. You don't hear from them. And none of them, to this day, none of them complain to law enforcement. They eat it.
So it's the mixture of like you're exhausted by the process, so it's just easier to walk away. Second, almost like an embarrassment.
So there's a whole slew of reasons, right? There's the exhaustion, certainly. There's the embarrassment. So if you figure out, if you look at it today, where does the embarrassment come? It's media, family members. We're all very big about blaming victims for crimes. Why would you click on the link? Why would you send it to somebody you don't know? Blah blah blah. So you've got that. You've got the issue of who do you complain to? Back then you didn't know. Do you complain to local police because she's in another state? So which local police do you complain to? Do you complain to the feds? Well, the dollar amounts aren't high enough to complain to the feds. Feds are going to tell you to go local. Local's going to tell you, hey, it happened in Kentucky. Did it ever my own thing at that point. Kept going and got better. I started to understand how my identities, things like that. Started selling pirated software. Pirated software led into installing mod chips. It was, the initial pirated software was the Sega Saturn, PlayStation. Well, you had to have a mod chip in there to play the pirated disc. So I started selling and installing mod chips. That led into installing mod chips and getting television boxes so you could watch all the pay-per-view, which in turn led into programming satellite DSS cards. Speakers, RCA satellite systems, pull the card out of it, program it, turns on all the channels. Started doing that.
Can we just pause? That is very entrepreneurial. So technically, so there's laws and rules that you're breaking nonstop. But there's also legitimate ways of doing that. Just break the rules of the conventions of the past. That's the first principles thing. That's what Elon Musk and his ilk do all the time. That is guts and brilliance. But when it's crossing the lines of the law, actually sometimes the law is outdated. The thing is, as a human being, you have to then compute the ethical damage you're doing. Like ethically, the damage you're doing about other human beings. That is fundamentally the thing that you're breaking. Is you're adding to the suffering in the world in one way or another, and you're justifying it. But in terms of me, so as an engineer, that is some gutsy thinking. That's how was Steve Jobs thought. That's innovation. And when you just think if you can introspect your thinking process here, this is a new. I like how you remember this in the HP. Like what? This is a totally new thing to you. Computers is a yet another domain. How are you figuring these puzzles out? Presumably mostly alone. Alone. When you were thinking through these problems, is there? This is a strange question to ask, but what what is your thinking process? What is your approach to solving problems?
So the approach is you do something and you fuck it up and you're like, you think back, okay, how do I fix that? You fix that aspect, you commit the crime again. And it goes a little bit further and it screws up. Okay, how do I fix that? What's the issue on that? How do I fix that?
So there's not a deep design thinking
Like later on, it becomes that. Once you lay that groundwork of the way these schemes are working, right, it becomes that, and you can apply that to other things in soccer as a whole, right? But initially, it's basically trial and error. You've got a problem. How do you solve that problem? So how committing these crimes under my name? I solved that. Well, one of the first principles that we started to teach on Shadow Crew is all crimes should begin with identity theft. That's the main first principle that a lot of people to this day still don't get. All right, why would I commit a crime under my name if I can do it under your name? So that's one of the big levels. You have to take some trial and error to get to that point where you start to understand that's the way crime should operate if you're a criminal. All right, but with me, it was, I mean, it's trial and error. It's that childhood where that mindset is kind of ingrained in you, where you're looking for ways, non-traditional ways of getting around things.
I mean, one of the questions I'll probably ask this later is there's also a unique aspect to the outcome of what you're doing, which is you didn't get caught for a very long time. But we'll talk about why that is. And the thing is so interesting. All crime probably should, to be effective, should start with identity theft. I like that identity theft because identity theft can take so many forms. Right. So yes, so Shadow Crew. So as we started with love.
Started with love, so now we're doing these schemes online. I'm selling to these. I'm programming these satellite DSS cards. And one of the interesting things, and you still see that in this day, is something will happen that will create an industry for criminals. All right. So what happens is Canada, Canadian judge rules about the same time that I'm doing these satellite cards. Canadian judge comes out and says, "Hey, it's legal for my citizens DOJ doesn't sell the systems up here. 9 citizens get pirated. Okay. So what happened? It was overnight. About the same time, PayPal flipped this one. So PayPal's coming right online about the same time. Overnight, little cottage industry pops up in the United States. Go down to Best Buy, buy the system for $100, take it out of the parking lot. System up, you look, open the box up, pull the system out, pull the card out, throw the system away, program the card, ship the test to Canada at $500 a pop. Started doing that. Business is good. Making $3,000-$4,000 a week doing that. I'm like, yeah, that's good. I have so many orders, I can't fill all the orders. And quickly think to myself, why do I need to fill them? They're in Canada. I'm down here. What are they going to complain to? Because I already found out people don't complain. All right, they're not going to complain to anybody. So I start with Canada. I'm having them send money. That's what PayPal's first sending money. And it amazes me that everybody is using PayPal. It's like you don't even have to really ask. They're like, can we pay by? Yeah, you can pay all day long by PayPal. PayPal had no clue what they were doing. So it's like, okay. So we're sending money to PayPal. I'm having PayPal cashed out to bank accounts in my name at that point. And I get scared because at that point I'm still like $4,000-$6,000 a week. And I'm like, somebody's going to get this money. So get into my head, I'm like, best thing I can do is get a fake driver's license. Open up a bank account using that driver's license. Cash out at the ATM. Good. No idea what you're going to think I do. Not good. So I get online, looked around. Spent a couple weeks looking around. Thought I found a guy. He was about to screen name a fake ID man. Thought I found a guy, sent him $200, sent him my picture. Dude rips me off. I'm like, what the hell, man? Oh, I got played. He had a little website set up with reviews, and I'm like, oh, it's all legit. Building that trust, that's fine. So the end result, I got pissed. And there was no site that dealt with anything criminal cybercrime related. The only real avenue you had was an IRC chat session, internet chat. And that, I'm sure you've been on that list, it's this rolling chat board. You don't know who the hell you're talking to. Most of them are full of shit. You can't trust anybody, and you're sitting there trying to conduct business. So, if somebody claims they've got a product or service, do they have it? Doesn't work, or they just want to rip you off. Because in those channels, everyone's a criminal. I kept looking around, and I happened upon a website called Counterfeit Library. And Counterfeit Library only dealt with counterfeit degrees and certificates, as I was the degree kind of stuff. But they had a forum, and no one was using the forum. So I basically get on there and bitch every day. I got ripped off, don't want to do, bam, 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 bam. About the same time I started doing that, two other guys showed up. One's named Mr. X, he's out of Los Angeles. The other guy's named Beelzebub, he's out of Wichita, Saskatchewan. And we all become buddies. So, a few weeks of me bitching, a few weeks of them responding. Beelzebub gets me on ICQ, and he sends me a message. He's like, I went by the screen and Donald. And he's like, Donald, I can take you a big round. I was like, well, motherfucker, do it. And he's like, no, I'm going to charge you for it. I'm like, yeah, you are. He's like, I am. I was like, no, you're not. And he's like, look, man, this business, if you're going to do this, you have to trust people or you're going to fail. He said, so I want to charge you $200, but I want to send you a driver's license. Well, by this point, I'm friends with the people who own Counterfeit Library. We're emailing, chatting, everything else. And I tell him, I'm like, okay, we'll send you $200. That way, when you rip me off, I'll have them ban you, and I don't have to deal with you. He's like, ban. I go, ban. So I sent him $200, sent him my picture. 2 weeks later, I get a driver's license. His name is Steven Schwecky out of Ohio. And real guy. Worked at ADP payroll to this day, works at ADP. This real guy works. Got the driver's license. And to me, at that point of time, it was the prettiest thing that I'd ever seen. I'd never seen a fake ID before. I thought it was great. Turns out, looking back, it's like,
So that is kind of a strong first step between agents like that. Very strong. Very strong. So that was like, you guys doing just on the the point he made that if you're going to be successful in this, you should have people you trust. Is he right on that? You have to have. This is like you have to have an inner circle that you trust.
You know, I'm sure you probably heard me say this. Successful cybercrime, all right? There are three necessities to being successful online if you're critical. Three necessities are gathering data, committing a crime, and then cashing it out. All three of those necessities have to work in conjunction. If we don't, it fails. The problem, and it's a huge problem, is that one guy can't do all three things. You've got the people who gather the data, basically the general store salespeople who sell PII, credit card login, data tools, sell the student phone numbers and RPPs, stuff like that. A lot of the times those people don't know how to commit the crime. And most people certainly don't know how to launder the money out for the cash in pocket. So you've got, either because of skill level, sometimes the geographic location limits what that individual can do. All right, so you have to rely on people who are good in areas where you are conduct in order for that crime to succeed. And that means you have to trust those people. So what happens with shadow? All right, so counterfeit library is the start. All right, counterfeit library transitions over to shadow. Right before that transition, there's a Ukrainian guy by the name of Dmitry Golovov. He was a spammer at that. He saw what we were doing with counterfeit library, and he liked it. He was getting all these credit card details, and this kid, I mean, he's a kid. This kid has an idea. His idea was, I want to go to people and buy stolen credit card details.
Is it Ukrainian accent?
So he picks up the phone and calls his buddies. They call their buddies. They have a physical conference in Odessa. 150 of these cyber criminals show up. And they launch this idea. This launches a website called Carter's Land, which is the genesis of all modern credit card things as we know it. All right. So remember I mentioned those three necessities of cyber. Dmitry had all the credit data, and he partners all those other Ukrainians that had all this data as well. The problem was there's so much fraud in it committed on the eastern side of Europe that every card had been shut down. Even if you were a legitimate card holder and tried to cash it out, you weren't doing it that. So again, those three necessities: gathering data, committing crime, cashing out. Dmitry had the data. They could commit the crime. They could not put cash in pocket. So we were running counterfeit library. One day I get this message, or not message, one day Script shows up. And he posts, just on the general forum, he posts, hey, I've got credit card data. Give me an address, give me a burner phone number, wait 5 business days, whatever you need. We had never seen anything like that. We were a PayPal fraud, eBay fraud site, and fake fraud. So then, and we had 2,000 to 3,000 members. So the response from the members was, that can't be real. You've got to be law enforcement. It's got to be trying to get us arrested. What? Let me backtrack a little bit. So the driver's license that I got, Beelzebub had an idea. What he wanted to do is he wanted to sell driver's license. Mr. X wanted to sell some security cards. He made a very passive social security card. Me, I have no skill level, and I did PayPal fraud and eBay fraud. So Beelzebub was like, tell you what, you be the reviewer. That way you get every product or service that comes in, and they'll have to send it to you or let you have access to it. You can learn the entire game. And because you're not selling anything, it gives you legitimacy on the reviews. All right. So I started out as a reviewer, the only reviewer on the counterfeit library. So over the next year, Beelzebub turns out he was a pot member. He goes back and pot. He wasn't making shit, selling driver's licenses. Mr. X, about a year and a half in, he gets arrested, cashing out driver's credit cards, cashing out the casinos, some shit like that. So I'm the only guy left standing, and I'm at the top of the heap. So, and it becomes this thing where if I review somebody, they make a lot of money. If I don't, you don't do business. So Script shows up saying he's got this. I'm the only reviewer on site. People think he's law enforcement. First week it goes like that. After a while, I'm like, okay, I got to do something. And I'm scared because I'm like, he may be law enforcement. So ICQ, and I'm like, hey, you have to be reviewed. He's like, what the hell is that? So I tell him what it is. He's like, you reviewed me. I was like, yeah, that's the idea. So give him the drop address, give him the burner phone number, wait 5 business days, and I try hit fail for $5,000. The order fails. I get back on ICQ. Hey man, it didn't work. He's like, give me one more chance. I was like, look, I'll give you one more chance, but it's your ass after that. He's like, one more chance. I go, okay, give him another address, another phone number, wait another 5 business days. Get Thompson's computer warehouse for $4,000. Dell for $5,000. Those two get products. I post that review on Counterfeit Library. And literally overnight, we turned from an eBay PayPal fraud site to a credit theft site. And that becomes a lot of money really quickly. Remember, so we were doing now it's called CMP fraud, card not present theft. So you hit an online merchant and stole credit card data. Back then, a fairly experienced fraudster would profit $30,000 to $40,000. Okay. Just buying, laptops, what have you, and cashing out. You put them on eBay for sell like that. 30 to 40K a month was the problem. Script had a lot of buddies. He had people like Roman Vega, these other guys that would sell not just credit card data, but counterfeit physical credit cards as well. We had and
Counterfeit, not stolen. The counterfeit.
counterfeit.
That must be tough to do.
So the connection
That must be harder than
was
the
crazy.
driver's
Crazy. So back again. So what Boa initially had, and I became the United States salesperson for Boa. But what he had was he was the first dumpster provider in the United States. So on the back of your credit and debit card, there's a magnetic stripe. 3 data tracks on the stripe. There's the first data track is customer's name. Second data track is the card number / 60-digit algorithm outside of that. That's important. We'll get back to that in 2 minutes. Third data track is called indiscriminate data that uses it. All right. So what's bought and sold is the second data track. It's called return. And the reason that's sold is when you go into a shop, you insert the card or you swipe the card. The only information that's sent out for verification is the second data track. All right. That goes to processor banking verification. The first data track, that customer's name, shows up on the screen of the cashier in front of you. So what typically happens is you buy 10 of these dumps, you get 10 counterfeit cards. In code track 2 on all 10 cards. Track 1, you create one fake driver's license. Track 1 is just the name of that fake driver's license. That way when you go to the shop, swipe the card. Track 2 send out the verification. Track 1 shows up on the screen of the cashier. You're asked for ID, you put up fake ID, everyone's nice, warm, fuzzy. You walk out with cameras, Rolex.
And track 1 could be it doesn't have to be connected. It's not connected to track.
Not connected at all. That's one of the big
Alright.
problems. Right? So, Script brought a host of technical people into that type of environment, all committing credit card theft. We had proxy providers, we had all these people that were doing this stuff. We start making a lot of money. A lot. And the reason that happens is, again, Script did not have the ability to cash out. So he was reduced to selling things. And at the same time, he's looking for how do I make more money. Right? The Ukrainians happened upon this thing called the CVV breach or hack. So what happens is, remember I moved to track 2, card number / 16-digit algorithm. You gotta know the algorithm. Code it. So you can swipe the card or take it to the ATM machine. All right, ATM. You gotta know it. Now we were fishing data from hell. I mean, we were doing a lot of fishing. A lot. We were getting pins, we were getting card numbers, but you can't get that algorithm. So the Ukrainians start testing stuff. What they found out was no bank implemented the hash on track 2. So you take the card number / any 60 digits, it would encode. Take it to the ATM, it'll cash out because you got a pin. All right. Started doing that.
Well, wait, sorry, I'm trying to understand. So that means there's no are they generating random numbers, or do they have valid numbers like track 2?
No numbers made at all. As long as just the track 2 was a complete track 2.
So it's a valid track 2 that doesn't matter. So the pin is the thing that gets you in.
Back then, right? Back then, what we're talking about is you number / and then whatever that algorithm was that decided. Back then, none of the banks had implemented that algorithm. So while the algorithm was there, you didn't need it to encode. You can't. Interesting.
You can make a lot of money with fiscal
So
things
much money that
credit
card not
card
present
debit cards.
card not present cost me about told you was $30,000 to $40,000. All right, that turned into $30,000 to $40,000 a day. Ukrainians, again, they can't cash it out. They've got all the data on the planet, but they can't cash it out. It's three necessities of sacrifice. So the deal became you have to rely on the Americans. Tell you what, we'll give you 50%. So you got all these cashiers that were 40% of $40,000 a day. Yeah, we'll take that. All right. Send the rest of it over to Western Union or what have you to your Ukrainian contact. That's before cryptocurrency came into play. And you had a couple of forerunners with eGold and Liberty Reserve, things like that. But back then, it starts out with Western Union, then it becomes prepaid cards, sending track information over, loading the card up like that, and finally it gets to eGold with Liberty Reserve. Today it's with crypto. What's started stealing a lot of money. A lot. And that got law enforcement attention. So we started to see this craziness. We started to see IPs coming in from law enforcement attention. Because back then they didn't know how to show their identity either. So you saw Secret Service, you saw DOD, you saw all these like, and you're like, that's interesting. You know, at the same time, we have it was called a hack, but it wasn't a hack. We had a guy that worked at T-Mobile in Los Angeles. This is the same guy that back then published Paris Hilton's phone contact list. It made a lot of news. Not only did he do that, but it turned out that the Los Angeles Secret Service agency was using T-Mobile phones. So he's getting text messages of the Secret Service investigating shadow groups. You post those damn things on shadow groups. So I'm sitting there going, head of file. I'm sitting there going, this is not going to end well. This is not going to end well. So at the same time, I had access. I started out with access to the Indiana State Tax Registry. I was using that state bank account, so I had money out of cell bank accounts, stuff like that. They shut that down. The next database I had access to was the Texas driver's license database, and started using that to create fake driver's licenses, what have you. And then finally, we happened upon the California death index. Complete information, mother's maiden, socials, DOBs, all that. It's like, got to be a use for that. Well, you can use it to create identities on it. My idea was, I wonder if you could take somebody that's died and then file for Social Security death benefit, not death benefit, but Social Security benefits, and get that recurring paycheck. So that takes a lot of research to start seeing if you can do that. How does the federal government do federal indexes reference state indexes? Got all these questions that pop up. Well, it turns out federal indexes don't reference state indexes against the law. It also turns out the only way the federal government knows you're dead is prior to 1998, the family had to file a Social Security death benefit for that person. Right? Prior to 98, or most people die. Right. Prior to 98, it's a family. After 98, the hospital can do it, funeral home can do it, or the family can do it. So a lot more people have it filed after they've died.
But it's still, there's a lot of people.
A lot of people die. Because that death benefit's only like $290. Nobody's thinking about that shit. So I started to apply for Social Security benefits. Nope. Numbers dormant. So they want you to come in for a physical interview. Here I am, 32. You're not going to pass it to 65 years old. So no. So the next idea I had was, one, if you could file it. Turns out you can't. All day long. So I started doing that. And I started to steal. And once I got ramped up, because you test everything, you test to make sure you got to figure out what the deposit instrument is and everything else. Once you get all that lined out, I started to steal $160,000 a week, every week for 10 months out of the year. like that today. All right. So
And you keeping the amounts low.
keep the $30,000. Amounts are very low.
And you're still able to achieve scale this budget.
Right. I got to work, and I was managing. Later on, a couple of buddies of mine went automatically.
Wait, you go doing it like there's no code involved?
Oh, man. I file a return once every 6 months. Work 10 hours a day, 3 days a week.
So clicking on, so typing fast, and
One
clicking.
return every 6 months. That's changing IP. That's changing address. Everything is one return every 6 months for 3 days a week. Fourth day, I would take a road trip about out of map of 8 years, and then the next 2 days, cash out, and back. All right, come back home. It's a routine. Turns out that a backpack, I don't really know what's sitting around here, but a backpack will hold $150,000 in 20s. This one will hold. So I put 150K in 20s in the backpack. I had a spare bed. I'd come in, toss the backpack in the bedroom.
This is very, very important information. In fact, you know, it's all
Yeah.
first we started with the volume of coal that weighs a ton. Now, backpack is $150,000.
And so,
And you can multiply that by 5 for 100. I
or
like
it's 20. Most of the time it's 20. Right? Each 20 ways, you know,
20 ways to grab.
so it can actually go by weight, which is what federal authorities do when they get a pound of gas. They explain it.
They just weigh.
So 150K is 7.5 pieces of cash.
You know, that's pretty light.
Not bad. Not
Yeah,
bad.
you get a big backpack. You go just run the David Goggins with it. I like it. So, you know, it's great. So wait, where does that come into the backpack?
So what happens is that I didn't know how to launder money. All right, so you know, throwing cash in a spare bedroom. One day you'll open the bedroom and you're like, got to do something with those backpacks, and that's when you start learning how to launder money, cash-based businesses, things like that. I had a production company, I had a couple of detailing companies, food trucks, things like that in trucks.
Hey, can you pause on that to take a tangent there? How does money laundering work? I mean, at that time, what years are we talking about?
This is by the time the tax return schemes go into play, we're talking 2002, 2003 is when tax returns start.
So what, at that time, and what you're aware of now, how it evolved, how does money laundering work?
You know, it's not that much different. It's really not. You get a cash-based business, start laundering money or putting money through that, saying that transactions are legal. You can start depositing into bank accounts. Bank accounts. My thing was is have bank accounts in the United States, Mexico, Canada, and then finally bounce over to Estonia. Was the final destination of all this stuff. And the idea is to try to move them to so many places that by the end of the day, it was legal and you can trace it all. If you call it, you know. But so cash-based businesses, you
So
know,
when you say, sorry to interrupt, that the cash-based businesses, you have money that needs to be moved to other people. So how does that work with the business? If it's providing you a service and you're giving them money,
right. So you do the Ozark thing if you want to do that. So you can gamble, cash out some like that, over trips to whatever casinos you've got. You've got your production company or your detail company. So how many cars you can run in a day? How many companies have you got to do that? All right. Whatever that company is, it's got to be cash based. Somebody's paying in cash. That's what you're doing. You have to have enough of those cash-based businesses where it doesn't look funny. All right, because if you're a detail company making $100,000 a month, that's a problem. Yeah. Okay. So then you start depositing it. Well, because of the Patriot Act, that's a suspicious activity report. SARS came in at $2,500 instead of the 10K that it used to be. So all of a sudden you've got multiple bank accounts that you've got to set up. All right. Fortunately, what you also had is you had a bunch of prepaid debit cards that you play at the same time. So a combination of bank accounts, prepaid debits that had ACH abilities attached to those as well, and you start running them all together. Then once it's out of the United States, you don't have to worry as much. You can start bundling that into pure bank accounts until finally you've got the one main account that's over at Bank Tico in Estonia. And then,
so like a bunch of pops that end up with a list that you can hear.
idea, I was arrested February 8th, 2005. My last seizure was 2010. Got the last seizure. They got it. It took them that long to do it.
So how do stories like the script that come to play here, where he had someone for owed him money, kidnapped, and tortured? So when does it turn darker?
It turns darker. The script was a kid that he was stealing enough money that he was able to buy whatever state. And he would brag about touring the countryside. And if he saw property that he liked, he would buy it. And that was not just a brag, he was doing that. So this kid is stealing a lot of money. At the same time, he's got connections politically because of his family. He's got connections, and that family's got connections with the Ukrainian mob. All right? So he's got these inroads, and people are looking out for him. And he's stealing a lot of money at the same time. Somebody doesn't pay him. A decent amount of money. Somebody doesn't pay him. Now, we had never, with Shadow Crew, with Carter Planet, with Counterfeit Library, we were basically the geeks. All right? We were just the fraudsters and social engineers. We had never really considered that. The rules that I had in play were, hey, we don't do child pornography. We don't do counterfeit currency. We don't do drugs. And the only thing we ended up really obeying was the child stuff, except for Max Butler, who you mentioned earlier. Script, someone rips the guy out. And he comes online on Shadow Crew that point, and he posts these pictures of things. And I mean, it was a detailed narrative through the pictures. Had the guy that rammed in the van, had the door open, rammed in the van, had the guy tied up, had the guy being tortured, and the response was, "This is what happens when you steal from me." And that's the first time that violence came into play at that point. That's when you start realizing things are getting serious.
How did that make you feel?
The first response is, he can't be real. He's just doing that. You know, he's wanting to send a message. Then you're like, no, that's real. That's real. And
Were you afraid in your own heart that you might descend to that too? Like, did you see that, or was it pretty clear to you that that's a line that some people can cross and some can't, and you're not one of those who can cross it?
you know, I got to tell you, I joke with my wife. The joke I tell my wife is, you know, if I knew some guy that had 8,000 Bitcoin, I might be persuaded to ask him for access to that. And she was like, how? And I was like, well, hammer and toe. Yeah. And I say that as a joke, but there's that line where you're like, I remember who I used to be. And if you're looking at that kind of money, I might be persuaded to do that back then. You know, that's, and I think that's, you know, scripts